I didn't know I was going to be doing this in here. I thought I had like a little workshop room, so this is going to be fun. Um, I did a more in-depth lightning workshop in at BitBlock Boom, where I went into check lock time verify and the explicits of the contract, and that took about 2 hours, and we didn't quite finish. So I decided for this one I wanted to do something a little bit more abstract, just so you can kind of get the idea of lightning, and then hopefully anybody on the live stream may not be able to see it, but I actually want to use it for a few things, just so that people can see, use some of the apps, some of the stuff that I do, because I use Lightning essentially every day. Probably 2 or 3 apps like that I use predominantly, and you can actually live with Lightning and Bitcoin pretty easily. Like, as long as you know like a couple of the main wallets and services that are actually useful, that kind of bridge you gaps. I use a lot of gift cards, but as long as you know those services, you can do it. It's pretty widely available. So this is going to be our brief walkthrough to the Lightning Network, and then I'm going to go over some apps and some fun stuff, some shit, and maybe a couple of y'all will get some sats. If anybody's got who has a Lightning wallet, by the way, already? Okay, good. Do what? We will get to that in just a moment. That is depending on your situation and how you intend to use it. So, just conceptually, what is the Lightning Network? This is a layer on top of Bitcoin. This is something you can do with a Bitcoin transaction and its instructions that is more than simply, this used to belong to me, now it belongs to you, which is a default transaction. That's what a normal transaction is. This is essentially a transaction that you set up an arrangement and it stays active, and you keep updating it with the person that you have created this Lightning connection with, and by doing so, it's referred to as a channel. I'm sure everybody knows that, but it allows you to continuously update who owns what between the two of you without actually having to go back to Bitcoin. So it is a pretty incredible scaling technology from that perspective, is that you can do lots and lots and lots. You can do essentially an unlimited number of payments within that channel, and you don't even really have to go back to the Bitcoin chain if you don't want to. So much like that, I actually go back and forth between where Lightning is in the stack here, because, oh, is this not switching over? That's weird, I'm one behind. Okay, there we go. That's what I meant to do. I am on my second frame, and the first one is still up there. This is what you're supposed to see. Hopefully it doesn't switch again. Okay. All right, so I kind of go back and forth between where this is in the stack, because the Ethernet protocol is kind of the broadcast layer of the internet. When the first internet nodes came online with the universities and everybody that were experimenting with it back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was a broadcast network, which means that if you sent a packet of information, you broadcast it to everybody. This is kind of like your home router or whatever. Like, all of the packets are sent to everyone. Obviously, that did not scale very well, right? That was a terrible model if you have a million different computers. I mean, imagine if your mobile phone had to receive every text message on the internet, but reject all of the ones that weren't for it, so that it could find out which text messages were sent to you specifically. That is essentially what Ethernet does. That's what the base layer of the internet does. TCP/IP is the routing layer. It allows you to make these connections, and rather than blasting out the information to everybody and hoping it reaches the person that it's intended for, you specifically have routes. You have an address with details about where your region is and where your local hub is, and then where you are. That's the 10.172.184. It's literally like an address. It's like country, region, city, street. except obviously it's for servers, not geographic location. So that's TCP/IP. That is analogous to, you notice on Bitcoin, you send a transaction, you send it to every node in the world. You broadcast it to everybody, and everybody downloads it, stores it in their blockchain, just so that they can make sure they get the one that's for them. That's for your address. Lightning is the routing protocol. It's the one that allows you to establish transactions, establish channels with other people on the network, and rather than going specifically to the person or broadcasting out to everyone, you can actually hop through these network connections. The beauty of Lightning is that you can attach let's say we've set up channels, like it is a network of channels. So if I've got a channel with him right here and he's got a channel with that guy, obviously I can update our channel endlessly, but I can also actually lock a payment to him with this guy's hash, with a secret that only this guy knows. And what that enables us to do is that I can send it to him and then he can forward it to him, but nobody can take the coins yet. It's still locked until he reveals his secret. And when he does that, it unlocks the coins for him, and then the very nature of him redeeming those coins gives me the secret so that I can unlock the transaction on my side. And so you set it up from me to him, and then it cascades back from him to me to unlock the coins, and you've made a transaction through multiple parties. Just like TCP/IP routes through servers, Lightning routes through Bitcoin addresses. It routes through channel connections with other people on the network. But in doing this, obviously, you have a way to make payments where there's no permanent record. They're onion routed, like the Tor network, which just means that they're encrypted. He actually does not know, even if I'm paying him directly, he doesn't really know which node mine is. It's pretty interesting. The only thing that he knows is the hop that is closest to him. But where I'm coming from is actually not known. And he doesn't even know if I'm the first hop or if he's the last hop. This could have actually bounced another 5 times before it got to me and another 3 after it got to him. All we are concerned about is the channels that we have. I take it in from my left hand and I send it out to my right. And whoever's hash is involved is the owner of those coins. And nobody can take it without that person getting them. So, let's see, get to the next thing. All right, so a lot of people talk about, this is a question I got, a couple people sent me this DM of, how do I know Lightning is secure? Like I feel like, and if I have a Lightning wallet, I get scared, I don't know where my coins are, can somebody steal them from me, et cetera, et cetera. So how is it secure? How do I know that BTC, Bitcoin that I have on the Lightning network is in fact mine and nobody else's? And there's a lot of FUD out there. Crypto people in particular will tell you that Lightning is an IOU and it's like fractional reserve and all this shit, which is ridiculous. All you have to do is know how it works, and all this stuff is obviously not true. But the main pieces of the puzzle, without getting into like hardcore specifics, let's say you wanted to call it an IOU, the setup is a 2 of 2 multi-sig. So whenever anybody has a channel or whatever, it can only be updated with both of us. Like any change or alteration or agreement that happens within our channel is explicitly at my agreement, is explicitly with my signature. That is the only time that it is valid. So if I set up, if somehow Lightning ever got fractional reserve, it would be your fault. Like it would be because you signed to receive coins that weren't there. But you obviously have to modify the protocol. It's like all this shit. Like Lightning just isn't that. It wouldn't be Lightning anymore. 2 is proof of reserves. Because it's a multi-sig address, you obviously can't sign a valid transaction with coins that don't exist. So any update necessarily has proof of reserves, or the signature just doesn't work. 3, you have a signed exit clause. One of the branches in this little script is that both parties, I have to sign, like, for instance, with my channel with this guy right here, I have to sign, in order for him to trust me to set up this arrangement, I actually have to sign the clause that says he can leave whenever he needs to. And then he has to sign mine, because I don't trust him either. We don't know each other. I mean, he looks like a cool dude, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's a jackass. So we have to sign each other's exit clause so that we will trust each other. And then we also sign a punishment clause. He signs my punishment clause of him, and I sign the punishment clause he signs the one for me, excuse me. So again, because we don't trust each other, I have to know that when we update this channel, when we make these payments, that he is agreeing to accept a punishment if he tries to cheat me. And then lastly, there is a time lock. So there's technically 3 branches in this script. And the time lock is the time allowed for if both parties do not sign an update. The time lock is the time that you are allowed to go to Bitcoin to contest what was published. So let's say he does try to cheat me, and I've got a time lock of a week. If he tries to cheat me, it necessarily means I didn't sign it, right? Is that it's an agreement or an update to the channel that is outdated, and thus it is not one that he has my signature on, or that he does not have a full redemption value for yet, because I obviously don't want him to use that one. So he has to wait a week. That's his exit clause. He has to wait a whole week. And during that week, all I have to do is drop the punishment clause anywhere on the network, and he already signed that for me. And that means I get every bit of his coins in our channel. That's why it's secure, because it costs a hell of a lot to cheat. Not unlike proof of work. If you try to cheat, you're going to just expend an enormous amount of resources and not succeed. So that's why you'll hear this, the idea that you have to be online in order to use the Lightning Network, or you have to be online often, or there is a risk. That's because of that time lock. This is essentially, Bitcoin operates as an ownership court for a Lightning contract in this scenario. So you have to be online to see that this guy has not tried to cheat you out of any funds during that time lock. It's essentially like, Bitcoin is calling to court and says, okay, somebody challenge this. You have a week to challenge it to prove that you are, in fact, the rightful owner of these coins. And if you don't, it's like not showing up for court after a judgment is made on you. Like, okay, well, they win by default. So all you have to do is make sure that you are online within that week. And you not only, excuse me, not only are you obviously able to redeem your coins, but you're actually able to punish the other party for even attempting this. So that is why you know it is yours, because every time you update, it is a very, very risky thing for the other party to do anything but be perfectly honest. So this is just an image of the Lightning Network. It's a visualizer, and to think about, I love this imagery. It's just such a fascinating way to look at it, because like all these are nodes and all the threads are different channels. So when you're broadcasting on the network, when you're sending payments, it can just bounce around this crazy spider web of shit to find its destination. And each one of these threads has a certain amount of capacity, not unlike how on the internet, if you have a dial-up connection to your internet service provider, and then they have a fiber connection to Google in Cupertino, that you still limited by your dial-up connection, right? So you can't have a fiber connection just because somebody in your route does. You're limited by your lowest bandwidth. It's a weakest link issue. This is actually an issue that the Lightning Network has as well, is that the smallest balanced channel along some route through a lot of people is the one that maximizes, or that gives you the maximum payment that you can send, with the one caveat that there are amps and atomic multipath payments and these other techniques that actually allow you to break up the payment into a lot of different pieces. Though in my experience, they don't work yet as often. Like a lot of clients, I think, potentially, just don't support it yet, and same with certain wallets. So, and it becomes like a kind of a headache of a routing issue. But as as those kinks get worked out, much like a lot of the earlier Lightning kinks have been worked out, that is going to be an incredibly powerful tool. It's like having a cargo ship with just an enormous amount of capital and resources on it, but it can't go through like a really small river. But what it can actually do is, imagine you could break it up into 100 tiny ships, each with one cargo container, one container on it, and then it goes down a bunch of these tributaries and streams before it comes back together at the other end, and it builds back the entire cargo ship with all of the resources. You can effectively do that in the Lightning Network. And I've done a handful of transactions where I've just like looked into the details, and I'll have that where it actually splits up into 2 or 3 different payments in order to find its destination. Just like typically takes like, I don't know, 15 or 20 seconds when I end up in that situation. But it's gonna be kind of fascinating to watch that play out as the kinks are worked out there. So going back to why do I know it's secure? People talk about like, Lightning can be censored because you're routing through another node and all this stuff. Well, I know let's use an extreme example. Let's say during this trucker convoy situation, I had a channel directly with the Canadian government, and I wanted to donate to the trucker convoy. Well, if this is a censorship network, if this is a custodial situation, well, then this could be a problem, right? Clearly, the Canadian government in this situation is the last person I want to have a channel with. So what can they do? It's a multi-sig address with 2 of 2. So they can't do anything without my explicit signature to update or make a payment. They can refuse to forward or route a payment for me. So if I want to send it to the trucker convoy and they recognize somehow that this is going to the trucker convoy, then they can be like, no, I'm not doing this. These are terrorists, honking terrorists, and they're not allowed to have money. Can they freeze my channels? No. They can technically freeze any payment that I make in the channel I have with them, like I just said, but those are not my funds frozen. That is my channel preventing from making a Lightning transaction specifically. Bitcoin is entirely untouched by this, and a Lightning channel can turn back into a Bitcoin transaction as easily as it can be a Lightning payment. It's arbitrary. You just need a different button in the app. And if they try to broadcast an old state, if they try to steal my coins from me, well then they're going to be screwed. I'm going to get their coins. And actually, I would really hope that the Canadian government would try to do this, because then I would get whatever Bitcoin they had in the channel, and then I could actually say I made the Canadian government donate to the trucker convoy, because I would just take their coins and then I would donate it to the trucker convoy and thank Trudeau on Twitter for his generous donation. So I would not call that, I don't see how that relationship is an IOU, is custodial, or anything of the sort. And all I have to do, if Canada pulls out all the stops and says, no, you're not going to use any of the, you're not going to donate to the truckers, we're going to freeze the channel, we're not going to route any payments, all I have to do is broadcast a Bitcoin transaction and leave. All I have to do is be like, well, then this is a really shitey relationship. I'm not going to play along anymore. It was stupid of me to open up a channel with the Canadian government in the first place. I don't know why you would do that. All right. So, but we think about this like a payment network. Talking about like the threads on that imagery before, and how we're routing things. Roy Scheinfeld of, actually that's the, oh man. Roy Scheinfeld of the Breeze wallet, right there in the middle, wrote an article recently that I thought was a really great way to conceptualize it, that I hadn't, I'd kind of touched on it a lot, but it hadn't kind of cemented in my mind, is that the Lightning Network is not really a payment network. Its purpose is payments. The reason it exists is to facilitate payments. But what it is a liquidity network. It is a place to, it is a network for allocating Bitcoin with certain peers, with certain services, with certain users on the network in order to fuel payments on top of it. But the real problem, the real crux of what Lightning is where do we put liquidity? When do we move liquidity that has been stagnant? Predicting who is going to need liquidity. You know, like let's say a new service or pops up on the network and suddenly they have a lot of active users and like there's a shit ton of people want to buy their new product or whatever it is. Or just a new feature comes out for an app that's been around for a long time and there's this flood. You know, it's like, you know, you have some ridiculous article on some random website that drops some data point or just does some outrage bullshit. You know, they get DDoSed, quote unquote, right? And the website goes down because it's just some random blog that suddenly has 1 million viewers. This is kind of the same situation with liquidity in the Lightning Network. So how do we know where it's going to be and how do we quickly allocate new capital to them if we do find ourselves in that situation? That is the task of Lightning. That is the task of the Lightning managers, the Lightning node managers. That's the task of Lightning service providers. And that is where, this is another idea that I actually think Breeze kind of pioneered this terminology of Lightning service provider. And it's nodes that specifically focus on channel management and allocating liquidity on the fly for users and other services so that you can connect to them from something like a mobile wallet. And even though it's non-custodial, like they can actually manage and make sure that you always have payments that you can receive and payments that you can send without having to deal with knowing about channels, without having to balance them one way or the other, and making sure that you have that bandwidth available. And these are popping up a lot. These Lightning service providers are kind of becoming like the thing, and I expect this to continue a lot. I expect this to be a pretty vibrant market in the coming years. But the Breeze service is one of those. Bit refill channel service. They do like Thor, I think is the name of it, where you can actually purchase channels with a certain amount of liquidity for, you know, some number of sats, and they'll have it open for some span of time. Voltage, I think there's a voltage thing right there on the desk. Async, I think they have a name for theirs. I don't know, but it's the Async company. Moon Wallet has their own LSP. That's also another really great wallet. Lightning Pool is one that's actually somewhere mixed between centralized and decentralized. Like they're running a marketplace to match people who need payment liquidity and people who have payment liquidity, but they're doing it in a non-custodial way. It's really fascinating. It's actually a really clever means of being able to attach Bitcoin and Lightning transactions to essentially arbitrary computation. They have this marketplace that is actually run, it's just this completely different piece of software that you as a user can run, and then they run, and you're running the exact same software, and you can actually attach the Bitcoin and Lightning transactions to that, or the agreement to open up a channel with that, so that they're never actually, even though they're the market maker, they're the person who is connecting the buyers and the sellers, they actually never control any of the funds, ever. Everybody always has, it's the same time lock trick as the Lightning transaction, as the Lightning channel itself. Everybody has the ability to exit if they don't get the outcome they are expecting on their side. There's like a conflict between the two different pieces of software, which obviously there shouldn't be. So this is actually one of those ways that you can get really fascinating potential for, I mean, a smart contract of anything in any language whatsoever in a non-custodial fashion. You attach the output of that software to a hash, to a transaction, or to a third key in a Bitcoin transaction, whatever it is, and you use that same model, that same security model of Lightning, just for some other piece of software. So it's really fast. Like that's one thing that I feel like has not been really utilized yet, and I'm kind of excited to see where that's going to go in the future. And then liquidity ads, that's something by Blockstream, I believe, and I think that's built, I think that's something that I think it's installed on C Lightning, on their Lightning client, but it basically allows you to advertise that you have liquidity for anybody who needs payments, and vice versa, show demand. So my prediction here is that liquidity allocators, Lightning service providers on the network are going to be a really, really big market. And I think we're kind of seeing this. And actually one that I forgot to mention in LSPs is a wallet that I just downloaded like an hour ago because I'd forgotten about it. Blixt wallet, they do a Dunder LSP, which I don't know if they sell paper too, but so one of the things that I think is going to happen in this market is that people looking to make an interest rate, like a return on their Bitcoin, it's liquidity. Lightning needs liquidity. What they want is funds, and they want payment liquidity. There's going to be a community of people looking to offer up their Bitcoin for a return or managing through something like Lightning Pool, where they do it themselves manually. The custodial options, I would suspect, will pay a higher return, both for the added risk of somebody else actually has your coins, but then also because they're going to be able to, if you're using it with a custodian, they'll probably have better channel aggregation naturally because they're managing all the channels. So if they think they can make 2% a year or 3% a year on all the liquidity for Lightning payments on remittances, and they connect to Strike and merchant adoption, merchant payment processors, all of this stuff, well, then they'll pass 2% or 1.5% on to the customer or whatever who offers the coins. And then there will be non-custodial marketplaces like Lightning Pool, which will have the benefit of higher security and privacy, and potentially more decentralization, but will likely offer a lower return and require a little bit more management on the user side, whoever's actually taking advantage of it. I intend to actually have my setup more like that, but I just, yeah, okay. I haven't gotten around to really bolster my setup because I mostly just play with apps and test everything out. So here are, I expect LSPs to be a critical part of the Lightning experience because the difference in the usability and the user experience for an app that does have one versus doesn't, the gap is pretty massive. These are my favorite wallets right now that have LSPs. Well, like I said, Blixt, I downloaded like an hour ago, but I read a bunch about it. Breeze, Moon, and Phoenix. Phoenix is run by Async. Moon, I don't know if they have like a name for their LSP or if it's just Moon. And then Breeze Technology. And what they allow you to do is open up a mobile wallet. And anybody in here uses one of these 3 or 4? Okay, so a lot of people use these. The great thing about these is that these are totally non-custodial. They actually open up Lightning channels with you on the fly whenever you want to receive a payment. Like I received a payment that was too big the other day, and what they do is they actually just set a fee for opening up a new channel. So it cost me 2,000 sats to receive a, I don't know, like $400, $300 payment or something like that because I didn't quite have the liquidity, but I didn't see any of this stuff happening. Like I can go into the advanced settings and look at my channels, and I do, but there's no reason for me to do that. It entirely works without any channel management or anything. The LSP does that, and all they need is your signature because obviously it's non-custodial. Nothing can happen without your signature. But you connect directly to them, and you can actually connect to anyone else. So Breeze actually has, I'm not 100% sure about Moon or Phoenix because I haven't done it. I just kind of use these for their LSPs. But Breeze lets you connect to any node. So I could just get the public key of Moon, and I could use Breeze Wallet and connect to Moon as my LSP. Or I could do the same thing. I could connect to Async and just use them. So I don't have to use Breeze. I assume that's something that I expect to be common. And on the custodial, the wallets without LSPs, what I really want to see is that that's just kind of a basic part of your setup process. As like a default user, that you have the option of saying, oh, I just want to manually manage it. I want to have my own channels. Or you have a list of popular LSPs with like ratings. Here's Breeze Wallet, here's Moon, here's Async, here's Dunder, here's Voltage. Here's all of these services that I can just buy, and they like advertise like a basic fee or something like that. And you literally have a marketplace of non-custodial financial services that you just select right in your wallet that has no jurisdiction, no censorship, nothing. And if any provider, quote unquote, ever displeases you, all you have to do is withdraw, select a different one, and deposit, and that's it. So, and like I said, the user experience of not having to think about any of it is definitely a better experience. Eclair Wallet, Eclair Mobile, Zap, BTC Pay, which uses LND, and then obviously all of the node implementations where you're running your own wallet. Umbral, MyNode, the Start9 Embassy, which I think they have some really cool shit that they're going to be announcing soon. And then there are custodial wallets. So these are just services that have channels, and they're giving you a wallet in their service. So it's fully custodial, but it just talks Lightning. These are the easiest things to start with. Think of all of this as hot wallets. That's what all of this is. So adjust how much you are using this for based on how much you are risking with a key that is online, ready to sign all the time. So think of Lightning as a spending wallet. I mean, yeah, that's it. Bitcoin is your savings. You deposit the Lightning to spend. But the custodial wallets, the ones where you're actually using a service, they obviously have the best user experience generally because somebody else is doing all the work for you. And that is Strike, Zebedee, Wallet of Satoshi, Blue Wallet, Cash App now has implemented Lightning, though I think it's just for withdrawals right now, if I'm not mistaken. And then BLW, I think the Bitcoin Beach wallet is a Uncle Jim sort of model where you can host your own and then connect other users to you, but it's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is a custodial wallet. If anybody knows, is that right? Okay. And then services, places that you can use or places that you can go to take advantage of Lightning. You've got LN Pay, Fold. Fold is the one that I probably use more than anything. That's where I get my gift cards. CoinOS is really cool. CoinOS is a online custodial wallet that lets you talk Liquid, Lightning, and Bitcoin. So the first time I used it, just to test it out, I sent $50 in Bitcoin to it, and then withdrew it to my Lightning wallet, and then sent it straight back over Lightning, and then withdrew it to a Liquid wallet, and it just does swaps like automatically, which was really fascinating because in particular to see that develop out. Liquid is a side chain for Bitcoin, so it's like a federated model where you have like 23 signatories or whatever. Different than Lightning, but you can actually run Lightning on top of it. So that's actually going back to that original thing where I talked about what layer Lightning was. Lightning is also kind of potentially layer 3. It's layer 2 and 3 of this because Lightning can work on top of anything. It's just kind of a generic protocol for how to do transactions or how to establish ownership. So you can have Lightning channels that are on Liquid. I could technically have a Lightning payment that went over 2 Bitcoin channels, 2 Liquid channels, and then back to a Bitcoin channel to pay for somebody. And then there's also a really cool proposal. I don't think there is an implementation of it yet called Channel Factories, which, like we established at the beginning, channels are 2 of 2. It's just me and one other person. Channel Factories are like a 5 of 5 or a 10 of 10, where let's say Breeze, Moon, Phoenix, and Dunder all decide, and Voltage, they all decide, well, this would be a whole lot better if we had a joint arrangement and we pooled all of our liquidity and we could open and close channels within a 5 of 5. So not like Lightning channel, normal Lightning payments are off chain, but the channel is on chain. This would make the Lightning payment the layer 3. Channel factories are a pool of channels that can open and close on the fly without having to go on chain, because on chain is a 5 of 5 with the entire group. And any single LSP, if anything goes wrong or they go offline or something like that, they can, again, unilaterally withdraw. They still have their exit clause, punishment clause, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the same arrangement. There's just 5 nodes that need to be online instead of 2. So that's how. Why does this thing just keep walking forward? Okay, we'll hang it here for a second. Now, we've got, okay, yeah, good. We still got some time. We going to try to play a little bit of lightning here. Oof. All right. First off, who has fold? I'll start with something like that. You're close. You want a Uber gift card? All right. Set up a $25 Uber gift card, sir. Do the small amount. All right. Like I said, I play around with a lot of these wallets. And I just set up Blixt wallet just so you can kind of get a feel for what it's like to have a wallet that you start from scratch. So all I did was say, create a new wallet, and exit full screen. My BTC Pay server is about to get cut off unless I pay them. All right. So is this one fresh? That's on. Yeah. Okay. That's not having my keynote problem. All right. Cool. So here we go. Why don't you come up? So here are a bunch of different wallets here. Like I said, Phoenix, and then we'll do Phoenix for this one.
Sure. This fold.
Yeah, yeah, fold. Go to shop. Actually, hold on a second. Let me open up fold just so you can kind of see. All right. So you go to shop. And we're going down to, let me go to my favorites. This will be quicker. So those are all different gift cards and stuff that you can buy. So I'm going down to Uber and then selecting 25. And I can pay with any one of my debit cards or the Fold card. And I get different sats back for each one that I do. But we're going to select Pay with Lightning. So hit Pay with Lightning. And then here, oh, tap that. And now hit buy card. And this is the universal language of, yeah. There we go.
There we go.
The universal language of Lightning is the invoice. Whereas when you're sending anybody Bitcoin, you're sending it to an address. Lightning has an invoice with an explicit amount. Well, you can actually technically have a custom amount. And then pay, and it's gonna look for a route, and he's gonna get 1.5% sats back. And this is sent, and it's got my, memo and details and everything, and I can look at, where the payment went. I got the payment hash and all this stuff if I want to get real geeky about it. I hadn't used Phoenix in a while, but and then there's freeze. We got it. Got 918 sats back? Yeah. All right, cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
That's it. Super easy.
Another great wallet is Clap. He got a Uber gift card. Come on, guys. I spend way too much on Uber when I'm traveling. So Zap, like I said, up in the top middle there, that's a non-custodial, you can have it. It's actually it's one that I actually use a whole lot, even though it's technically not. I think they're trying to switch over to Zeus here in the top right. But Zap is no longer maintained, but I still use it a lot. So I don't know if that's safe or not. I'm going to disconnect this. This one shows you. So this is actually, you'll see my passcode if I, all right, so this is my BTC Pay server. So Lunanode, the thing that is threatening to turn off my cloud server right now, that is what this is running on. So this is the one that I actually have like channels on, and I manage a little bit when I actually have some time. And it's what I connect my website to and all of this stuff. But I also have it just right here in my mobile. And if I want to send $1, this is Strike, by the way. Strike is one of the custodial services. This one is a wonderful service because it connects you to finance. It's basically Cash App, what Cash App ought to be. It is fully integrated with Bitcoin and Lightning and a lot of the different Lightning features, and like I think they even support LNURL and stuff. But Strike is a way that I can quickly, very quickly, charge $100 from my debit card, and then suddenly it's in, like you see the, oh, whoops. Suddenly you see the balance up at the top. That's stuff that I've pulled straight from my debit card, and now it's on this app, and then I can just pay to, let's see how, oh, son of a bitch. All right, I'm going to use a different one so I don't have to punch in my PIN code. Let's just go right back to Phoenix. I'm going to punch in, I don't know what, we're just going to do $1. Strike. And I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go right back over to Strike and hit pay. And I just paste in my invoice. It looks for a route, says okay, and I got another $1. So I just turned $1 in dollars to $1 in sats by sending it to my Lightning app. Clap, 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 clap. Yeah. Oh my God, it still worked. And like I said, Breeze. So let's do one where we're actually setting it up from scratch. So this is a this is a Lightning wallet that I have not put anything on. All I did was say create a wallet, and here I am. This is the one that works with Dunder LSP, and so I can actually receive Bitcoin to this wallet, and it automatically opens a channel on my behalf and then pushes the Bitcoin over the channel rather than receiving it as a Bitcoin address. I receive it as a connection into Lightning. And Dunder, the LSP in question, does this for me. So I'm going to copy this address. I'm going to go back to Strike, and I'm going to paste. I'm going to do $80 this time. And this is also another interesting thing. So when I talk about how you need to have liquidity to receive on Lightning, obviously an LSP is going to do this for me, but if you have a wallet that doesn't have an LSP, one of the fun things to do that I do to get quick liquidity, like if somebody's going to send me a payment, I'm not sure if I have it, is I'll open up I'll have a big channel opened up and then immediately push it to a custodial service. I'll immediately push it to Strike or Blue Wallet or one of my other wallets, and then suddenly in that channel, I can now receive everything that I just pushed to the custodial service. So a custodial wallet like Blue Wallet is, or Wallet of Satoshi, is good to have on hand because you can use it to quickly move, Lightning, quickly move a balance to another location if you're actually actively managing your channels. But obviously you don't have to do that with the one that I'm showing right now. All right, so that one cost me 13 cents because that one went on chain. Let's see how quick this updates. I am on Wi-Fi. It usually takes about, so Breeze is one of the Breeze, Moon, and Phoenix all use what are referred to as turbo channels, which means they open up the channel and push you the funds instantly, and you can go ahead and start using it without even having to wait for a confirmation. Some of them actually wait for a confirmation, and I may have just found one that waits for a confirmation, which means that this is kind of going to defeat the purpose. But, oh man, why does this keep going to sleep on me? I got an active video. There we go. Okay, so this one's not going to show up until I get a confirmation on chain. Well, Breeze or Moon or anything like that do not wait. So who's got a wallet to set up? I'm going to send somebody else some coins. I'll send you $2. Who's got Moon wallet? You don't raise your hand. All right, you, come on up. Where do I send it from here? Do I have anything in Wallet of Satoshi? Yeah, I didn't use these guys in Wallet. Let's do this one. So Wallet of Satoshi is another custodial. All right, so he's hitting receive, and you're going to hit lightning, and then punch in an amount. Configure. Okay. Yeah. Do 5,000 sats. Hit the little down arrow right there to turn it to delete. No. We're in US dollars, so we'll just do 2 US dollars. All right, now confirm. Yes. Okay. I haven't used this since I got my new phone, apparently. All right, 4,900 sats, and I just sent it from a custodial wallet of Satoshi to his Moon wallet. And his Moon wallet is non-custodial. So this is kind of the beauty of Lightning is that, awesome, yeah, is that you can, everything speaks the same language. You know, this is the magical thing about this is that when you're using previously before they had Lightning, when you're using Cash App or Square or Venmo or any of these other services, they don't speak a common language. They're all closed networks. So you specifically have to use Cash App or Square or Venmo to pay to someone who is using those services. I can't send from Cash App to somebody else's Venmo. They're all closed permissioned networks. And you obviously have to KYC to participate. But there is absolutely no distinction on Lightning. Everything just uses a Lightning invoice. You can do whatever you want. You can use any service you want. He can use a custodial one. I could use a non-custodial one. You can use one with an LSP. I can use one where I'm managing my own channels. And they all speak the same language. And it also doesn't matter which country you're in or which sanction you're on the other side of. It is completely arbitrary. And the ability to do that and to have merchant payments and remittances and peer-to-peer payments all be on the exact same network using the exact same standard rather than a whole bunch of different closed networks that all use their own standard and can't intercommunicate and all use a completely different back end for the financial system. All of these barriers are going to slowly fall away. And I think we're going to see this thing like we've seen with Cash App, with Strike, is that all of these apps are going to slowly begin to speak Lightning and Bitcoin. And all of these barriers are going to fall away. Suddenly you will be able to send from Venmo to Cash App. In fact, technically you can because both of them support Bitcoin right now, though I don't know if you can withdraw off of Venmo. PayPal's that way. They don't want you to own anything. But as they integrate, suddenly everything just uses the same format and they all speak the same language. And all they need to know is, all right, which format do you want this invoice in? Now, one last thing that I find really, really fun, and I'm super excited to see what actually comes of this in the future, because this is something that is very underutilized. Oh wait, I need to put this next to my thing, is logging in. Everybody hates usernames and passwords, right? Of course you do. Well, you can now sign in with a wallet, and that's your establishment to a wallet, to a website. And so I say, this is bitcoinaudible.com. The website's a bit out of date or whatever, but I hired a guy to build this tool for me, Guyslide. And you notice it says login and sign up? That's because the process is the same. You don't have an account with a username and a password and like registration or whatever, all you get, oh no, no internet. For real. All right, let's see if my phone can handle all of this all at once. Nope. Oh, we're not on the same. Son of a bitch. All right, wait, no, I got this. Like I said, I just downloaded Blix a little while ago. All right, log in, sign up. So this is not optimized for mobile at all. So this is a special invoice. And if I just go over to my Breeze wallet, do you want to log in to bitcoinaudible.com? Yes. And I'm logged into Bitcoin Audible as my user. This is actually how I log in now. I've made this my admin account so that I can edit the website and do whatever, which I never keep up with. But that's it. And if I was a new user, I would do the exact same thing. And then I can go to, what is it, stacker.news? This is kind of like y'all's or whatever. Like it's just kind of no noise, just straight like posts or whatever. And you can, it's kind of a fun graphic. You can boost sats or whatever, but you log in. I'm going to log in with Lightning. I'm going to copy. Do you want to log in Stacker News? And now I'm logged in to Stacker News. And I am the guy Swann up at the top. And like the more and more services that use this, they become, you know, like one of the biggest problems with usernames and passwords is you got to have a random username with random password with every damn service you use. Well, in this situation, I don't have a password with any service. I have a seed. I have a seed and a signature. And so not only does that obviously make the user experience 100 times easier for me to the point that I kind of get annoyed when I have a Lightning service that doesn't let me do this because this is the only thing I want to do anymore. Not only that, but they are no longer a honeypot. They're no longer a security breach for me. If Google gets hacked and I've reused the password or if I have a password builder where I reuse a section of it or something, I'm suddenly at risk for them getting hacked. All of my other accounts are now like, well, shit. When did I use that password? How many did I use it on? How many things do I have to go in and do password reset? Please send me an email. Click, click, click. Like, Jesus Christ, it could take me hours to do that. I have thousands of services. And not only that, it makes Google really valuable to hack. Imagine if this was the way we were all logging in. We're taking advantage of a public-private key that we have in a wallet that's just readily available. You can hack Google and not a single one of their users is at risk from a username password perspective. Obviously, Google collects a lot of other information. But and there's a number of different services and tools that use this. Like I said, Stacker News, LN Markets is a great one. And I highly, highly encourage you guys to explore, play around with these wallets. I'll have a list of all of these available. And if you want to, obviously you can follow me and ask me any questions. I usually have my DMs open on Twitter, so anybody can just shoot me a message. And I'll be a little bit slower on the Bitcoin Audible, but I answer questions over there too. But I think Lightning is going to be an incredibly powerful tool in so many different ways. I think there's going to be markets built on top of this. I think it's going to explode. We've seen an incredible growth this past year with El Salvador adopting it as a payment mechanism for the whole freaking country. And I think these next 2 years are going to be crazy, especially as we sort out the LSP model and really understand this thing as a liquidity network that enables payments, and the user experience becomes just like we saw, and all of the little hiccups go away. I think not having a Lightning wallet might hurt you more than having one. Yeah, that's my Lightning presentation, and that's why I think it's the future.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Swann, that was excellent. All right, guys. Hey, welcome, everyone. Wanted to do a quick lightning tutorial for the early risers, and Guy Swann was happy to help us out with that. So, everyone had their coffee? Awesome. How many of you enjoyed the poker game last night and the pre-party? All right, sweet. Glad you guys made it back. Man, I forgot his name. But yeah, one of the... I don't think most people know him. He's actually kind of new to the space, but loves Bitcoin. I'll show you guys. He might be here later. I don't know if he's here to raise his hand, but he'll be here. All right, guys. Hey, thank you so much for coming. This is our third Unconfiscatable. We had to skip last year due to COVID and all kinds of restrictions. But we are back. So thank you so much. I know some of you are here for the third time. All right. So just a couple of quick announcements, and we're just going to get on with the presentations. We have a stacked lineup. We're going to try to keep everything on time. So you saw there's an art gallery in the back. Also for the media guys, there's also a media room. So you can be a little quieter doing your interviews. Check out our sponsor booth. It's right behind the wall, right behind you. Those are our sponsors. We also have a VIP, small VIP section for speakers. And those that purchased a VIP ticket, there is actually a little bit of breakfast there now. There's going to be food there for lunch as well. As for everyone else, so many awesome restaurants downstairs. So we allocated like an hour 15, hour and a half, about hour 15 for lunch. So if you, I recommend going down there quickly, getting lunch, and then you're back here for more awesome presentations. All right, guys. We're going to kick it off with our legal panel. Trying to see where everyone is. Hope they all woke up. Otherwise, it's just going to be Sasha, because I see Sasha. All right, we have lovely Sasha. You guys, Sasha Hodder, you guys have seen her on my YouTube channel as well. She's going to go ahead and moderate this discussion. So we're going to have one extra chair. Or just chat. Still looking for David Silver and Jason Brad. Jason is a former FDIC regulator who has joined the light side and is now a full Bitcoiner, but he will give us his views on the current situation of Bitcoin. And David Silver will hopefully make it to the stage. Otherwise, might be a little bit of a fireside chat for now. Oh, I can moderate. Okay, you can? You want to do a presentation? Oh, you don't have questions, just talk about law. Oh, really? I wasn't on the panel.
Okay.
I didn't put my name on it. I want to send the agenda. Okay. Can you do it?
Yeah.
You sure? All right.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
All right. No idea what happened to David Silver, but it figures.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you? Nice to
Actually,
meet
you know what? I will stay on stage.
I actually thought Tone was moderating, so I thought I was one of the panelists.
So here, I'll hang out until David Silver arrives.
Thanks.
Wait, your coffee.
I think David's in a hearing right now, and
Is he still stuck in a hearing?
he said he'd be here at 10, but maybe it's going a little bit over.
All right, so let's do very brief intros. Jason, it's just your first time at this conference. You have never been on my channel. So go ahead and do a brief intro of yourself, and then we'll keep it going.
Sure. My name is Jason Brett. I'm a former U.S. regulator during the financial crisis in 08-09 with the FDIC. So I saw all of the bank crises, and I saw how the public relations aspect of the U.S. government had to kick in to help preserve the banking system back then, as well as looking at things like AIG counterparty risk and the like. And so it really opened my eyes to the discussions that I hear about all the time in Bitcoin today regarding the issues they have with Federal Reserve and their growing balance sheet and inflation. So since then, I do a lot of consulting for folks in the space regarding all kinds of SEC, FinCEN, and now banking matters, now that digital assets are being considered for being in the banking system. And it's an honor to be here, Tone. Thanks.
All right, awesome. And Sasha?
Sure. Thanks, Tone. Glad to be here. Glad to see everyone again for the third time at this conference. It's one of my favorite conferences. I'm an attorney at Hodder Law Firm and mostly focus working with Bitcoin-related companies, helping them if they are involved with the exchange of Bitcoin for fiat, getting set up with their anti-money laundering programs or registering with FinCEN and pretty much any other aspect of the crypto industry. I help a lot of different clients. I previously spent the last year working as senior counsel at Exodus Wallet, which is a non-custodial crypto wallet.
All right, so before I go on with questions, let me ask you this. What is the most important regulatory issue for Bitcoin? What direction you want it to go? What direction you think it will go? So, ladies first, Sasha.
Sure. Thanks, Tone. I think one of the most important regulatory issues is the difference of custodial and non-custodial. The non-custodial aspect is what really keeps a lot of regulation at bay. Currently in the U.S., there's a distinction that anything that's called an unhosted wallet or anything that allows users to hold the Bitcoin with themselves and not with a central custodian doesn't require MSB registration with FinCEN and therefore doesn't require the collection of KYC or the blocking or freezing of assets if the government makes a statement that the company has to comply with some someone's giving misinformation, oh, your Bitcoin's frozen. Well, if it's non-custodial, at this stage anyway, they can't do that.
So I would agree with that. I would say right now, the most important issue for Bitcoiners is something called the third-party doctrine that relates to if you hold your Bitcoin on an exchange, you're essentially giving up your rights to online privacy and your Fourth Amendment rights in the Constitution. There's a bill that's been introduced by a congressman called the Keep Your Coins Act, and it came out from Congressman Warren Davidson. And what I will tell you about this bill and why it is so important is it is a battle now between self-custody and if you hold it on an exchange. And if you hold it in self-custody, what his bill would purport to do would be to protect peer-to-peer transactions in the United States, as well as protect you from the ability simply to hold your Bitcoin in self-custody. The US government right now sees this as one of the major risks, particularly with what happened in Canada and now what's happening in Ukraine. I just came from a webinar where we're hearing from Carol House of the White House, who basically gave the message that for sanctions to be enforced against Russia at this critical time in our history, it's going to require not just the cryptocurrency exchanges, but the individuals themselves, the cryptocurrency community. And what our responsibility is in regards to enforcing those sanctions, of which they want it to be at the maximum level to try to inflict pain on Putin.
Yeah, so let's stick with that angle since you brought up the whole situation with Russia and Ukraine. I recently read the statement that the Russian financial authorities are actually not interested in adopting Bitcoin the way El Salvador did. And I read the reasons. I mean, it came out in Russian. I can read it. And the reasons didn't make sense. But I understand why Russia doesn't want to go to Bitcoin because they think they're powerful enough to maybe join China and others and build an actual fiat competitor. So by them announcing that, that actually, in a way, benefits Bitcoin. Because what if they decide to do a full 180 and Russia just opens up Bitcoin the way El Salvador did? What kind of response do you think the U.S. would have?
I think, yeah, that's a big risk. Or I was looking at it as a big risk earlier in the week as everything was developing because, they're already saying Bitcoin boils the oceans. Then they're saying Bitcoin is racist. And then now Bitcoin helps you, evade all these sanctions. So, they can say what they want about it, though. It's too late. Bitcoin's already out there, and it's already in the hands of so many people, and it is decentralized that no matter what the narrative is, I don't think it can be stopped. In reality, they can put whatever narrative they want on it, but it's in the hands of the people. And I think it's going to come where they get all these CBDCs and try and really control people with those, digital asset. They have, full ability to, freeze, withdraw your taxes, whatever they want to do with these government-issued coins. But but they're not Bitcoin, and people can still choose to opt out of that traditional system and kind of vote with their dollars of just disengaging with it.
I mean, the truth is, and I mean, they even talked about this morning, Bitcoin's not on the top of their list. I mean, there's this thing called cash. There's other ways that illicit funds are used, so it's not the primary concern. Obviously, I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about, Mr. Gary Gensler, who also has a lot of concerns relating to this industry too. But, what I guess I think is so critical about your question is how nation states now are adopting or not adopting Bitcoin is it couldn't be at a higher point right now after El Salvador, after we saw Canada do to its own citizens, and now what Russia and Ukraine are trying to do, both with Ukraine trying to raise money with Bitcoin. It just creates a huge new area that maybe we all should have expected, right? Because we knew Bitcoin was going to change the world. It's just happening now where nation states actually have to consider it.
Yeah, so one quick thing, since you mentioned El Salvador and that bill by the senator to keep your coins. I recently saw a bill titled El Salvador. So someone is trying to create a bill. I don't know if you know much about it, but it just seems crazy to me how I don't think any single senator would have been able to pick out El Salvador on a map a year ago. And now there are bills in the Senate titled El Salvador. I don't know if you're familiar with that. If you've seen it, you can comment. Otherwise, we're going to talk about Gary Gensler.
I haven't seen that bill, but I love what El Salvador is doing. And I was just having a conversation before this. The whole criticism to El Salvador's adoption of Bitcoin, a lot of people were saying, oh, it's a must, like it's not a voluntary thing that they're forcing everyone to use Bitcoin. But apparently the translation of that, it was a should, not a must. So just a random fact.
Yeah, it's not true. I mean, I've been to El Salvador. You walk up to a shop and you ask them if they take Bitcoin. And if they say no, you're not going to start yelling at them. Not everyone there accepts it, but eventually they will.
Well, you'd appreciate this tone. The bill's acronym is actually ACES, since we just had the poker tournament last night.
Nice.
And it stands for Addressing Cryptocurrency in El Salvador, the ACES Act. It was introduced by 3 senators, and it's looking at how the adoption of Bitcoin by El Salvador might not only affect them economically, but also might affect whether they're able to continue with their democracy. I mean, it's pretty amazing the scope at which they feel like the idea that a country has adopted Bitcoin as legal tender may mean the ultimate demise of that country.
Yeah, well, we're all keeping an eye on El Salvador, and so many people are going down there, and eventually moving down there is going to be great. All right, so let's change gears and talk about the security side of Bitcoin regulation. So Gary Gensler taking the head of the SEC job, I thought was very interesting, because after he left CFTC and went to teach at MIT, he was basically taught in this course, explained why Ethereum is an unlicensed and registered security, or at the very least launched as one. And I know he thinks that it still is, along with everything other than Bitcoin. What is he doing about it? And I'm sure he didn't want to be handed the Ripple mess because it's not going very well. So let's just talk about the security side of it, and then we'll move into the ETF side.
Sure, yeah, well, some really interesting developments on the security side last week with the BlockFi. Now any interest-bearing account, they've put out an investor bulletin that's a security. So, everyone should be on notice for those. And even more interesting, I think, was the regulation ATS proposal. So it was a 634-page proposal. They gave 30 days for comments on it. It didn't mention crypto once, but it had a definition of a communication protocol system that they changed or broadened the definition. And as they were discussing it, they said, we're making this so broad that it's going to keep up with expanding technology. And it certainly captures the DeFi markets. And it says, that basically the words that they changed was anyone that uses, now it's anyone that makes available as what they deem a security. And then they changed it so that it would be not only, it was market participants. Now it's buyers and sellers, and it doesn't. And they remove the word multiple buyers and sellers. So it's just this very broad definition that would encapture anything that's offering a quote and anyone that's receiving it, but it does have a non-discretionary component. So if it didn't have that non-discretionary component, anyone that went to sell an NFT on Telegram in a private chat would probably be breaking this rule and should be registered as an alternative trading system. But because there's the non-discretionary component, the ability to accept the order has to be available, like without choosing whether you're going to accept or not. But what that does is I think it's trying to capture the whole decentralized finance market and force it to comply with, have an ATS. And ATSs only offer trading in the normal trading hours, and it requires that everyone's KYC'd and registered. Oh, and there's David Silver. But yeah, I think that Reg ATS is a pretty broad thing, and maybe there's some arguments there that it's impacting speech. Like we have NFTs, they're often depicting political speech. Like we even see Ukraine's doing their airdrop of NFTs. So so far I think the NFT market has kind of gotten away from the securities oversight because they're art and they're considered just like the same regulation as tangible art. But now if this regulation ATS thing comes in, anything that's considered a security would have to be sold, pursuant to all these registrations. But
yeah, I think the regulation ATS was a bit of a footfault by Gary Gensler, as I think the bottom line is it was very cryptic in the way it came out, which we can all understand. Something it wasn't quite explicit enough to say this could impact the cryptocurrency markets, even though it does. And there's something called the APA, or the Administrative Procedures Act, that some are even now saying that he might be in violation of because of the way in which he introduced the order and then only gave 30 days. What I think is great about what Gary Gensler has done in his role is to say Bitcoin is real. It really exists. And that was one of the first things that he said out of the gate. He basically provided the community the assurance that essentially Bitcoin is treated as a commodity by the CFTC. When I was at the FDIC during the financial crisis, you saw all this fighting between the FDIC's turf, the Federal Reserve's turf, and even as we're trying to save the country from financial collapse, everyone's like, well, how are we going to come out ahead on this, as an agency? And so what you're going to see is you're going to see Gary Gensler at the SEC and the CFTC have this fight over what's a commodity, what's a security. It's going to be a challenge. I will say that he earns 5 stars for going after what he believes are securities, and to a lot of people in the White House administration at this point, almost to his detriment, because they feel like he's just a one-trick pony. That's all he talks about is crypto, what are securities? But you know what? He's trying to enforce the law as it is. He believes it's very clear, and even though he's going to have pushback and have other distractions along with it, overall, he's done this industry a great service by clarifying as a base understanding that Bitcoin is here and it's here to stay, and that is not something that's I think we're ever going to see as a commodity. I mean, as a security. Sorry.
All right, let's welcome David Silver to the stage and the topic.
So, I apologize profusely. I was upstairs, and you guys can't tell. I literally just sweat through an entire outfit. I literally was on the phone with a federal court judge. My name's David Silver. I'm a lawyer at Silver Miller. I am the guy who sues everyone in crypto. I've done it for years. I've been doing it since 2014. But most importantly, I was just on a call where we just took one of the largest exchanges in the US. We took them to trial. We kicked their asses, and we're arguing over fees right now so I can buy a new home in Vail. Because that's what I want to do, because they are treating people like shit right now. The big exchanges, they are not your friends. And people here, I know most of you, this is, I think, my 4th year doing your conference.
Third. Well,
Third?
we skipped a year.
We skipped a year, I'm sorry.
COVID, yeah. It's been 4 years, but it's this conference 3, yeah.
And what I've learned at this conference from you guys so much is that people who want to be truly in crypto don't keep their money on exchanges. So I don't want to represent any one of you. You guys do it better. And doing it better is so important for yourselves. And that's what I've learned at Unconfiscatable in 3 out of the last 4 years.
Was it Coinbase?
I'm not allowed to say who it was, but they may be located in California.
All right. So what's your view on what Gary Gensler has been up to in terms of securities? And the prior topic was the whole sanction topic and Bitcoin being front and center. So feel free to throw your thoughts in there.
I think it's really interesting. People thought Gensler was going to be more pro-crypto because of his background and what he was teaching at MIT. They thought he was going to be better for the space. Personally, and this is one thing, Tone didn't really like me when we first met. He thought I was like the devil child. He's kind of come around more to my way of thinking, unfortunately. But he'll disagree heavily with what I'm about to say next. I truly believe regulation is good for the space. I truly believe in KYC, AML, regulatory clarity. I am a conservative person. I believe in all of those things. I think Gensler is going to bring in the next, well, I don't know who's going to win the next election, but for the next 3 years, he's going to bring more of a banking system to crypto, and that means that you don't control your crypto as much unless you have your own keys and your own coins. So from that perspective, I think Gensler is going to bring, through the SEC, through more actions. I mean, we used to sit here and talk about Tezos and how we thought the SEC was going to go after Tezos. It's still one of the most shocking things to me that they did not go after Tezos. Because at the end of the day, that was an unregistered sale of a security. So from my perspective, I think we're going to see Gensler go, he's going to go after more of these companies. He's going to bring in regulation. He's going to bring in the ability of the government to sanction people through the mechanisms, exchanges and whatnot. So he's going to try and force Bitcoin to become more like banking.
But do you think he'll try to do that with, say, self-custody of coins? And how would he be able to pull that off?
You guys are all a lot smarter than me. I can't figure out how he can do that with self-custody. But in order for Bitcoin to go from 40,000 to 100,000 to 1 million, I don't really believe that's going to happen, but I've been wrong the whole time. I've had my Bitcoin since 2012. I thought it was worth $1. But in order for it to go that high, it basically has to go through a custody process. If everyone holds their own coins, then we're never going to hit those numbers. So I think from the government's perspective, they're looking more at Main Street money and Main Street money coming in, and they'll be able to control those access points.
All right, we're going to find out. You guys have any comments on that?
Well, I would just slightly disagree as to the KYC point. I just mentioned earlier on the panel about a bill from Congressman Warren Davidson. It was called Keep Your Coins Act. And if you notice, the acronym in that is the KYC Act. And so that's poking fun a little bit at the idea of KYC, because I personally believe that we should be able to exist in a country where we can do peer-to-peer transfer of Bitcoin and use the Lightning Network to do transactions with each other without having it be assumed that we're somehow committing a crime or obfuscating transactions. And
David didn't get applause.
It's better than getting booed off the stage is what usually happens.
yeah, and I don't mean that. I understand, David, exactly what your point is on this and as far as the market and acceptance. But I think that at some point or another as a society, we have to decide, we live in the rule of law, as you know, as an attorney, where we're giving up that concept of if we have our coins on an exchange, there's the third-party doctrine. And of course, with the third-party doctrine, that means you're forfeiting your rights about online privacy. That means that you're forfeiting your rights to property and your ability to protect yourself with the Fourth Amendment. And so, are you allowed to have gold in your garage? Yes, you should be able to. Do you have to register that gold with the US government? Not today. I don't think the same should apply for Bitcoin.
Yeah. Very well said. And then there's the other risk, like with the self-custody issue. We've seen just all these countries working in conjunction together. Like as soon as the U.S. put the sanctions on Russia, Canada, Europe, the UK, Japan, Australia, they all followed. And The sanctions also include, if you're spouting misinformation, and that's where I think the real danger is, because as soon as someone's, who's determining what's information or misinformation? It's, a centralized, giant global government, and if they come down, any harder, then Bitcoin right now or digital assets that are, right now only Bitcoin, because I think we saw, Infura, the node host for Ethereum, they MetaMask, everyone that was in Venezuela and Iran, and also the OpenSea people that were on Iran, they just lost all their assets. The whole reason, I think, of Bitcoin or this conference, the unconfiscatable feature, it goes away if we just move everything onto an exchange and it's all KYC'd.
Can anyone talk more about that? I haven't been keeping up with that whole MetaMask thing. Like, what really happened? I don't know how curious people are, but like shitcoiners learning what it's like to shitcoin is usually an interesting topic to me. Can you a little more information on that?
Yeah, so OpenSea, they just updated their terms of service to say, anyone that's using our service, they're going to basically block the jurisdictions that are sanctioned on the OFAC regions. But they added Iran. But then I don't know if they actually froze the assets and gave them to OFAC, or they're just keeping the assets, but the owners of the assets, it's gone. And Infura is the node host for MetaMask, and you have the option on MetaMask to select to host your own node or to use alternative nodes, but the default is Infura. And I think Infura updated it for Venezuela, like they came out and apologized, but it just shows what a centralized system Ethereum is. If, all of a sudden every Ethereum on MetaMask using this Infura that's going to comply with whatever the OFAC tells them, it's not decentralized.
So OpenSea actually is a disaster right now. And actually, they changed their terms of service because of me. We have had so many lawsuit threats with them in the last month for all of the hacking and everything that's going on. I assume most people know that OpenSea is having a floodgate of problems, and they actually screwed me. I'm a contingency fee lawyer. They actually paid everybody off. It goes to show you how much money they're making because their terms of service weren't actually written very well. And now they actually are they've gone like every other major exchange that's worth $1 billion, but they paid everybody off that got stuff stolen. That goes to show you how much money is there. And they are, I say this about Coinbase. When Coinbase started, they were a mess. But they are now a legitimate business doing things. OpenSea is moving in that direction as well, which goes back to our earlier conversation. They're a third party, they are what they are. And I mean, their best arguments to me, their lawyers actually wrote a letter that said, NFTs aren't real. They're like, you don't own any IP property, you don't own anything. And then they paid everyone off because that would have been a terrible, terrible position.
Is that letter public?
No, that would be a terrible, position to put their clientele in. Because the argument was, well, you don't own any intellectual rights to the work. And they came around, let's just say that.
One thing about this with the Infura and MetaMask as background is just a couple days ago, a lawsuit came out from the minority shareholders against Consensus, which is Joe Lubin's company out of Brooklyn. And in those papers, it was revealed that Infura and MetaMask are partially, if not wholly owned by JP Morgan Chase. If you remember back in 2020, there was a transaction where forgetting the Ethereum concept that's internal to the bank that was sold out, essentially. They sold out their Onyx system that was for privacy from JP Morgan Chase. For me, I can't remember the name. But the point is, though, that MetaMask and Infura, it was shown just a couple days ago via this lawsuit that's in Switzerland that JP Morgan Chase is potentially responsible for the nodes of Infura and MetaMask. So please raise your hand if you think Jamie Dimon is going to protect Bitcoin. Okay? So that's really the level of, as you say, shitcoinery that we've reached, is that we have one of the largest ecosystems that, whether it's a security or not, sanctions trumps, that's what Gary Gensler's issue is. He's fighting really hard about the securities thing, but sanctions trump all that. And the minute you get sanctions involved, that's typically the priority.
All right. So there was a settlement with BlockFi recently, I think.
Oh, the $100 million BlockFi.
Yeah.
Again, another company that has so much money they can afford to pay $100 million. But they have the most false and misleading advertising because people who give money to BlockFi, it's like, oh, you'll get 6%. You only get it on like the first half of a Bitcoin, and after that, it's like 0.01. But it's worse than actually a savings account. But that's just my opinion. You guys can jump in on BlockFi. I like suing them also, just to be clear. They have terrible security.
Well, one of the interesting things on that is they're told they have to register as an investment company within the next 60 days. But the Investment Company Act is only for securities, and I guess now they've said that. I thought originally that they were getting in trouble for their lending. So it was like, and Commissioner Hester Peirce came out as well with a statement saying it's actually impossible for them to register as an investment company because of the product that they're using it's a note, and with the note, they don't use the Howey test, they use the Rev's family resemblance test for promissory notes. So it's a different, they're both securities, but under different, avenues to become a security. And but then after that, the Investor Bulletin came out stating that the interest-bearing accounts are actually securities; they're not notes. But and 32 states were involved in that as well. So it wasn't just the SEC that went after BlockFi, but now you have 32 states and their blue sky rules stating that these are securities as well. So everyone doing investment-bearing, assets in crypto really is on notice now that they all have to somehow get registered as an investment company, which requires SEC approval, which is probably years and years away from approval. So it's like you just go away and don't operate is what they told them.
Yeah, I think that this is part of Gary Gensler's strategy, right, which is to try to bring in large companies like BlockFi and through regulation by enforcement, explain what's supposed to happen to the industry. I'm sure there's other exchanges on his list like Coinbase and others that he's trying to work on with interest-bearing products. And so it's really an effective maneuver by him from a regulatory standpoint. And it's not like a secret. I mean, Gary Gensler said like 50,000 times to please come in and talk to me about registering your exchange. And I'd be curious to hear what you think, David, in terms of the idea of, what Gary Gensler is saying is if you have 50 tokens on your exchange, if just one of them is a security, that means you're supposed to have registered with him at the SEC. And I have a feeling of the 50 tokens on any exchange, there's likely some securities that can be found, which would work well for what Gensler's trying to do.
I personally believe that the large exchanges should all be registered. My personal problem is having sued, I think at this point, Coinbase, Kraken, Bittrex. I have not sued Gemini, so they're the only ones who I can't say this about. Is price execution. In every one of our lawsuits, they all say the same thing. We are not a real exchange, and price execution is based on our system and our platform only. Most of the lawsuits I did a couple of years ago were about flash crashes, and we use as evidence. Well, Kraken had a flash crash. Bitcoin went from 1,000 to $1, and you should turn around now. And Coinbase, it never dropped under 1,000. And their response is, well, because we're not real, and it's our platform, and we can do what we want. But every exchange says that, and I think that as we've become this industry that is rapidly approaching the trillions of dollars, and the belief that Bitcoin is worth one price universally, the reason why Gensler is going to go, and why all of these exchanges are going to eventually look like true trading platforms is price execution, because you should not be there. Arbitrage should not be a thing in Bitcoin. Arbitrage in the US, arbitrage overseas. The people I actually know who made the most money in Bitcoin were in 2014, who were simply arbitraging overseas. I mean, you can have a 25% differential, and that was 100% safe, easy money to make. Now, that shouldn't be a thing, so I do think that they're going to find a reason to make sure everyone registers as a trading platform.
All right, let's change gears one more time on a topic that almost endangered the name of this conference, Unconfiscatable, with the announcement by the federal government that they have confiscated like 3-something billion $3.6 billion worth of Bitcoin, Ethereum mostly, from two people who I can't possibly see hacking Bitfinex. You guys are probably a little more involved with the details of this. I think, David, let's just start with you and go that way. How insane is that story? What's really going on?
So my daughter right now doesn't think I'm a real lawyer. She thinks I'm just a TV personality. I literally had to get my hair cut. I just shot a piece for the NBC Nightly News yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago now, talking about this. Because this story is fascinating. Because, first of all, and I've been quoted all over the place, I accidentally referred to these two people as patsies. They are patsies. I mean, I can't even think of a better word. They're not the hackers. They're not accused of being the hackers. But the person who hacked gave them the money because they realized Bitcoin's unconfiscatable. They knew they couldn't keep it themselves, so they gave it to two patsies. I mean, this woman's videos are some of the most entertaining shit I have ever seen in my life. I literally spent 2 days just watching her rap, and I couldn't stop laughing. But she proved the point. Bitcoin's unconfiscatable. The person who hacked, and by the way, I think the government knows who the hacker is, just so we're clear. I think the government 100% knows. This is my belief. Cameras everywhere. I get sued all the time nowadays for putting my foot in my mouth. This is David Silver's personal opinion that the government already knows. They know who the hacker is. I believe probably it was someone, an insider, or someone working with an insider. But ultimately, those people were smart enough to know, because it's unconfiscatable, because tracing mechanisms nowadays, we can trace through mixers, we can trace through dark pools, we can trace through everything. So there's no more like, ooh, it went through a mixer, this is easily to get rid of. No, they at 100% are setting this up to actually make the argument it's unconfiscatable. Yeah, they brought this in because the people who stole it didn't want it because they knew they could never move it around without getting caught. So I think it actually proves the point that Bitcoin's unconfiscatable. And I do think that the best thing that came out of this is that ultimately, well, I got more airtime on TV, which I really like. And two, I do think that this is proving the point of why crypto is special, why Bitcoin is special, because the government, if you want to move it in the right way, criminals now are recognizing they don't want to be holding stolen Bitcoin anymore because it is unconfiscatable. So you give it to a patsy, and the two patsies are going to go to jail for a while.
Back in the 80s, there was this issue of how the U.S. Treasury would confiscate your cash if they found cocaine on it. And, the government authorities eventually got over that, where there's, traces of cocaine on all cash. And I think you're now seeing a similar life cycle with Bitcoin, with the Bitcoins that are clean and the Bitcoins that aren't. And I think when you see these two people, I think Patsy's is exactly right, but it's a policy that's trying to create something that is a message. And the message, I think, is with the Department of Justice is creating their National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, with the FBI creating its own unit, with the Secret Service even creating some videos as they're explaining that the highest levels of intelligence will hold anyone responsible in this ecosystem if you're caught with Bitcoin, whether it's traced from an illicit activity. Obviously, in cyberspace, there isn't cocaine yet, although I haven't checked the metaverse.
Also, this somehow turned up. With that hack and then other hacks, you see the ransomware attacks where the FBI has said that they found those people and confiscated that Bitcoin too. It's it just shows it's really hard to move this stuff around. And even on the ATM network now, it's like those machines all have to take a photo of the person as they withdraw it and comply with like currency transaction reports or suspicious activity reports. So it really, the ecosystem has changed a lot from, the days when you could just go online and make big sales. It's all, a lot of it's captured, as said, and I think the FBI has really sophisticated ways to try and, find people like hack in or create alternatives to your laptops. Like they've got really sophisticated ways to get into wallets, so security is difficult.
So I talk about this all the time. I've talked about this at this conference. I right now have a federal court judgment for 11,000 Bitcoin from the original Cryptsy case. I don't know, as this conference has grown, people used to know what Cryptsy was. We got one in the back.
All right, who remembers?
There we go. It's all about Big Vern. And it was like the first case I did. So I have a court order for 11,000 Bitcoin. They've been sitting in the same wallet, the same 5 wallet addresses for the last, I don't know, I guess 8 years now. And if they were confiscatable, trust me, we would have gone after them. I mean, it's just there's nothing that can be done. And the reason why Big Vern doesn't move them, one, he's publicly indicted now. I used to have to say he was under super secret probation, but they released the indictment. He's still living in China. He's been weak. We are tracing him moving some of the smaller amounts of Bitcoin, but he hasn't touched the large ones yet because that's like radioactive. So it's good, but the criminals are learning that stolen Bitcoin is worthless because no one will touch it because of the FBI, DOJ, Secret Service. They're all using Chainalysis. They're all using live tracing from CoinFirm now. They're all using Elliptic has its own. All 3 of the major forensics firms. It's easy as can be, and the price of tracing it has gone from a $100,000 case at Chainalysis 5 years ago is like $150 now. I mean, it's like the cost of a TV. It just keeps getting lower and lower. So I think that's good for the space. I think it's healthy that you now know that you're transacting in legitimate crypto.
All right, we're going to do a question. We have time for one question. I'm going to disagree with David Silver on this. And Doug, come up here. There's a microphone stand. I'll come down. So I am going to agree on this one and disagree on this one. Sorry.
And hold on. Because privacy functionality is going to get built out. It wasn't the most critical functionality. Scaling was more important than privacy. But privacy and fungibility are coming. So I think if Big Vern holds out another 5 years or so, I think he will be able to move that. Doug?
Yeah, so similar question then. So the question is, does Lightning fix this? Guy Swann just did a presentation about how when you stick something in a Lightning network, the different nodes don't know where it's going, where it came from, how many hops. Is this an irrelevant understanding that the government will soon say, oh shit, now we gotta figure this one out?
I think those amounts are really big for the Lightning Network. Maybe that one will take 10 years, but I don't know. I don't know what David Silver's thoughts are.
U.S. government is reactive, not proactive. So they will have that moment when they say, oh, shit, we missed this again, and have to start from scratch.
I think the best way to clean tainted coins lately has been the U.S. government taking it and reselling it, and it's the only way those coins can get back into circulation clean.
Wait, so what's going to happen to that 3.6 billion? Shouldn't Bitfinex get it back?
So this is a really great question because Bitfinex, who has some of the best lawyers in the country, they're claiming that they've already paid off their investors who lost money with their token. So they are making a claim for all $3.6 billion. I will bet both of my children's lives that will not happen. The government is never going to hand them $3.6 billion. They're going to tax the hell out of this. They've already announced they're doing the restitution program. All of their clients, now most of them are international. I've been speaking to a lot of them. Their attitude is this: well, I got the token that was worth 10%. I am a claim holder. I'm a stakeholder. I want my money back. Now, the problem is most of these people haven't paid taxes and they haven't actually reported any of this stuff. So we're back into that whole privacy thing again. But it is going to be, the government is not turning that money over. They might sell it. That's an option.
Right, that's the other billion-dollar question. Is the government going to keep the Bitcoin or are they going to sell it?
So they're claiming right now they're going to do a restitution program. This hasn't been finalized yet. What they're temporarily telling the clientele is that they're going to do a restitution program with a price fix from back then. And as you can imagine, wealthy crypto holders do not want to take a price fix from 5 years ago.
Well, that's certainly another way to have your coins cleaned, right? Is maybe we should start going to U.S. Marshals auctions and buying Bitcoin from the U.S. government, because how can you go wrong there?
All right, guys. All right, this was a great panel. Thank you so much. Is that the one that doesn't work?
This one's dead, yeah.
This one's dead. Right. Thank you, John. All right, now it works. Great. All right. All right. Well, this one's dead. All right. Set 'em up. Hey guys, we are gonna keep moving right along, but don't forget we have coffee back there in the corner. If you get up, walk past the sponsor booths. Feel free to ask them any questions. You can leave them on the side. It's okay. You can leave them there. Yeah, that's fine. You can leave them here. Yeah. You can leave them on the side. Just right there. Perfect. All right. Yep. Mark's going to come up in a minute. So while we set up, so we're going to be doing MC by committee. So in the next 5 minutes to introduce Mark Moss, I would like to bring up Surfer Jim, who's going to say a few words. You can come up right into the stage. Yep, come on up. And he's going to say a few words about what Bitcoin means to him, and then introduce our keynote speaker.
All right, everybody, thanks for coming. This is my third Unconfiscatable. I'd like everybody to give a large round of applause, not only to Tone Vays for putting this on, but for all the people in the background that help, including Muzzman. Where are you, brother? He's really in charge. I think this is one of the best Bitcoin conferences in the world, along with BitBlock Boom in Texas. So if you're not going to that one, I highly recommend you sign up for that. Gary Leland does a great job. And if you're interested in Bitcoin, like most of the people here, this is where you want to be. This is not a shitcoin conference. We only care about Bitcoin. That's why we're here. So Tony asked me to use up a few minutes. It's a good thing most people aren't here because I'm not that important. But I have a story. We all have a story. How did we find Bitcoin, right? So some of you may have known or may have heard me say this. When I was a kid growing up, I had to take everything apart. I just was so curious how things worked inside. And so I grew up in an analog world. It was not a digital world. There was no internet. There were no cell phones when I was a kid. So the logic of how anything worked in the physical world was pretty obvious to me as a kid. And so I lived around this logic. Everything had to make sense in my world. If somebody said to me, well, this is what we do, my immediate thought was, why? And, you know, how's it work? What's the logic? So I go through life. I'm a builder. I build homes. And so my attitude towards plumb and level is irrelevant. If the building is going to come out right, I have to align with what we know as first principles. So you can deny that gravity exists. You can not even like it. But if you walk off the ledge over there, it doesn't care, right? So first principles are these things that they act on us regardless of our knowledge of them or our attitude towards them. So, like many people, when I heard about Bitcoin for the third time 5 years ago, I said, okay, this looks interesting, and this whole number go up technology is certainly interesting, so I need to find out what this is. Is it a scam? And, or is it something I can put some money into and maybe gain some value out of it? So for me, I couldn't trust anybody. I needed to know how it worked. So I spent more than 6 months studying, and I was very fortunate to, in the very early part of my journey, I found Tone Vays on the internet. And Tone and several other people made sense to me. Their logic and reason was consistent. And the phrase, don't trust, verify, was one of those things I learned about early on. And I said, all right, I don't know this guy, but sounds good, so let me see if I can verify. And I just kept doing that. And little by little, I started to understand how Bitcoin worked. And just backing up for a second, I believe that money, in general, is one of the most important constructs that humanity has ever come up with. We have been able to move away from barter and to specialization, and we have grown as a humanity worldwide because of the concept of money. Bitcoin, in my opinion, is the best form of that money, of money in general. And so to me, Bitcoin is the most important invention in all of human history. Actually, it's a discovery, because the principles that operate Bitcoin are first principles that we don't control, like numbers and math. And so for me, a guy growing up in the analog world and studying the digital world, I can't read code and I can't really understand what it's doing, but I can't see what it's doing, but I can understand what it's doing. And when the logic fell into place about all the pieces of the puzzle that make Bitcoin work, to me it was like, lightning hit me, an epiphany, and I could never, ever turn away at that point. I found something that was a human created in a way, but adheres to a whole bunch of these first principles that sort of guided my life. And so it's now my mission to just help everybody in the world understand this really important thing that we now have. So most of the people I think in this room are already pretty sold on Bitcoin. I probably haven't said anything that most people already don't believe or understand. This is potentially for anybody out there in the larger world that's watching this on a recording. Do your homework, study this stuff. It's really cool, it's really important. And the thing about Bitcoin is you don't have to trust the people in Bitcoin, you can trust the protocol of Bitcoin, which is immutable. No one's gonna change it, and you can sort of count on it, which is one of these really cool things in life. So thank you for listening to my little rant. Let's bring up the man of the hour right here. A lot of you people probably know who this is, but Mr. Mark Moss is going to tell us about how you can't really take Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin, come and get it. All right, brother.
Yeah, Jim,
good luck.
thank you. From one surfer to another. So, thanks, Surfer Jim. Yeah, we're going to talk about, unconfiscatable, the theme of what we're talking about, why we're all here right now. And it's really never been more relevant than right now, today. Now, let's see if my clicker works here. There we go. All right. So we're talking about Come and Take It. You might have seen this movie or heard of this movie from, it's called 300, and it's the story of the Battle of Thermopylae, which was about 450 BC. King Xerxes is coming through, and he's going to take on the Spartans. The Spartans were way overnumbered. If you guys haven't seen the movie, they put themselves in this little canyon. They were going to try to hold back the king, Xerxes, and they came and he said, look, we have way too many people. You're all going to die. But if you lay your weapons down, maybe we'll let you live. And they said, come and take them. It didn't work out too well for them, but it became the rally cry, and it's been used throughout the ages. And Bitcoin is that rally cry. Now, Bitcoin, in my opinion, and I would imagine most of you here today also agree that Bitcoin equals freedom. Bitcoin equals freedom. We say in Bitcoin, not your keys, not your coins. And the entire world just found out over the last 3 weeks that is 100% true. If you don't have control of your asset, then you don't own it. It doesn't matter if you were in Canada and you were a trucker, if you were a single mother that donated $50 to a completely legal program and you got your bank accounts frozen, or if you're one of 3 global superpowers with nukes. Even your money isn't your money. As we found out, Russia had their entire reserve, $650 billion, seized by the United States. On top of that, they got their equities taken. So now their stock in Apple is gone. Their money is gone. And the IMF just announced that they're not going to exchange their SDRs anymore. Gregg could talk more about this, but I can't imagine any nation in the world would ever want to hold dollars as reserves again anymore. And the whole world has found out front and center, even a sovereign nation with nukes, if you don't own your keys, you don't own your coins. Now, of course, we're at a Bitcoin conference and we say Bitcoin, not crypto. There's a big difference between Bitcoin and crypto. One of the big common misconceptions that I hear a lot, this might come strange to some people here, but we do not need to decentralize everything. Not everything needs to be decentralized. We don't need to manage lettuce on the supply chain. That doesn't need to happen. We don't need to decentralize everything. What we need to decentralize is the money. We got to fix the money. We say we fix the money, we fix the world. And really, at the base of that, it's not just the money, but it's the payments. I heard Guy Swann talk about this on one of his podcasts and talking about Lightning being used. And he said it's the payments that we have to fix That is the problem. That's what we're trying to decentralize. That's what we're trying to take the power away. And I know that comes as a shock. We don't need to decentralize everything. What we need is decentralize the money, take away the central banker's power to create more money at will, and of course, seize money from Canadians or from Russians. Now, I like to say that there is no freedom without the freedom to transact. That sits at the base of everything, and most people haven't really thought this through, but in America, for example, the Constitution guarantees us freedom to speech. Okay, that's great, I have freedom to speech, but if I don't have money to buy a computer to post stuff on the internet, how do I have freedom of speech? If I don't have money to pay for a pamphlet to pass out, if I don't have money to buy a microphone and talk, I mean, I guess I can talk in my house, I have freedom for that, but without payments, I don't have that. Freedom of assembly, we're guaranteed the freedom of assembly, but if I can't pay to put gas in my truck to drive there, if I can't pay for a hotel room when I get there, if I can't pay food to eat, there is no assembly without the freedom to transact. Freedom of religion, it's guaranteed, specifically guaranteed, but if the church can't pay for a building, if we can't pay for the people to work there, there is no freedom. So it sits with that, fix the money, decentralize the money, fix the payments. That's where freedom comes from. Now, of course, that's the part they want to attack. That's the part they want to take down. So that is one of the biggest attack vectors that we have with Bitcoin right now. And this is where the battleground is going to be. One of the biggest objections I hear is, oh yeah, but they're going to make it illegal. Right? And they know that. It's that the attack vector is on that custody. And we're seeing this battleground play out in real time. As a matter of fact, in the last 2 weeks, we saw Rep. Davidson from Ohio. He put forth a bill. It's called Keep Your Coins Act. It's kind of weird that in America, with some of the strongest private property rights in the world, we have to pass a law that would allow us to keep our property. But that's where we are. So he sees that that's where the battleground is, and so luckily we do have some people that are putting forth bills like that to protect that. We have, the famous announcement of announcements coming. The Biden admin announced that they are going to be doing executive orders so they can regulate cryptocurrency. We don't know what that's going to be. My guess, again, custody. Of course, Janet Yellen, the Treasury, they have this unlimited budget now, so they can go start freezing any accounts they want that are somehow associated with some addresses that maybe they just don't like for who knows whatever reason. So that is the battleground, the custody aspect of it. And of course, that's what Bitcoin gives us. Now, this is a new problem. For a lot of people, they don't realize this, but this is a new problem. For all of history, we had commodity money. Commodity money, real things. We had rocks, we had feathers, we had seashells, we had yellow metal, we had gold. It was money for 5,000 years, and it was commodity money. It was very decentralized. You can go dig it out of the ground, collect your feathers, collect your rocks. You held them, you had custody, and you traded those things one-on-one with people. If I held it, if it was in my possession, it was mine. Very simple. That's how it's been for all of eternity. There was never a problem with custody until recently. And really, we could see it really started ramping up in 1933 when the Executive Order 6102 came through, which made it illegal for you to hold gold anymore. So gold was big, it was clunky, it was heavy, it was hard to transact, so we put it in the bank, and they gave us a paper gold certificate that represented a claim to that gold. The problem with that is that it was all centralized. All the gold was in the banks. They shut it down, went on a bank holiday. When they opened the bank back up, you weren't able to get your gold out anymore. And even worse, those 20 paper gold certificates that equaled an ounce of gold, now it took 35 of them. So not only did they steal your real money, they gave you worthless paper that was even devalued even more. And that's really where the attack, I believe, started. 1970, we had the Bank Secrecy Act. Under the Bank Secrecy Act, it was, to stop bad people from doing bad things, stop terrorism. And so you couldn't transact with cash over $10,000. You guys know that. Go to the bank, if you're going to withdraw cash, make sure it's less than $10,000. The big thing about this, though, is that in 1970, when that went through, $10,000 was worth about $80,000 today. So it's really gone a long way from there. But where it really kicked into overdrive is in the, Don't Kill Puppies Act, right? The Patriot Act. They always give these things some name that makes it sound like, of course, everybody's for that. Like, I don't want to kill puppies. Of course, I like that. They call it the Patriot Act. It was the day that Americans lost more freedom than any time in history. And it was the time when our money came under attack because you might do bad things with it. You might fund terrorism. And that's bad. Nobody likes that. So, of course, let's go for that. I'm a patriot. I don't want the U.S. attacked. And that's when custody really came under attack. And so really, it's only been heavily attacked in the last 20 years. A lot of us here are old enough to remember a day before that was the case. But this is the battleground that we fight right now, unconfiscatable. Now, in the United States and in most democratic countries, there's such thing called constitutions, and those guarantee us rights. The Constitution just quickly doesn't give us rights. The Constitution is supposed to limit the government. All right, think about it that way. But we have the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment guarantees us, it protects us from the government doing unwarranted search and seizures, meaning that they need a warrant to look at what we're doing and then potentially take our stuff, but not anymore. They want to see any transaction over $600. They want to shine a flashlight up your butt. If they don't like what it is, like Janet Yellen and the Treasury just said, they have unlimited power to freeze and seize your accounts. No due process. It's gone. The Fifth Amendment, the due process, as I said. So we used to be, innocent until proven guilty. So you might use your money to do something illegal. You might use your Bitcoin to do something illegal. But we're just going to take it because we don't want you to do that. So it's like you're guilty before you've done anything. It's kind of like that movie Minority Report, like pre-crime. You might drive your car into a crowd. Maybe you shouldn't have a car. You might eat food so you have some energy before you go kill people, so you probably shouldn't have food either. I mean, how crazy is this? Like, we can just keep chasing it down. But how about you're innocent until proven guilty? That's the way it's supposed to be. But what happens with these laws is they, start out good. It's unintended consequences. It's the Cobra effect, if you guys know what that is. I'm not going to tell the whole story, but it's this unintended consequence that happens. It's mission creep. It starts out good. It starts out with good intentions, and it slowly becomes bad. It becomes big. We have bureaucratic censorship happening right now. What does that mean? That means these are not laws, but we're being censored by bureaucrats who were not elected on laws that were not passed. So, for example, OnlyFans. They got cut off, payments. Can't get payments if you're OnlyFans. It's not illegal, but whatever. Payment providers don't like it, so you can't transact. Shops that sell guns. In the United States, we have the Second Amendment. Guns are legal, but if you sell guns, that's high risk, and we don't want to allow you to collect payments. It's the mission creep. It starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And if you think that's a problem, just wait until CBDCs come out, right? That's programmable money, behavioral modification money that they can control. And what's happened is all of this becomes a honeypot of power and money. So with KYC, Know Your Customer, we have to put all of our information into a centralized database. They have control over the money. They see every single transaction that we have. They know what we're buying, how much we have, where we're going, and it becomes a honeypot. What do I mean by that? So like a giant database like Experian that has all your credit data, that's a honeypot. That means there's a treasure trove of data, and of course, hackers, criminals may want to get that information. But imagine when all of your information is in a centralized database, all of it. Imagine how big of a honeypot that is. Now, we were warned about this. Henry Kissinger famously told us that if you control the food, you control a nation. The FDA is poisoning us, telling us to eat a bunch of carbs in the morning and put all those, cut out the fat and put all those seed oils on our food. Control the food. If we control the energy, you control a region, so ESG narratives, right? How are they gaining control over the world? Through the energy. And if you control the money, then you can control the world. And so what we're witnessing right now is a coup of central bankers. And they've weaponized the system. Money is a tool. Money measures wealth. Money allows us to trade for goods and services. But now they're using it as a weapon. Of course, we're seeing it in real time in Russia. And it's a real risk, right? Instantly, like in Canada, your rights are just cut off instantly. No due process. You're kicked out of the financial system. You can't even feed your family. You can't even put, like I said, gas in your car. And really what this ultimately does is it enables global criminals. Now, you can't have more than $600 without us seeing exactly what you're doing, because you might do something bad with that $600. Never mind the billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons that we've given to the Middle East. Never mind that. But the $600 you have, that could be really bad. But you got to think, like, criminals have actually gotten pretty smart these days. Criminals with $600 don't do a lot. It's the criminals that have found themselves into politics, and the criminals that have found themselves into banking. Those are the real criminals of the world today. They're global criminals, and they have access to all of your information, all of your payment history, and complete access to turn your life off with a switch. And the thing to understand with this is that you're always going to be on the wrong side, regardless of what side you're on. If you're left, there's people on the right. You're Republican, there's Democrats. You're pro-life, there's pro-choice. The world's divided. So, like, a lot of people I've seen cheering for sanctions, cheering for these things happening to Canadian truckers. But imagine if you were on the other side and that was being used against you. You're always going to be on the wrong side, which is why we shouldn't have these policies in place for anyone to use. But something's happening because of this. This is a massive catalyst that's happening right now. We know the UN has reported that there's about 2 billion adults in the world without access to the global financial system, which is a shame. 2 billion adults, that's more than half of the adults in the world. Now, pretty interesting, the internet has really changed things. Having a smartphone like this is like equality. Anywhere in the world, I could learn anything, I could meet anyone, I could do anything. A 15-year-old kid anywhere in the world could start an Instagram account and make $100,000. Oh, but not if they don't have access to the financial system. So we have all these people who have no access to the financial system, but it's even ramping up now. Like I said, the catalyst. So now all these Canadians were just kicked out. All of Russia just kicked out. Now, if I was having a party, I'm like, hey, you're too noisy. You go over there. And hey, you're doing this. You go over there. And people just start leaving, and they leave the party. Eventually, I'm the only one left at the party. And they're all having their own party over there. So we're kicking all these people out of the financial system. And what are they going to do? They're just going to go crawl in a hole and die? No, of course not. They're going to figure out a new system. They're going to figure out how to survive outside of the existing financial systems that's there. And this is the biggest catalyst that we're witnessing. So all of Russia, they'll just work outside the dollar. And any nation that wants their energy and their wheat, they're also going to work outside the dollar. We've seen no country is going to be safe holding it. Now, what I love about this is there's a quote from Socrates. He said that the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. So I can't change the financial system, but I can pull my money out and I can just go build a system over here. I can't change the education system as much as I'd like to, but I can pull my kids out of school and we can homeschool them. I can't change the media, but I can create my own media, which of course I have. If you're not following me on YouTube, you should, by the way, Mark Moss. I can't change the healthcare system, but I can use my money to go see my own doctor. But again, it all starts with the payments, and the payments allow us to build a parallel economy. This is the key point here. When you study what happened with the fall of the USSR and Russia in the 70s and the 80s, it was really driven by a few key people, in my opinion, Václav Havel, Solzhenitsyn. They wrote these books, and like the Gulag Archipelago, and they talked about how because communism under Russia was so harsh that it restricted them so much that they made their own markets outside. They built parallel economies. And what happened is because they built these parallel economies, it took the power away from the communists. What can they do to them when they're not in their system? And it was through the parallel economies that eventually caused the crash of communism, and that's where we're at today. We have our own money, the payments, that opens up the freedom for us to go build all the other things that we need. Education, healthcare, finance, health, etc. We can go build those parallel economies right now today. That is what will effect change. Like Socrates said, don't focus on fighting that old thing. You can't fight it. You can't change it. I mean, I guess still vote. Might as well go out swinging, but it's probably not going to do any good. So instead of fighting it, I'll just go over here. That's better. Focus on building the new. And so, You guys might have seen, this is a new updated picture. You might have seen this old picture of this old tank, or this old cannon. There's a flag and it says, "Come and take it." Of course, it started in the Sparta story I started in the beginning, but like I said, this has been used throughout history over and over. And the story of the original flag it's called the Gonzales flag. And the story behind the Gonzales flag is that in the 1700s, when some of America was still owned by Mexico, in Texas, they were called Texians at the time. And it was part of Mexico, and Mexico had given them this little old cannon. And the cannon was really symbolic. It wasn't really a good cannon. It was hardly usable. And the Texians started to want their independence from Mexico at the time. This is leading up to the story of the Alamo, if you guys know that story. And so they got this little cannon, and then the Texans started to want their own independence. They, no taxation without representation. You don't know what we want down there in Mexico City. We want our independence. And so they said, well, then we want our cannon back. And the Texans are like, you want your cannon back? This thing's worthless anyway. They said, yeah, we want our cannon back. So they sent a delegate of troops, Mexican troops, up to Texas to reclaim the cannon. And the Mexicans said, hey, we want the cannon. If we don't get the cannon, we're going to attack. We have way too many people. You're all going to die. We're going to give you some time to think about that. So the Mexican army had positioned themselves just south of the river, camping, and the Texians, so they're called at the time, they got the cannon, they put on a little cart, and they went through the night, and they dragged the cannon all the way through the desert. And this little cannon it was barely usable, they positioned it right on the Mexican army, and they fired that thing, boom, right on them. They said, you want the cannon? Come and take it. And so, that's how it is with Bitcoin. But they're going to make it illegal. Come and take it. I guess I have a couple minutes for questions. Is that right? If there's any.
If you have a question, come up to the mic, please.
I guess it was pretty self-explanatory. Oh, yeah.
So, what is your suggestion if you want to transact with Bitcoin? Oh, sorry. What is your suggestion if we want to transact with Bitcoin while still being protected by the Fourth Amendment?
Well,
I mean, I mine Bitcoin, right? But I mine it to an exchange. So,
So part of the problem that you have to understand, remember about the building parallel systems, is that anytime you're transacting in the fiat system, that's their system. So all the objections to any of this really comes down to where you're trying to exchange your fiat for Bitcoin or trying to exchange your Bitcoin back for fiat. So kind of the point you're making is like, how can I operate in their system without being required to follow their rules? The reality is, if you're going to play in their system, you're probably going to have to follow their rules. Because you're mining to an exchange, the exchange can just freeze your account, not your keys, not your coins. And so the point is like I said, not trying to change that, just go use your own system. So why not mine your Bitcoin to your own wallet and just spend directly off your Bitcoin?
And what's really scary is I noticed a year ago, local Bitcoins where you can meet up with people, now they require KYC.
Yeah, there's Hodder, that's still pretty good, and then you have like the BIS network as well that are pretty good, and then you have options like Bitrefill or Paxful where you can exchange it for Visa gift cards or Amazon cards or Airbnb cards or whatever you want. And those are the parallel systems. Yeah.
Oh, guys, come up here. It's to avoid feedback. Perfect. You can just hold it. It's fine.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
There we go.
Closer.
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay. I really liked your rant, like all of it, and how you were building, like, them as how they were gathering power throughout the decades. My question would be, how do you see, like, the other part that I see also gathering from them, like how they are controlling power is the narrative, what we consume, right?
Yep.
And how they divide us with different stories. So in the come and take it, how as we evolve and become bigger as a community of Bitcoiners, how do we stay, how do you see us staying together despite all the narrative, like you're red, I'm blue, you're black, whatever?
Yeah, good question. So as I said, right, we don't need to change or spend energy fighting that system. So the question he's asking is the narrative. They control the narrative. So not only the money, they control the narrative. So I said we don't have to change the financial system. We can pull out. We don't have to change the media. So the media controls the narrative. But do they really, right? So you have CNN, their top show, Anderson Cooper. He gets about 600,000 views per episode. I've got more views than that on my YouTube channel, and I'm not even that big. Joe Rogan's getting 200 million views. So the alternative news is the true narrative. It's just not on public, mainstream TV. So how do you? So one, we don't need to change that. We've already just built our own parallel information network. Now, how do we protect ourselves, to your point, from being divided based off of identity politics, if you will? Well, a lot of that is just in your own discernment. So the old problem used to be, how do I get information? Today is, how do I discern the information that I have? And so just ask yourself basic questions. Who's telling me this? What are their ulterior motives that they might have? Things like that. Practice critical thinking. And then I think if you understand really things down to their first level concepts, right? First level thinking, then you can kind of see through that better. But I would say just opt out of that. Yep.
All right, Mark.
All right, thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Hey, guys, we're going to do this now. I think we have time for a little bit of a break. We'll give you guys a chance to check out the sponsors. Also, the art gallery in the back. So we're going to do the next panel in exactly 15 minutes. At exactly 11:30 a.m. Will be the next panel. All right? Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for coming in early. A lot of people are still recovering from last night, but they'll be here in 15 to listen to our next panel on storage and security, how to actually make your keys unconfiscatable. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. All right. Come on back. Find your seats. Oh, one too many chairs. No, come up a little bit later. Aleks is going to introduce you. We have too many chairs. There you go. Thank you. Yep, catch. That's fine. Oh, clicker. Oh, mics? No, there's no mics. I have them all. All right, guys. Welcome back. We had a short lunch break. Glad people went to the vendor area. Also check out our art gallery as well in the back. Smoking area outside. All right, we're going to get moving right along here. I'm going to introduce the moderator for the next panel. And she will also take a few minutes, talk about what Bitcoin has meant to her life. And then Alexandra is going to go ahead and introduce the panel. So without any further ado, Alexandra coming up. Looking gorgeous.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Where should I sit? Just stand? All right, cool. This is probably live, right? Anyway. So I'm Alexandra Moxin. I do a number of things. So you probably know me as the host of the Advanced Tech Podcast. It's an emerging tech podcast focused on Bitcoin, artificial intelligence, VR, AR, a bunch of really other cool things. I'm also vice president of product for a company called Liquid. So not the protocol. We're a Lightning Network company. Sean is around here somewhere. Oh, there he is, Sean and Janice. Yeah, come talk to us. We're doing some pretty cool things in this space. So I've been asked to say, what does Bitcoin mean to me? And for me, Bitcoin is hope. And this is a title of an article that I wrote when I was down in Elizonte in November. And so I had the opportunity to speak to some of the original organizers. So Roman, who's also known as Chimbara. I spoke with Vitas, who's a personal friend. He's organizer of Team Satoshi. So he's responsible for the Fitcoiner movement, so people who are into fitness and Bitcoin and personal sovereignty. And also Chris Hunter, who is here somewhere. So I had the opportunity to speak to him. He's the organizer of Adopting Bitcoin, which is where I was at. And Bitcoin is really interesting. So the story of Elizonte, just wanted to talk very briefly about it. You can really see the community impact there. So, I mean, it's an emerging space, and you really do see the leapfrogging aspect, which is quite interesting. So, if you are interested in finding out a little bit more, just go to my Twitter profile. So it's Alexandra933, and I just give a good overview of what Bitcoin means to Elizonte and the people of Elizonte. Yeah, it's Advance, so Advance without the D on the end, because it's all about moving forward. Tech Podcast. Okay, so with that, I'd like to introduce the panelists. So, panelists, Bobby Lee, come on up. Just have a seat wherever you like. So Bobby is CEO of Ballet Crypto.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon or good morning.
So before I'm going to have everybody come up on stage, and then I'll give each person a couple of minutes to talk. NVK, CEO of Coinicarus. And Guy Swann, the guy who probably knows more about Bitcoin than anyone in this room.
Have you read my book? Have you read my book?
Haven't read that one yet.
Well,
Nope.
so technically not yet, but now you can be the most read person. Hey. The book? Promise of Bitcoin. The Future of Money and How It Can Work for You by Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee, I know the guy.
I've seen him too.
With this one pointed towards that speaker, so try and keep it pointed back. There's a speaker right there. Right? Same thing, keep the mic out of
One for you?
I have one of those.
Okay.
One for you too. Check.
Hello?
Oh yeah, I just...
Check.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so with that, let's start with introductions. NVK, please go first.
Oh, so I make security hardware for the last 12 years in Bitcoin. I think a lot of you probably heard of Cold Card and OpenDime and Block Clock and all that stuff. That's the things we make. So yeah,
I am Guy Swann. Like you heard, I'm the guy who's read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know. I host Bitcoin Audible, and I've done like 14 Bitcoin audiobooks, and I do all the articles. I've done like 600 some odd reads just so that you can listen on the show. I am an avid user of all Bitcoin security and storage options. I download them when they're all still broken in alpha and beta, and I tinker with them, and I love it. It's fascinating. But yeah, so that's why I know a thing or two about storage.
And Bobby. please
Yes,
go ahead.
hi. Good morning. So I'm Bobby Lee. I've been in Bitcoin since 2011. And now I'm doing my second startup called Ballet. We make cryptocurrency wallets, mass market, make it easy for everyone to really allow people to have their private keys in their own hands, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. And this is my second company. My first company was BTC China, the very first Bitcoin exchange in China, launched in 2011. So that business, it was a custodial platform. So now that I've sold that company 4 years ago, I've pivoted 180 degrees. Now I'm all about privacy, all about self-custody, all about mass market adoption. That's why I've written this book called The Promise of Bitcoin. This is non-technical for everyone. In fact, last week I just finished narrating the whole book, about 9.5 hours. I was in a recording studio. So the audiobook version will come out hopefully in a few months in my own voice. It was really tricky, all the alliterations and the pronunciations and all the long syllables and all that stuff. Anyways, it was fun doing that. I'm happy to be here. Again, I'm passionate about Bitcoin. I'm passionate about self-custody and growing the market, allowing all your friends and family to come into Bitcoin and cryptocurrency through the use of Ballet wallets and other products and services. So I'm a big supporter of the industry. Thank you very much.
All right, so first question. NVK, I'm going to give this to you, and then Bobby, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. For people starting out, where should they put their coins? And then also for people with more substantial holdings, where should they put their coins?
So I think it's like pretty well accepted that if you're just starting out and you have a few $100 worth of Bitcoin, a phone wallet that you control the keys is probably a perfectly good place for it. As you start to have more Bitcoin, you should definitely look into a hardware wallet. Even a shitty hardware wallet is better than no hardware wallets. Yeah, just make sure that you reflect over like what kind of risks you have, where you live, how much money you have, what kind of exposure you have, and then you figure out what kind of solutions will best work for you. But it's very important to keep on upgrading your security because security is a moving target.
Copy.
So for Bitcoin experts, the geeks and nerds like myself, and maybe some of us on the panel here, and for the early investors who have hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, obviously the key point there is diversification. Diversify how you store your Bitcoins. I don't care if it's on an exchange, in hardware wallets, software wallets, self-custody. Diversify, that way you don't put all your eggs in one basket. Because we know human memory is fallible. We know we lose things. We know we get hacked, SIM hijacked. There's all these risk factors, security threats. You want to diversify. Now, for the more important market, which is the mass market adoption, the next 1 billion and the 5 billion people who are eventually coming to cryptocurrency, for them, my advice, and this is through my 11 years in Bitcoin, is to really provide them with a simple solution that they can't screw up. I've seen too many people use self-custody wallets. I don't care if it's software-based or hardware-based, where they have to write down 12 or 24 words. A lot of people fall into trouble with that. A lot of people. You wouldn't even believe. Of all the people I've met and talked to, hundreds and thousands of people over the last 11 years, many people screw that up. I don't screw it up. NVK, you don't screw it up. But a lot of people screw it up, and then if you screw it up, you lose your backup, or you get hacked. Some people put their 12 words, 24 words, along with their hardware wallet in the same drawer. that defeats the purpose of an electronic hardware wallet, right? So that's why I created Ballet. We want a solution that's easy for people to use. And I love, more than anything, for my audience to upgrade, to be more sophisticated, to one day have multiple solutions, because their Bitcoins has grown from hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's when they should spend the time and the energy to learn other better, more secure methods, including electronic hardware wallets and other multi-key, multi-signature solutions, and so on and so forth. So this, security is a sliding scale, and also for convenience. It's always between security and convenience. There's a big trade-off.
So please don't diversify how you store your keys.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So let me.
I disagree vehemently.
Okay, great. It's very important to de-risk each of your solutions on how you store your keys, right? So a lot of people will run into trouble when they start diversifying. What you really want to do is de-risk each solution, right? So for example, most people won't get robbed. Most people have their, say, a house fire. So you put your 12 words or 24 words on a metal plate, right? And the chances of something happening to that now are much lower. Now, let's say you're concerned about house robberies or things like that. Then you add a passphrase. So now you have essentially two secrets, right? And ideally, you have at least one backup of this thing somewhere else in case you do have an issue with the location where the backups are.
But by definition, if you have multiple locations, that is diversifying.
Absolutely not. It's
How
still
is
the
it not
same
diversifying?
wallet.
When you put the same thing in multiple locations, you're literally physically diversifying your information.
Diversifying means you'd have...
Having a backup. That's diversification, right? Imagine a private key wallet with no backups. Is that what you're advocating?
That's not diversification.
Diversification, a backup or multiple backups
Okay,
is diversification.
whatever.
That's an English language.
Okay, whatever.
All right, let's move on.
I actually just want to say, for starting out, I actually recommend very small amounts on a custodian.
I agree.
That you should actually bridge, because one of the big things with holding your own keys and learning like seed phrases and how addresses work and all of this stuff is that it's a big enough barrier that I think the average person is most likely, if they don't yet have skin in the game, they're most likely to go, I'll do it next week.
Yeah, I
and then
agree
they
with you.
don't actually get involved. They don't actually start it until they're in a situation where they need it. And then they're having to start from scratch, and they're nervous, and they're having to do too much, tackle too much at once. But if you're getting like 20, 30, maybe even $100 or whatever, it's a very small amount of what you own, that get it, it's perfectly fine to get it on a custodian, on Swann Bitcoin, on Strike, on Cash App, whatever it is, and hold it there just to get familiar with it, to get some skin in the game and feel like you are part of Bitcoin. Then the very first thing that you should learn after that is what a seed phrase is and how to hold your own keys.
Amen.
And then from there, I think the rest is natural, and it's just a natural like, oh, I'm going to learn the next thing, and then at the end of the day, to 1000x your security against the dominant list of all the issues is just get a basic hardware wallet and use it. Like that is the one thing that you really need if you are putting real savings in Bitcoin. Get a hardware wallet, know what your seed is, and back it up.
It's also a beautiful chance to learn, right? Because you buy some Bitcoin and then you send it to a wallet, right? And that exercise starts showing you what is a Bitcoin address, right? Yeah. You send it there, you maybe send it back, you maybe delete the backup, you reinstate the backup. You learn that if you put the words back, the money shows up again, right? It's a fascinating thing. So just like play.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's
play, definitely.
So I agree with you very much. And for the last 5-7 years, I've been doing that myself, and I've been teaching some of my best friends and family to do that. However, what I realized is if we really want to get to 1 billion people, I personally do not think 1 billion people will be able to mess around with 24 seed phrase recovery words. I personally think 1 billion people will never get to do that. The current trend is the 1 billion
I think
people
we
will
should
put their
plan-
coins on exchanges, on custodial solutions. That's the current trend. More and more people are getting on custodial solutions. I agree with you for small amounts, but what's happening is people are letting bigger and bigger amounts on these custodial services, and that's why we want to advocate for people to control their private keys. So the point is that if you have the technical ability to manage your own 12 and 24-word recovery seeds, all the best to you. Thumbs up, I applaud you. And you should teach that to all your friends and family as best as possible. But what I've learned in the real world, not the geeks on stage, and not the geeks at a Bitcoin-only conference, is that the real world, people like my mom, she's over 70 years old, she can use a ballet wallet, but she cannot ever work out those 24 words properly and do a proper recovery backup. By the way, a backup is not a backup unless you've tested the backup. Does that make sense? If you have a backup of 24 words, you should clear your hardware wallet, reset it, and input those 24 words back into the hardware wallet and see if it comes out the same addresses. If it does, you have a valid backup. Otherwise, your backup is not valid. So again, normal people don't know these things. We do, the computer science experts and geeks and nerds like I am. My brother and I combined have 4 degrees in computer science. You guys probably have the same, right? We're not going to ask the next 1 billion, the next 5 billion people to get PhDs in cryptography, in computer science, in mathematics. Okay? So again, I agree with you, but I'm just pointing out that it's not a single solution fit for the whole world.
I actually pretty much agree with everything you just said, except for the fact that that's naturally going to happen. If you tell everybody to hold their own keys, you teach everybody about backups, you teach everybody about hardware wallets, and you make that the standard, they will still end up with most people on custodians. But that's why I think we don't ever have to say, yes, you should definitely just keep all your shit on a custodian.
Yeah,
Because
but as
That
a
is the first place.
that's the default.
That
No,
is
no.
the default
As
because
a-
that's where you get the coins.
as a betting person, since we're in Las Vegas, I want people to hold your own keys. I want you guys to hold your own keys. But
gonna be
my
a whole
bet
discussion.
is that
know, right?
the next 1 billion people, not all of them will hold your own keys and then have a backup. My point is many people in the end will have your own keys in a single-use device, whether it's the Satoshi card that you have, Sats card, or whether it's a Ballet wallet, gift card that we have. Okay, so again, for small amounts, maybe tens of dollars, maybe hundreds of dollars, right? But to have a backup, I'm not against having backups. I'm pointing out the fact that having backups is technically very hard to achieve for the mass market. That's
But it
my
really depends on how
real-world
much money you're
observations.
protecting.
Oh, I agree with you.
That's.
I agree with you. But for tens and hundreds of dollars, most people won't bother with a good backup solution that involves 24 words. They'll put those 24
actually
words
think-
next to the hardware wallet.
People
and then
do.
you've wasted your time.
People
I'm
naturally go there.
generally shocked at
Yes.
the number of people who will actually do the seed phrase thing who are not technical. My
Really?
dad still does not know how to attach shit to an email. I have
But
to walk
hold on
him
a second,
through
your
it over
dad
the phone.
does the 24 words?
But he has a hardware wallet and he has
does the 24
words.
words?
And he knows
And your
where to
mom?
keep them safe and what's important.
Your dad should teach a class for the senior citizens of the world.
My in-laws, the same thing.
They should be in the same class.
Yeah,
Master's
probably.
class.
All right, let's move on. We could probably talk about this for the next half hour, and it would be a good conversation to have.
Yeah, we're all in agreement. It's just there's a huge spectrum of users out there.
There are, absolutely. So one really important question I'd like to dig into is how can we ensure that we store our Bitcoin so that it can be truly unconfiscatable?
Have the private keys and make sure you're the full exclusive owner of those private keys. Right? It's no good if your private keys, you have it, but you have a lot of backups where your spouse, where your children all have the same copy of your private key. Then that gets dangerous.
So, you want to, if this is real money, right, real money to you, you probably want to learn how the devices that you're buying to store Bitcoin in work. You want to make sure that your private key is good. Okay, so you're not necessarily trusting the manufacturer. And this is for people who have more money, right? If you're just holding $20, whatever, right? But like, as it becomes more money to you, you definitely want to make sure that the private key was generated safely, that the device you are using is verifiable, that you're running, say, the latest firmware, because you don't want to be in a spot where the device that generates the private key for you maybe has a retirement attack or something like that, where the manufacturer could be either by a bug or maliciously know which private keys are being generated. This gets very technical very fast. Ideally is this: find people in the community that are trusted, that will probably point you to the right direction on where to read and sort of like what things you should look into as you generate your private key. In security, we call it key ceremony. It's when you put your tinfoil hat and you generate your private keys and you back them up in metal and you put them away. Because the keys are your money, essentially, right? Those words, whoever has them or whoever sees them can move your funds. So if you want that sovereignty, right, if you want to never be, say, robbed, you want to make sure that those keys are protected.
I want to make a point that we've heard of the concept, the weakest link in the chain, in the security chain, right? So to answer the question about how do you make sure it's unconfiscatable, you don't want to have weak links. But the reality is every seed phrase backup, those 24 words, is in clear text. It's in clear text. And if you handle it improperly, that is by far the weakest link of your overall crypto security, operational security. So if you handle your 24 words poorly, whether it's writing it down with pencil and paper, where other people, where the camera is around, right? That is the weakest link. So that's why even if you have the most secure hardware wallet, which this is not, by the way, even if you have the most secure hardware wallet, the weakest link is that piece of paper. I don't care if you laminate it or if you etch it onto steel card. It's all clear text. So if you don't protect that well, it's all pointless. So I'm just pointing these things out. So that's why there's some devices, this is, I don't want to name brands, but sometimes the keys are in here, and you don't need to back anything up, but you have to trust this guy, and for small amounts, it might just work out. And this is unconfiscatable, right, in that sense, right? Maybe something like this, which you're familiar with.
Yep,
you don't have to back this up, but it just works. I'm glad I didn't put it in my back pocket because if I sat on it, it might get cracked. But aside from that, these are good devices, right?
Who generates the firmware?
So just
Is it the firmware?
Just a point of order. We're going to hold questions right till the end, just so we can get them on the mic.
I'll snag you.
We'll answer it.
We'll call on you, though. Cool. Any other thoughts on this question?
Just one idea on like seed phrases and stuff is I actually think we'll be in a place in the not too distant future where for the general user, seed phrases kind of disappear. I think it'll kind of be in the same way that like back in 2013, I think it was, when hierarchically deterministic wallets came out and we switched to seed phrases. Yeah, thank you. BIP32 was implemented. Before you had to generate a bunch of addresses and then back up your wallet again. And every time you received with a new address, you had to back up your wallet again, or you just lose it all. The seed phrases are actually a substantial improvement over the way it used to work. And I was really excited. I was like, oh, hell yeah, this is fantastic. And I think in that same way, when we have something like Taproot and the cost of having additional keys is non-existent, and then like a tool I've been using, a piece of software I've been using a lot recently that I'm just absolutely in love with, still beta, still plenty of kinks to work out, but it's called Nunchuck. And it's multi-sig, it's collaborative multi-sig, and you can have it such that, with 5 of 7, like the trucker convoy used this, and it was like a 2 of 3, and then moved to a 3 of 5, et cetera, et cetera. But because of that, even if someone lost their key or their device, the funds were still safe. The funds could still be moved by the group of people. So I expect to see that probably in family situations, for like heirs and like will and like having lawyers as a part of a key agreement, all of this sort of stuff. kind of become the norm in the future. And then when you lose your hardware wallet, there may actually just be a clause that says, if I lose my hardware wallet, well, I can just get my lawyer and 2 of my best friends to sign it, and then I'll get it back in a month. You know, so.
Yeah, but the
Question,
problem there is
how
if a
many
lawyer
here
of the
know-
two friends signs it without your permission, then it's
How many people here know?
That's why there's a month time lock, because my key is dominant.
Yeah.
So if they do that with
It's
a
a
month and I
threshold.
see them try to steal it, well, then I'm going to go punch both of my 2 friends in the face and move it to a different quorum, you know, different multi-sig.
How many of you know what Taproot is? Okay, so it's like slightly mixed, yeah. So it's just like, just briefly, it's like a new tech that's coming to Bitcoin. Okay, we kind of have it, but it's not fully deployed yet. Essentially, it's a new type of signature that allows you to do more complex thresholds of signatures, right? So, you know, you can have, so instead of just doing 2 out of 2, right, you can have a tree of like multiple levels of qualifications that key might have, right? So maybe it needs one of the other keys, maybe it's just a smaller threshold. So it just gives us a lot more option when we create multi-sig, which really is going to be called MooSig.
Yeah, the thing I want to point out there is I understand and appreciate all the technology and features the core developers have put into Bitcoin. I think for the geeks and high-level users, they're great, Taproot. But my observation of the real world is more complex, more combinations, more choices is actually bad for general security.
So
And
I don't
for
think we're
example-
arguing that. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's
so
just
for example, I don't recommend, as much as NVK, you know, talks about these advanced features for Bitcoin Taproot activation and so on, I actually don't recommend for the mass audience to ever do anything like that, time lock stuff. I don't recommend it. Because it's very easy. I've seen people make mistakes where you time lock something, you put in an extra 0 due to a fat finger, and you lock for 10 years or 100 years.
That's just a wallet problem.
Yeah, no, and also
That's a
you
development
can
problem.
revert that.
Again,
you can double
for the
spend it.
record, I'll declare here and on publicly, I don't recommend any sort of locking of your funds in that sense.
I think there's
Okay,
2
it's just-
separate
it's just
conversations
not-
going on.
not-
I think we're
not
just
needed.
trying to.
Of course it's
I think
separate.
there is interest from the crowd on
Do
like.
you agree with what I said?
I don't know what you said.
Well, you gotta learn to listen.
All right, let's move on to the next question. What are some of the common mistakes that a general Bitcoin user makes when it comes to storage and security?
Go ahead.
I say not realizing how important their seed is, and if they put like a password backup or whatever, not realizing that, you know, depending on if it's a bit 48 or something, not realizing that that is actually just as important as the private key. Just not understanding how the wallet is creating backups. Like, as someone who, like my iPhone, I have a new one now, but my iPhone shit the bed on me like 3 weeks ago or something. And so I got a lesson in, okay, you shouldn't really just download a bunch of beta wallets and use them on the fly and throw money into them, because I had to restore like 22 wallets. But I got to do the restore process on all of them. I did get it all back, because I'm familiar with losing coins. Like, you know, you've been in since 2011. Undoubtedly, you lost a key somewhere. Almost always, it's the user not understanding the basics of the tools, and that's why I think like incrementally improving, going to a mobile wallet that, you know, maybe has an option to just back up the wallet in your iCloud. Like, I had like 4 or 5, I think, that do that by default, and so I just booted up my new phone and they were just there. I just installed it and it was like, here's your wallet again. And so, and a lot of that is wallet management. Like, what's the standard? And I expect to see far more standardization come about for a common way to do these things. That's just something that takes time, you know. Could be 5 years, 10 years.
So we see a lot of support tickets, right, from people who are essentially coming into our product from other products, or people who just see us as a source of knowledge for them sometimes. And, you know, we will see things like, for example, widows that, you know, were married to a programmer who made an extremely complex multi-sig wallet and didn't give the wife, like, you know, like the details of that redeem script, and money's gone.
That's very sad.
You know, you see, for example, people who didn't back up their seed in metal and the house burned down. surprisingly enough, the least you see is people being robbed, right? Especially for North American customers. But it is really important that people do learn how it works. Because if you don't learn how it works, there is no 1-800-BITCOIN, please make it go backwards, right? Really, Bitcoin has no backseas. So, that's why we bang on this idea that you have to learn and just sort of like don't outsource all your thinking to the wallet and to the manufacturer or to the person that sort of like got you into this. Like, do put in the time, because that's the difference between you or your heirs redeeming those keys or not.
So I want to add, I agree with you very much. The knowledge is important, and one of the hardest things is backup management. Backup management is one of the hardest things because people don't understand that Bitcoin is decentralized, the information is the money. And if you mismanage information, you're mismanaging the money. If you're leaking the information, you're leaking the money. So that's one of the key things I try to emphasize in my book. And aside from the backup difficulty, the other hardest thing for people in terms of not losing funds is people generally, again, generalizing, okay? People have this concept where if something is advanced, that must be more secure, that must be good for me. And that is not the case. For most people, you don't want multi-sig. You don't want taproot, you don't want lock, verify stuff. You don't want those advanced features because they screw it up, right? You want simplicity, because simplicity gets you to where you want, and if you one day you develop the skills to do the more advanced stuff, then by all means do that. But too many people get it too deep. They get the water above their head and they screw up. Human mistakes. Human memory is fallible. Like even me, like 2 years ago, I had a ledger device. You type in the PIN code 3 times wrong, it flushes it out. Right? I have several ledger devices. I'm very secure. I have these super ultra secret password PIN codes, ones I never use. And because I never use it, I forgot about it. So I remembered on the 4th try, but by the 3rd try, I already wiped it out. I had to go back and recover from the steel plates. And where was that? It was at some other location. So if I can fall into these traps, regular people will fall into it left and right. Who knows about the 25th word? Yeah, I'm glad only a few of you raised your hands because, frankly speaking, I don't know if that's going to do you any good. As NVK pointed out, the reality is we don't lose physical things as much as we think, right? We worry about hackers, but the reality is we should worry more about ourselves screwing up than the hackers trying to steal from you. Just a thought to share with everyone.
Okay. So security is always a little bit of a game. Where do you see us going in terms of future-proof best practices?
So I think we go back to Taproot here. So the beautiful thing about de-risking each of the signing keys, right, with like more complex scripting that's happening on the background, is that each device that you're using to have your quorum to move the money has less capability of screwing you, right? So it's too early days on this, but this is likely where this whole market is going. There is a future where it's unlikely that we're even going to have my products in the market anymore because they won't be needed. So you won't need your cold card because you're going to have this multitude of devices that are capable of storing keys, not being single points of failure, and not being negative quorums for you. So like they wouldn't be in a way that they could be played against you either. Just because it's this more complex scripting that it's unlikely that most people will even understand how they work from the outset. But the wallets are going in that direction. This is really like where a lot of the effort is going now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like I said, I think it will be more on the client side. Like, I mean, just talking about, like, Bobby was talking about is that he doesn't expect people will be using time lock because you could actually punch in an extra 0. Well, that's just something that a wallet just says, yeah, you just time lock this for 2,000 years. Are you sure you want to do this?
And it's
Before
fixable.
you sign, It is.
It's totally fixable. You can just double spend the original UTXO on a normal transaction, and then the time lock is irrelevant.
Is that you're saying? Isn't that depending on which time lock you use? Then
No, you can just spend it.
there's the publish to an address time lock, and then there's the
Yeah,
it's
but
not
if you
valid
get
for
in
this time
mind,
lock.
it's
Well, whatever. Anyway,
Yeah.
get a mind. But basically, I think that's just a client side issue, just to make sure that I mean, look at the number of things that users used to screw up that just the process of setting up a wallet has kind of just sorted out. Developers are like, okay, well, shit, we had 2,000 emails about this problem. Well, let's simplify this step of the process. And then the support tickets start to disappear. And I think particularly with the ability, with the new capabilities with Taproot and to have multiple additional clauses, you can have an address and a wallet that still is completely at your command with one key, but then also with your lawyer has a 1-year time lock, with your family has a 6-month time lock, 3 of 5. Like, you can still just have these other things present. And the beauty of Taproot is that it's all behind a single signature, so it costs you nothing extra on chain to have those backups. I would do it. I would do it right now. I fully expect when a wallet comes out that just makes it click this, here are the keys, that I want to be a part of a backup key for all of my family. That's going to really simplify things, because I know I'm going to be very, very serious about my backups, more so than they probably are. I generally think seed phrases, I don't know what the time frame is, but I just generally think they're going to disappear into the background.
there'll be a mix too, right? Because you can
Sure.
have.
I will still have a seed phrase.
No, but you can also have a seed phrase for some of the keys on your Taproot Musig thing, right? Like it really is like you can have your nuclear backup of last resort that's buried somewhere, right? Like, and if something happens, you still have it, right? It's all about optionality, right? It's like the more options that we have, exactly.
So I agree with the seed phrases might one day go away, because frankly speaking, they're a great invention, they're a great improvement on the past, but frankly speaking, they're just not good enough for the 1 billion and the next 5 billion people. So I think the real challenge is not better security. Again, let me repeat that. The real challenge is not better security. The cases of problems with cryptocurrency storage is not about hackers stealing your keys through hacking your hardware wallet. It's not that. I think the challenge we face as an industry, as an ecosystem, is ease of use. Too many people these days are getting on board cryptocurrency by putting their coins on exchanges and custodial platforms. What we want is better solutions and more educations to convince these users to take their coins and manage it themselves, self-key management. That's what we want to see. Coinbase is very successful, so are other custodial platforms, right? What I hate to see in the next 5 years, 10 years, is where 80, 90% of the coins are actually stored on these large custodial solutions, where they can get hacked, where they can be regulated by governments, telling them not to send accounts and addresses to Russians or Ukrainians or XYZ groups of people, Canadians, truckers, and stuff like that. This is where it gets really dangerous. What we want as an industry, and I need all of your help, we need all of your help, to educate our friends and family, manage your own private keys. I don't care if it's through the 24 words or through other devices that's more simple. There's a variety of choices, but manage it well, and remember that if you do manage clear text words, such as 24-word seeds, be careful, because that is the weakest link. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
One final question. We're going to end with a little bit of a controversial one. There's a like
Wow.
we haven't been talking about that already. There's a common misconception that governments can shut down Bitcoin. Why is this not true?
Well, it is true. No, just kidding.
Yeah, so like Bitcoin is post-national, right? Like it's not a democracy. It's just simply like a rough consensus system where you have people running their own nodes, and that's really all it counts. It's a pure selfish endeavor, right? You are self-verifying the transactions. You have a copy of the whole ledger, and you are also validating the consensus rules on your own node. So there really is nothing for the government to go after. I mean, they can go after you, they can try to go after electricity, right? But you can't really shoot math. So until you can find a way to shoot math, governments can't really stop Bitcoin.
Yeah, you can't change the rules of math. I agree very much. So to add to that, I was sort of joking about governments can. There actually are ways for the government to shut down Bitcoin. Again, I'm going to confine this, okay? The solution is certain countries can shut, like one country or countries can shut down Bitcoin for the country, but it's very drastic. It would mean shutting down electricity, the power grid for the whole thing, and shutting down communications. And then all you're left with pockets of people using solar and using satellite transmissions. Okay, so that is the severe thing. But in doing so, the cost is humongous, right? It'll affect the economy and so on. I'm in touch with, in China, with bankers in China, central bankers. They always come to me for questions and advice. And they try to come up with proposals to screen Bitcoin transactions, to sort of prevent money laundering. And I'm like, it's futile, don't bother. And I explain to them why. Right? I say, if you really want to shut it down, you have to shut down the whole power grid, turn off the whole internet system, because it's, in the end, it's just information. Information can travel freely around the world. It's very porous. I mean, all the internet's satellite links, cell phone, and all that stuff. Even what they call pigeon carrier, really slow bit rate kind of thing. So it's very hard for governments to shut down. So I don't think it's controversial at all.
Yeah, I basically agree with all that. I will add that, this is basically how the block size debate came about, is understanding where the attack vectors are for censorship and trying to shut off or segment areas of the network. Because Bitcoin is ultimately a consensus mechanism, and it fails if everyone is not on the same consensus. It is essentially a forced fork because information cannot pass some specific barrier. A great example is the Great Firewall of China, because they do a lot to attempt to control what information, like they've tried to shut down Tor in China a number of times, and then a good update and it starts to leak back through. But that's the beauty of Bitcoin being a full node. Like a full node is Bitcoin. That is all it is. And if we are all running it, if there are hundreds of thousands of people all over the world running it, and it is nimble, it takes 2 days to boot up a node when you've had your server shut down, or when they tried to break it at the Great Firewall of China or whatever. And if you have just the slightest crack in that data, which the internet is just full of cracks. Like, that's the beauty of the internet, right? It's decentralized. You can send information over satellite, but only if it's a small stream of data can you squeeze it through every single crack and make sure that consensus remains. And that's why there's a satellite network that broadcasts Bitcoin blocks to like 80% of the geographic, world. You did the ham radio thing from up in Canada above the Great Lakes all the way to Los Angeles or something like
That's
that, right?
right.
Yeah. You can send Bitcoin transactions
On
that
5
way.
watts.
Yeah.
5 watts.
That's really good.
As long as the consensus layer requires a small amount of data, you're able to maintain consensus, you're able to keep Bitcoin, and ultimately when governments can't shut down BitTorrent, like shutting down Bitcoin is going to be a whole new sort of fun and just angry annoyance.
Every time, part of the anti-fragility of it is that every time they try to do something against Bitcoin, they fail miserably, right? You look at China ban mining, right? 30% of the hash rate disappeared in China, and 6 months later it showed up in Texas, and now Texas is like this hotbed of mining, right?
Well, not just Texas, it's more decentralized than ever. So it's actually a good thing. It's better.
So we need to, we actually don't have time for questions, unfortunately, but please do come up and ask any one of the panelists, myself, if you have questions after. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I'll take questions at my booth. I'm sending books and giving away for free, okay? Thank you all.
Hey guys, we got one more panel before lunch. We got one more panel, and then we are gonna hand it off. I think the chairs are fine. No, we're good. No, leave it. Leave how it was. All right. I'm gonna bring Pete Rizzo up to the stage.
There he is. All right, Pete, we are about 3 minutes late on time, so take 3 minutes. I'm too close to there. Take 3 minutes, just talk about what Bitcoin means to you, and then introduce your panelists. And yep, there's the third.
Oh, okay. Can we hop in, or I have to say what Bitcoin means to me?
You don't have to. You
Okay.
can just introduce panelists.
Welcome, everybody. Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. Also oversee Bitcoin development giving over at Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange. We're going to talk today about the future of Bitcoin code. So this is something I think about a lot, especially I think people who are new to the market. It's tough to understand what is being built on Bitcoin, what we're trying to achieve, especially when there's so much noise and competing things out there. So introducing the panel here, we've got a great panel, 3 people, knowledgeable Bitcoin developers. We're going to introduce them. They're going to come up on the stage. The first one, we've got Rockstar Dev, VP of Engineering at Strike and B2C Pay, an open source payment processor for Bitcoin. It's been obsoleting BitPay since 2017, right? Next, we got Ben Carman, better known as Ben the Carman, Bitcoin developer, known for his work on Bitcoin discrete log contracts, smart contracts for Bitcoin's base layer. Last but not least, we have, is he back? There he is, Justin Moon, Bitcoin developer, educator at the Austin Bitcoin Meetup. All right, so again, the title here is, I'm actually sitting on a microphone, okay. First for everything. So we're going to talk about the future of Bitcoin code. Just before we dive in, want to get an idea, show of hands. How many people here are running Bitcoin nodes? You're running the Bitcoin software at home. Wow. So about half of you are good Bitcoiners. Everybody else, I think you need to take some time with everybody on the stage here afterwards and get some pointers. So let's dive in. I think we want to take a bit of a wide lens with this conversation. We're going to start with, I think, the most recent Bitcoin update, Taproot. So last year, I think you guys may know there was an update to the Bitcoin code that improved how the protocol functions. Bitcoin has selected a certain development path. So essentially, we're upgrading Bitcoin with soft forks, and this is the kind of outlook we've taken. So curious, Ben, if you want to kick off Taproot. It's activated on the network now. What are your takeaways since this has been live? Has this been a success?
I think Taproot's been pretty successful. No one's really using it yet, which is, it kind of sucks.
Okay.
But that's kind of the nature of decentralized systems. We didn't have this whole product roadmap for Taproot. It's let's get the consensus code working, and no developer is going to start working on it until it's actually activated, because they don't want to waste hours and hours, and then turns out it doesn't get activated. That happens in Bitcoin. So, but now that it is activated, I think a couple hardware wallets have support for it, and now Lightning is integrating in. It's actively discussed. For DLCs, we're talking about it now. It's all kind of coming together now that it's actually activated. So, I think it is a resounding success.
Resounding success. So Rockstar Dev, obviously, I think some of the background here, the previous Bitcoin development has been a bit acrimonious. Taproot, not so much. Your take on where things are at?
Yeah, on Taproot test. Can you hear me well? Nice. So on Taproot, I actually remember me and Ben did a video session. Do you remember that when it was activating with all the drama? How will Taproot activate? So yeah, I think Bitcoin core devs have done a phenomenal job on that, and now it's up to us who work on those application layers to just add support. And it's not true that nobody's using it, man. I mean, at BTC Pay server, we did add support for Taproot. We were, even when it was on testnet, and then it's activated. Now it's a question, wallets. And Strike, when will you be able to pay, to Taproot address using Strike? So to me, it's just natural progression. We have more work to do, and we'll keep doing it, so.
Justin, maybe you can pick up and talk a little bit about some of the features that are promised with Taproot, how much you're seeing live on the network, how much the improvements have taken place so far.
Well, the basic idea is that you could use Bitcoin in different ways, and on-chain, it would all look the same, right? So perhaps you could say that people are using Taproot right now, but they're probably using it exactly as they would be using SegWit, for example. So they're not, but I mean, here's the beauty, we actually don't know. Someone could be using it differently, and we wouldn't, at least on the blockchain itself, be able to see that they're using something novel or different, but we're not necessarily aware of a bunch of apps that are making use of this this sort of obfuscation ability of Taproot, and but yeah, it'll just take time. So I mean, what like SegWit, blockchain.com introduced SegWit like 3 or 4 years after it was activated, and that was, you know, a very significant part of the network, as far as I understand. So I mean, you could see like the SegWit adoption go like straight up when they turn that on. So it'll just take a long time. But it is one of the difficulties, like comparing, you know, if you're doing some sort of like a consumer app, you make a little prototype and see if people will use it and see if they like it, right? And then you invest the engineering effort to make it work really well. Bitcoin is the complete opposite, right? You have to get all the plumbing working perfectly. You have to have the entire community buy into it. So the code gets written, it gets reviewed, and then you have to have users actually run it themselves. And then only then can you like test use cases. Like it's funny to go back and read BIPs, like BIP 32, for example, and read like the use cases. Sometimes, you know, they'll have a lot of these things, like in theory, you could use it for this. And most of them, nobody is using these use cases, right? Like it's the protocol engineers guessing how end users will use Bitcoin, and it's sort of comical sometimes to go back and read the old ones. It's like, the accountant will have this, and the, you know, it doesn't work that way once it's actually deployed.
No, on that subject, if I may jump in, one of the things I'm mostly excited about when it comes to using Taproot is enlightening implementations and, you know, opening channels, that type of stuff. So can't wait for those.
I do think like when Lightning launched in like 2018 or launched, like, you know, it was like cool, but like, you know, there's 5 nodes, who cares? And then, you know, what, 4 years later, now it's like, you know, El Salvador, a country is using it, and, you know, there's startups like Strike that are like changing the world. And you know, it like, you know, at this launch day, it looked like nothing. But now it's growing, and like you look back, like, holy shit, look at all that happened. I think the same thing will kind of happen with Taproot. Like, you know, it's activated and it's not really being used yet today. But 4 years from now, we're gonna look back and like, holy shit, look at all the stuff that's now using it because we activated Taproot.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons I wanted to start with Taproot, though, was just, you know, talking about the differing attitudes toward development, right? I think a lot of people, you know, look at Bitcoin and look at the improvements that we're making, and they expect these immediate results, or they, you know, they want to do things that Bitcoin maybe can't do today. So something with Taproot that I think was interesting was just the speed, right, and the lack of controversy. And I'm curious, you know, what the panel here thinks. You know, are we going to be moving towards a future where there are more frequent updates? Are we going to continue kind of doing updates every 4 years? What's the current state of development in terms of, you know, how quickly some of these new things can come into Bitcoin?
It's funny, like Taproot, like it had basically like unanimous consensus on the actual like implementation, and everyone's like, yeah, Taproot is a very good thing. There's like tons of drama on how to activate it, and we took like 6 months to a year to do that. And you know, still a lot of people are unhappy of how it activated a speedy trial. So it is like interesting where like some people are like, oh, let's just use this for CTV and AnyPrevout and all these other like future soft forks. But other people are like, oh, God, no, we can't use speedy trial again. That was terrible. So I think once we like start talking about activation for the next thing, we're actually going to come to a head and really figure out if we want to keep using speedy trial. But
so you're saying really the conflict here is not really about upgrading Bitcoin; it's just how it should happen.
Yeah, because you know, decentralized systems are hard, and you know, we have to come to consensus on not just the changes, but how we actually activate these changes, and that's kind of the hardest part.
Rockstar, what's your read on that? Are we accelerating? Are we decelerating? Is this going to be something where we're going to have to make a new activation method for every every change we want to make to Bitcoin?
I mean, to me, Bitcoin is such a great thing, and you know, I don't know. I don't think there was too much drama, right? I mean, there were some Twitter threads. There was like, should we activate this way, that way? To me, like, how important Taproot is and what it brings to Bitcoin. I mean, we didn't pay too much in conflict. And to me, it is just, yeah, nature of the centralized system where you're trying to build consensus, people, and people disagree. You know, Luke will release his own version of Bitcoin Core, try to push it, and then some people will get behind it, some will not. And that's normal, because in BTC Pay Server, we actually added support for that. And it was user's choice, you know, you want to enable it or not enable it, because the conflict was on whether we should get percentage of nodes like up and running in the wild before it's turned on versus the speedy trial, which is, hey, it's signaling, like turn it on. If they're, so yeah, economic nodes versus the minor nodes. And to me, like, hey, we succeed. We succeeded. It was success. So I don't know. I would say I don't have enough information to say is it accelerating or decelerating, but if it keeps going, the way it's going, Rodolfo will be happy. We will be happy. We'll be getting new features, and let's keep going.
Well, I think it's relevant because one of the criticisms against Bitcoin was that it couldn't or wouldn't change, right? And I think Taproot really chipped into that narrative. It showed that Bitcoin is still capable of upgrading. It just has to, pursue a path of decentralization. Justin, curious, for your thoughts on where development is at. Do you see, 4 years for another upgrade? No upgrades? What's your read?
The longer I'm around, the more I just say I don't know, because there's so many different facets to it, and I don't know. I think going forward, it's gonna I think longer term there will be upgrades when somebody invents something. There will be an idea and it'll germinate, and somebody will do this, and people kind of like it, and then they'll turn it a little bit, and then more people like it. And then eventually they find a formulation where just nobody's against it, right? They just find exactly the right way, and with how many lines of code was Taproot? 600? It's if you're in a corporate environment, sometimes you write that many lines of code in one day, so it's not that big of a change, but over a couple years they figured out how to do it exactly, surgically, exactly the right cut, where, the patient wasn't going to, there was no danger, right? And so I sort of see going forward that, it'll take a long time, but eventually there will be exactly the right formulation of some idea where it's just there isn't much that could go wrong. And but until you reach that point, I think a lot of these things aren't going to get deployed. So it's just going to be a lot of back and forth.
Speaking of ideas and just percolating in the community, I think we were talking backstage, just about the history and progression of Bitcoin development. One of the really popular early ideas was that among Bitcoin's inherent properties, that's fixed monetary policy and things like that, was also that it could be a platform for innovation, right? So you might see all types of different, platforms, call them side chains, call them Lightning, built on top of Bitcoin. I'm just curious to the panel, maybe we'll start with Justin just to mix it up this time. What is your current understanding of what we're trying to build on top of Bitcoin? What does that look like? I know that we have Lightning now, but are we looking to build other things? What do you think about, what is it that we are trying to build on top of Bitcoin at this point? And you can't say I don't know.
Not an easy question, yeah. I think the goal is to make, Bitcoin is like money that's harder to steal, basically, right? Hence the name of the conference, right? It's harder to steal through inflation, harder to steal through somebody, you can't freeze Bitcoin, right? There's no button. And, I think the real goal is to not compromise, to retain that. If we get that, then it's a bright world, right? That's very good. And to me, everything else is kind of a bonus on top of that. But yeah, more innovation could help bring more people to be interested in the money aspect, right? But to me, the game is to not to really stay focused on the core thing, which is just money. But there are interesting, so I help me and Carman and a handful of us. It's a community effort in Austin. We have a meetup that has gotten quite big, 220 people. It's like a conference every month. And last month there was a bunch of people from Block, formerly known as Square. And one of them, CSU Wildcat, I forget his last name all the time, Daniel. He was telling me about this decentralized ID thing, right? And so this is an interesting, I've always thought these identity systems were really stupid. And they all seem like scams to me, like Vinnie Lingham type scams.
The vending machine, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this was a really interesting system. Basically, they're trying to decentralize or replace DNS, right? And you could sort of attest to owning different sort of digital assets like a domain, or data on in some social networking app like Twitter type thing. And it's all just in op returns. It's not. It's just built on top of the existing. Bitcoin stuff that's existed for 5 years, or I don't know when Opportun came in, but it's been there for a while.
2013, I think.
Yeah, so like, I still think there's a lot of ability to utilize Bitcoin as a platform without new features, right? I think a lot of these things are sort of underexplored, and I think this is an exciting thing. I mean, Block, one of the bigger companies around, what's one of the best teams in the Bitcoin space, is trying to bring this technology, to the mainstream. They're trying to work with some really big companies, Microsoft before them, right? So I think there's a lot of, you don't necessarily have to change Bitcoin itself to build on it as a platform, that's another angle.
Ben, thoughts on Bitcoin as a platform? What are we trying to build? What do you make of these efforts?
I think Bitcoin as a platform is kind of hard because, like, if you try to do things like the smart contracting thing that all the altcoins are trying to do, like, you can't, like, doing that on Bitcoin's a lot harder because you have to do this client-side validation of it instead of, like, just throwing all the data on-chain and letting Infura validate it for you. So it's a lot harder in Bitcoin, but, like, we are doing decent. Like, Lightning is a very hard problem, and, like, Lightning's amazing right now, and it's only growing. And DLCs are, like, similar, where this is another client-side validated thing. So it's hard to do, but it is, we're building, like, cool things with it. It's still very new, and you're not getting users yet because it is so hard right now. But stuff like this is growing. I think it does have potential, but it is a very hard problem. Like, I don't know if we'll ever be able to fully compete, like, with the Ethereums, like, trying to do, like, crazy DeFi stuff. One, because maybe it's not all good ideas, but two, because, we just, like, Bitcoin fundamentally can't do some of these things.
Well, let's move it over to Rockstar. Thinking about Bitcoin can't fundamentally do these things. People here, I'm sure, might see these other cryptocurrencies. Is anything going on there interesting to you? Are you looking at any of these markets? What do the Bitcoin developers think about what's going on there? And does any of it get rebuilt on Bitcoin at a higher layer?
Am I looking into other cryptocurrencies?
Well, I mean, looking at what they're doing, right? Like what they're building.
No.
Completely.
No. If we put the choice as like, okay, Bitcoin is a store of value versus Bitcoin as a platform on top of which you can build, I mean, to me, that changes over time. I mean, I just, look at all the people here at the conference and all the conferences that we have scheduled, the new people are joining, as you, Justin, said. When Block as a company joins and now Bitcoin is a part of their strategy, obviously they will want to, it's not that they want to change it, they need to change it a little bit in certain direction, just because it's what you and I talked in the backstage, like competition over block space.
Right.
And to me, it's something that the rest of us, we all influence it, and we should give it, try to participate in those events as good actors, because then Michael Saylor joins Bitcoin, buys what it is, like $4 billion worth of Bitcoin. Okay,
that's a lot.
But it goes into store of value,
Well, I think the other way to ask this question is there's people who want to see Bitcoin outcompete some of these other cryptocurrency systems, right? I think this is particularly true on Twitter. You get into the talking heads, Bitcoin maximalists, and that type of culture. They want to see, not just Bitcoin wins, but everything else loses. So I'm just curious, is that something the developers prescribe to?
No, man. We just feel sorry for them that they're losing time. It's like not
like. On the other cryptocurrencies thing, one way I think about this that's kind of funny is like, Ethereum's this huge scam where billions of dollars are basically going into zero-knowledge proof research. And I do think there's a chance some of that could eventually be integrated into Bitcoin, after billions and billions and billions of dollars of research into this topic, overpaying developers and researchers and stuff like that. I do think someday there might be some good research to come out of it. That's the one good thing I think it could come out of it.
I actually fully support that because my fellow developers, like, they're getting paid, right? And no, I support it. Whether I think any of the current, shit coins will outcompete Bitcoin, like, no, man, at this point, because separating money and state is a big enough mission in itself. Can we do more? Yeah, yes.
We get a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. Can we do more? Should we try to do more? Absolutely, yes. But we shouldn't operate based on like, okay, we feel threatened by, other altcoins. They succeed, even better, man, okay. But Bitcoin will be successful regardless of that.
Ben, you want to add?
Yeah, I think like Bitcoin and altcoins are kind of still trying to solve fundamental different things. Like Bitcoin is trying to be the ultimate money that is the most secure, the most sound, the most unconfiscatable, blah blah blah. Whereas like altcoins, the main wallet that people use is a browser wallet that is linked to an Amazon server. Like they're trying to do the exact opposite of what we're doing. So it's just like people have different values, and obviously everyone here, I hope, is trying to separate money from state and trying to create this ultimate money. These other people, they don't see that, so they're doing their own thing, creating crypto kitties or whatever. So I think it's just like different markets that they're trying to actually compete for.
One other thing we talked about backstage is buzzword people have probably heard, ossification. So this idea that at some point development at Bitcoin's base layer will stop, and we will stop making changes to it, or I don't know if that's the right definition. Curious what you guys think about ossification. Is this something that we're going to hear more about, and what does it even mean that the Bitcoin protocol would ossify? And maybe you can articulate that, Ben.
Well, let me just hop in
sure.
and make one high, very high level thing is like ossification. One way to look at it is like the 21 million supply limit is not going to change, right? And that's one of the main reasons why we like Bitcoin and not the other ones, because it's much more that supply schedule is much more credible in Bitcoin, because there has been an ossification around these protocol rules, these basic ones. Where you're never going to change that, and that's fundamentally one of the reasons why Bitcoin is more interesting than the other ones, right? So, but this is just like the very high level, but that's part of the protocol. Protocol is just a set of rules, right? And so, but then there's a lot of smaller rules that are within that. But that's like one way I'd frame it.
Yeah. So there's the supply limit and how we validating signatures and stuff like that. It'll always be part like the UTXO model. But then the nitty gritty of things like SegWit and Taproot. Those, obviously we change things there, and that's just, on the validation of UTXOs. I do think ossification will happen eventually. I don't think it's something we should strive for. I think it'll just happen naturally. The same thing happened to the internet where, IPv6 is 20 or 30 years old now, and it has 20% adoption. That'll just happen in Bitcoin.
Email still isn't encrypted.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Email is still plain text.
Protocol. Lots of things are fundamentally. They should have been fixed in the internet, but they weren't, just because things got adopted too fast, and you couldn't change things anymore. And I think the same thing will happen with Bitcoin, where maybe Taproot does that, where it activated, but all the software is already built, so no one's going to adopt it because they're just using their current stuff.
This is one of the arguments against trying to do any sort of mass adoption, is that the more it's adopted, the less you can perfect how it works. So, and from that point of view, if you believe that there's a lot of possible advances that we could make to the protocol itself, you dislike adoption because it's going to prevent that.
Yeah, but I do think at the Bitcoin core code base level, that'll still we'll still have releases every 6 months because they're not doing consensus changes really ever. It's mostly just fixing bugs, optimizations, wallet changes, RPC stuff.
So it's fair to say
on the one end is the 21 million supply limit. That's very abstract and high level. On the other hand, it's in 100 years, if Bitcoin succeeds, they'll still, they won't use, for example, the same method of producing the computer program called a compiler, right? They won't use the same compiler we use now, because there's probably bugs in that will be fixed. These languages continue to evolve. Maybe C++ isn't even used in 100 years. Who knows? So at that, there's janitorial work in terms of actually making the code run that will be going on indefinitely into the future. So it'll never just be that there's no work left to be done, because computers will change, and we'll need to make it so Bitcoin runs on the new computers.
Right. Rockstar, do you want to add on that? And I guess can you talk about maybe a little bit about ossification? Will it mean that nothing changes at the higher layers in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, for me, ossification, we talked backstage about what does ossification mean for each one of us, because it's different for different developers, different people. For me, ossification is just that it will be a process of more of those variables that Justin mentioned, like 21 cap, okay? There will be more and more variables in Bitcoin Core that will just get fixed, and that's it. And then compiler updates or updating cryptography. It's all about figuring out what is the high-level roadmap for next 10, 20, 30 years, so that you can build those higher layers, because higher layers need stability. And, those higher layers can then serve as a platform for more innovation, more stuff, and more drama, so.
When you see how higher layers are a little bit impaired by uncertainty about what is going to exist at the base layer, right? Like the PTLC thing, like if...
Sorry, what is that, PTLC?
Like PTLC, like this is like a new construction for Lightning channels, right? Like it's clearly something that like the Lightning protocol developers would like to move to, but it's like sometimes if they knew we weren't getting Taproot, they might have taken a different route, but they'd hope we get Taproot, so now they're waiting to do this new construction, and so not knowing what the base layer is going to be does impair higher level protocol development, because they uncertainty makes it so they have to defer decisions.
Yeah, I do think if say every Bitcoin Core developer died today, and
Bleak.
knock on wood, but and then there's no more consensus changes ever. There'd still be tons and tons of innovation on the higher layers still, because when you confine people into a space, they figure out ways to do things like even in games like chess, unchanging rules. The metas are always changing in that, just because people are forced to innovate when there's competition. They're trying to build things. Same thing will happen with in Bitcoin development, where if no more soft forks are coming, they will figure out ways to do things that we think we need soft forks for, but they're like, oh, actually, we could do it this way with this small caveat, and it'll still happen.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Strike as a company, and all the stuff that we are doing, we don't need changes in Bitcoin Core. We could maybe push with it like BitPay did, but we all know how that ends now, so.
So speaking of the roadmap innovations, I'm curious if we can just go around. What are some things that you guys are excited about? I know that the mailing list is active. There's always exciting proposals. Maybe in a 1 to 2 year time horizon. What do you guys think is going to be relevant and that people are going to be talking about?
I'm kind of getting excited for the Covenant stuff. I think for one, it looks like it's going to add a lot of new possibilities on things like Lightning and other side chains and stuff like that, but also the cold storage stuff, because a lot of the recent upgrades we're doing is for Lightning, and Lightning's cold. This is just quick, fast micropayments versus what we haven't really been doing lately is if you're Michael Saylor and have $4 billion worth of Bitcoin, I want no one to steal this, and we're not totally making upgrades right now that helps that use case. So I think something like Covenants, where you can build vaults where you literally can't spend this unless you wait years, and then it goes into my vault address and all this stuff.
This is a particularly interesting one. There was a comment on Twitter the other day about how Bitcoin is easy for an individual to self-custody and difficult for a nation state to self-custody, right? Gold, for instance, you can
Robin
just
Hood, man.
Huh?
Robin Hood.
Yeah. It's almost I wonder if we want. It's kind of nice if it's a tool that it's very easy for individuals to use, and it's hard for massive, organizations to use. I kind of like that.
It is nice though if you're a company to be able to hold Bitcoin though and not have worries. But it is something I'm excited about. I think that'll open up a lot of new players into the case where you literally can't steal this.
More advanced custody. Rockstar, what's something you're excited about? What's something we'll be hearing about that maybe is a bit under the radar today?
I'm all about Lightning, developments in Lightning, because Lightning is, when you look at that ecosystem, it's not even 3 implementations. Yeah, there were 2 major implementations with L&D, obviously from Lightning Labs, and then C Lightning, but Eclair as well, and other implementations. Now you have LDK coming in, which is not full node implementation, but building blocks that you can use to interact with Lightning Network. So I am excited to see improvements there, because that was the promise of block size wars. It's okay, we are going to build this infrastructure in a different way, and you also being involved with Kraken. I'm really excited about Lightning when it comes to exchanges, because it's such a great method to, deposit, withdraw, have that interface to turn it into dirty fiat whenever you need, and not worry about hacks on the exchanges, and provide liquidity together. So obviously, yeah, what I'm doing with Strike is super exciting, but it is that like new generation of financial services companies and the infrastructure that they will build. So yeah, my focus is all on Bitcoin code that's in Lightning repositories.
Justin, something that's coming up that you're excited about, that's interesting and relevant?
Yeah, so I guess, I spent a lot of time running this meetup, staying on top of the newest, greatest thing. And my current point of view is I'm basically not interested in any of that anymore, to be honest. I've lost interest in it, and more just like the core thing of Bitcoin, like a means to save money that is just safer and better that a normal person could use. That's what I want to explore more. Like, I think there's a lot, I think we can push this a lot further than it's been pushed. And that's the core thing in Bitcoin. So I'm much more interested in trying to make that accessible to normal people than I am with new bells and whistles.
And it's a topic of your upcoming talk, right? Like
Yeah,
right
probably.
after.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that one because, yeah, it's about not what Bitcoin can do for you, but what you can do for Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, I think a lot of people know that obviously Bitcoin development is open source, funded by companies and individuals. Curious if you guys could speak to the environment for Bitcoin development funding. What do you guys think is going well? How can people here support, and what would you recommend? Ben?
Yeah, so like there are lots of good places to support. Like there's like the Bitcoin dev list where you can just go and find everyone and donate to their BTC Pay or like their GitHub sponsor and all that stuff, which is really nice. And Square Crypto or Spiral now has done a lot of that where they're funding lots of open source devs. So I think that is nice, but it is hard where like if you just get a grant and say like go have fun, do your open source stuff. A lot of times you you just kind of like nerd out. You don't always build like a product. Like
You don't get into a feedback loop.
Yeah.
Like one of the important things to actually build something useful is to enter a feedback loop where you figure out if you're doing something good or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's I personally experienced this with a grant where I just kind of lost track of what I was doing, and it didn't really yeah, it's tough when you don't have like an end user, for example.
How would you mitigate something like that, having gone through that experience?
I'm not sure. So one thing you can do to help contribute that people don't mention is that you can get on GitHub and start following people. And one thing that's cool about GitHub is that it has like an activity feed. So if you follow people, you can see what projects they're creating, what they're liking, stuff like that. And you can, there's quite a few projects I found with like 2 or 3 GitHub stars that are now like huge. Like BDK, the new, it's probably like the best wallet toolkit. I might have been the first user of that. Like I saw Aleks created this repository and I just ran it and it didn't work. And I started giving him feedback. And like that's one of the things you can do is if you find projects that are early, just like run it and be like, hey, this is what happened. And you give the developer like a little feedback. And that's probably one of the best things you can do. And you don't have to be terribly technical to do that, right? Like usually there's, in any of these projects, there's instructions on how to run it. There's a chat server that you can get in and ask, and you'll learn a lot, right? Like there's these people who've spent a lot of time working on this, and if somebody expresses interest, they'll gladly hold your hand and show you how to do things.
Yeah, because support doesn't need to be monetary. It can be what Justin is saying about just providing non-monetary support to developers that are doing something that is helping Bitcoin. Because I think in your case that was what happened. You just like burned out because you were doing it solo. And Uncle is here to help you. Like I will stop that from happening again. No, seriously, because I was involved with funding for BTC Pay server, then with Strike obviously. There are many VCs in the audience that are funding Bitcoin companies. Thank you for that. But for me it's great that we have so many different models to support. Like Kraken was the biggest BTC Pay server supporter last year. So what Spiral is doing, Jack Dorsey individually supporting Bitcoin, it's great. So I think we should just, keep going. And then when we do see great Bitcoin developers struggle and burn out, we can support them, non-monetarily as well.
Final thing for me, and then maybe we'll take some questions if we got enough time from Tome. But I think a lot of people here, maybe who are newer, are familiar with, as we alluded to in this conversation, the conflict and some of the acrimony around Bitcoin development. Do you guys really feel like that's in the past now? Is it smooth sailing, or should we expect that we'll always have to defend the Bitcoin core protocol in some way as a community?
Always, and protocol and developers, because there will always be people playing tricks. Like, look at me trolling Tony with mask on stage.
Well, many of the most, prolific Bitcoin developers right now are being sued.
Right, yeah.
Many of them have pending lawsuits against them. So, I mean, that's probably in terms of their quality of life, that's probably the worst attack that's happened so far, because it is very intrusive. And you can see people moving away, like Vladimir Vanderland, the lead core maintainer since like 2012.
We were talking about the old guard kind of.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of stepped back, and I think a lot of it was because, various controversies, and then also being sued.
Right.
Like that stinks, and you can see how that, you're going to see more anonymous, pseudonymous developers coming in the future here.
Let's go.
Yeah, I do think like bringing in Anon devs is the way to go, because it is hard. Lots of people are being sued, or like you get into Twitter fights, and it's not good. And we are missing lots of Anon devs. Like there's only a couple like ones that people actually know, like Z-Man. He's like fully anonymous, and there's like Chris Belcher and like John Cantrell, and that's like mostly it. Like we do need more, and I think hopefully this newer generation of devs that are going to start coming in, hopefully they learn from the past and go Anon like I wish I did, but I was dumb.
Some of the older generation are probably going to retire
Reemerge,
and then
retire. Reemerge as Anons. Tone, do we have time for questions, or? Okay. I'm going to give my mic to Tone then.
All right, if you have questions, come on up. Come up to the mic.
Justin, I was really impressed with your statement about being more interested in helping adoption take place than future development, that you've kind of shifted your interest. Am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, I think we could do a lot better helping normal people use Bitcoin, because a lot of them, it could really improve their life. And we don't do the outreach that we should, in my opinion.
So the question I have is, how can we go about doing that? What are the opportunities that are available now for people to get involved with that kind of ambassadorship?
So I'm going to talk about this a little tomorrow, but for me it's like just start very locally, right? Like, I don't know, a guy at church the other week asked what I do, and usually I say I work in cybersecurity. I try to give the most boring answer possible so they don't ask any more damn questions. But this time I'm like, I work on Bitcoin, even though I haven't really recently. And then he starts asking, and he's talking about the petrodollar, and he's like, why can't you do a gold-backed crypto, right? And I explained in like a minute why it doesn't make sense. And he's like, no one ever told me that before. Why hasn't anybody told this guy that before? He's ready, and no one's given him the explanation. So I would say, and like our meetup started with 2-3 people in a co-working space. Now it's 220 every month, right? Block flies in for it, and it's not, it just, it wasn't something I did. It wasn't something Carman did. We just started working together, and there was a community that already existed there was a community waiting to happen in Austin, and we just had to start showing up every month, and then it's bottom up, just like Bitcoin. So that's what I would say, is just start something very locally. Don't try to, just go start local, start with your friends, family, stuff like that.
It might be nice to develop a model that is expandable, scalable, that has some consistency to it, perhaps. I don't know.
Also, just help one person in your everyday life. That's going to do a lot more.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Compared to the original source code of Bitcoin, how much has it changed from today to the original, and how much of a fight is it to actually add on to it, such as multisig and taproot?
And like from the original source code, it's changed a whole lot. Like lots have been rewritten or like moved around and stuff.
Andrew Polstra gave a talk at Austin, our meetup once, and he was basically talking about how, like, if you go back to the commits from like 2010 and 11, you could actually see them learning how a decentralized blockchain worked, because there were all these like problems. Like they did the longest chain, not the most worked chain, right? There were a handful of these things that were just like horribly broken in the first implementation, and over like 2 years they fixed them. And he was pointing out like 6 or 7 different, specific commits where he's like, here's they figured out something that was horribly broken about the initial implementation of Bitcoin.
There's a couple like you can spend anyone else's coins bugs, like really bad.
So it changed a lot. Like the first version was, it was horribly broken, but people didn't understand the problem space enough to exploit it. So yeah, it's fun. There's a book about this that has the complete source code of Bitcoin Core. I gave it to someone for a wedding present. It's a great present. You can just page through it. And it's kind of interesting. It's not that long, not that much code, honestly.
But on the application side of it, like taproot and multisig, like that's normally that's like a completely separate part. Or like I guess taproot's like in the consensus code, but like your multisig law normally is not going to be actually in the core consensus logic. That's just like your Spectre desktop or whatever.
So then all the nodes have to vote? Like, how does that process work?
What do you mean by vote?
To change the code or add implementations like Taproot, isn't there like a certain percentage of miners or nodes that have to agree? Like, how does that work?
I mean, it's a big question. Like, it's kind of like we really don't know what it is. It's like we all come to rough
This
consensus.
is very complicated.
Yeah, like it just kind of magically happens. We're like, are we in consensus or not? Turns out we are, but
after the fact.
Yeah, like. We think we are, but someone could publish an invalid taproot transaction today, and then we'd really find out, like, if the network splits or not. So.
Okay, so that's why when I send an original send Bitcoin from an address that starts with a 1 to an address that starts with a 3 or something like that, the transaction basically burns.
Well, that works. Like, like we're not deprecating old address formats or anything like that. It's just like that works, and we'll always support that. It's just like the new features we add on. It's like is this consensus? Like I think that SegWit is very much consensus. You're not gonna fork that out. Taproot seems like it is, but it's only been activated for like 4 months, and no one's tried to attack it yet. So.
Thank you.
All right, guys, one more real quick. Doug.
Should be easy. So there's a whole lot of really fun, cool altcoins and ecosystems that developers are really attracted to because they can make a shit ton of money, and it's new and cutting edge and cool and stuff. All the different swap protocols, the DeFi stuff, is that where the developers for Bitcoin are going? They're bored, so they want to go do something else, and the newer ones coming in are looking at NFTs and this kind of thing. How do you attract them back?
There was now nation states are rug pulling people with airdrops. You saw that? Ukraine promised airdrop, and then it was like, no, guys, rug pull. So that's why I do very much appreciate where Bitcoin is and the developers that do stay and develop on top of Bitcoin. We are getting new ones. Come on.
One benefit.
Look at this guy.
One benefit to all these crypto things is that they pull out all the immoral and stupid developers who don't understand what's actually happening. And then there's a small core that's probably 1% of all of them who actually understand what's going on, and they're not. They don't steal other people's money. They don't. They don't. They don't. I think there's more of them are stupid, to be honest.
It's a spectrum. It's a gradient. But any developer that is feeling, threatened by contributing in Bitcoin ecosystem, like DM Uncle, I will help you out. You want to work at Strike, you want to work on open source projects, I'll set you. I'll help you. So.
Yeah, you don't need a lot. This is the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is you don't need all that many people, right? It cuts out the middleman. You don't need 1 million. You don't need like. No,
Doug.
We got plenty of developers.
You're standing in the way of people's lunch. All right, guys. Oh, Pete doesn't have a microphone. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I've said that before, and people ask me, so are all these developers that go into program on shitcoins, are they, like, what's going on? And I'm like, well, they're either want to run a scam, or I never consider them good developers. I don't have the time to figure out which one it is.
No, there are developers that just don't operate well under pressure, right? And it's a spectrum, but I'm telling you, like in Bitcoin, there are so many great developers already that are willing to help. So if you're one of those developers that struggle with being attacked on Twitter, I don't know, like reach out, I'll help out. So.
Awesome, thanks, man. All right, guys, thank you so much. Our morning session is over. It is lunchtime. You have 1 hour, 15 minutes for lunch. At exactly 2:15, we're going to be doing a bunch of giveaways of cool stuff. So you want to be back here early. There's lots of restaurants downstairs. Try not to take too much time. If you're hungry and you want to go eat, do that immediately. Find a restaurant downstairs. If you go out to Fremont Street, make a right, go a block or so. Lots of spots, all right? And if you're a VIP or a speaker, we have lunch for you. We were not able to provide lunch for everyone. We don't have scammy sponsors to throw money at us. So we have to fight for the few Bitcoin companies that can sponsor us. One day we will be able to provide lunch for all the attendees, but not yet. But speakers and VIP passes, you have lunch in the back in the VIP speaker room. Good job, man. Excellent. When you're back, it'll be Giacomo Zucco with the presentation. Giacomo Zucco is up after lunch.
All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. Attention. Can you do me a favor? Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest. test. How long?
I'll give you a timer right now. There's a clock right there, so just go 10 minutes from now? No, I'll hit the timer for 15 minutes. Okay, cool. I gotta get some open dimes. But, like, for example, try to give this away to someone that programs, try to give this away to someone that drinks, and then try to get this away to someone that will actually take it and hang it up. Yeah, I gotta remember the painting. Put it up. Put it back there. Put it back there. No, put it against the wall. Okay. Like this.
Should I start speaking? Hey, everybody! Yeah! You having a fun time today? Woo! Yeah, I'm here to wake you up. That's my freaking job. Hello, everyone! This is Adam Meister, the Bitcoin Meister, the Disrupt Meister. Welcome to Unconfiscatable 2022. Today is March the 4th, 2022. Strong hand, long-term thinking. All right, dudes. We got stuff to give away here. All right? So come on back in the room. We got a lot of good presentations coming up today and everything. We're going to give these away. I'm not just going to give them away to anyone. There are going to be questions. You're going to have to earn some of this stuff. Woo! Is everybody having a good time? Las Vegas, freaking Nevada. Yeah, no mask rules anymore is good. It's interesting they got rid of that just for us, I think. All right. Yeah. My God. All right, Jim's in the house. I see all sorts of people who I know. It is great to be like, no virtual events, hugging and loving each other. See, this is what the world is about. Being out in the open, real people. No metaverse here, baby. Okay, so what do we want to give away here? We have wine to give away. We have art to give away. We have storage devices to give away here. The cold card. Who wants one of these? You people want it? All right, so let's start out with a question. I mean, maybe some of you are familiar with social media. Back in the day, people only talked about Bitcoin on YouTube, all right? I'm sure you cannot even imagine that. There were no such thing as altcoin channels. Some of you might be familiar with me. What is my catchphrase? The first person who screams it out gets one of these. Well, that's one of them. The one that involves... yes, pound that like button. Who said that? Someone said, come get your cold card. Whoever screamed pound that like. So pound that freaking like button if you're watching this on tape, okay? All right. Who said that? Someone said it. Oh, Rocky said it. Do you have one of these yet? Oh, good. Test it out. He will give a review on my YouTube channel, right? All right. So speaking about YouTube channels, let's give away. Who else wants another one of these? All right. So let's do some history here. Tone Vays. The first time I freaking met him in person was 2015, July of 2015 at a Chicago Bitcoin conference, okay? That's how freaking hardcore we are. We were at a Bitcoin conference with like 40 people in 2015 in July. Everyone's like, oh, it's $200, it's gonna die. No. Now, so that's what I met, but I had seen Tone Vays beforehand, and the question is, to get one of these, on what YouTube channel made Tone Vays famous? All right, there you go. World Crypto Network. Thomas Hunt. If you know who Thomas Hunt is, you're a freaking millionaire here. Pound that like button, if you held on to your Bitcoin at least. Now, let's give away some other stuff here. Wine. Who likes to drink wine? Now, imagine, amazingly enough, I haven't had a drink since like 2014. This is pure freaking energy, what you're witnessing right now. So let's do a little history of Unconfiscatable. You don't know what kind of surprises you're going to get at Unconfiscatable. That's why you should be in this room right now. You don't need this to enhance you. But in 2020, there was a big surprise. Someone made his last public appearance, and he's disappeared. Who was the person who disappeared? Oh, God. You said it right there. You said it first. Come get your wine. Oh, wow. But you know what? Maybe he will return. But Bitcoin doesn't need Trace Mayer. Bitcoin doesn't need anybody. But Bitcoin doesn't need Adam Meister, Tone Vays, anyone like that. All right. So let's... do I have any other trivia questions? Oh, man. Well, let's just... let's get educational here. Kiara Bickers, Bitcoin Clarity, A Guide to Understanding. Who's a big reader here? All right, so what's the book that just every Bitcoiner has that like you've heard? Yes, do you want this book? You earned a book. There we go. Oh yeah, I don't. All right, good one. Safe. He was here last time. He was here. Good dude. All right, let's go. What are we? We got open dimes here too. All right, the 3 open dimes. Yeah, 1 package to each person. You want me to split the pack? You want me to give? There are 3 in here. Open it up. Give it to 3 different people. All right. 3 people stand up. I'm going to judge who has the best. You got to have a creative shirt. So who's the 3 best shirts here? Okay. Oh, wait a second. That one's the smoking and politics. That's a good one. Come here, get it. You get one of them. Someone else. That one's the rabbit hole. Rabbit hole is a good one. You get it. And someone. Oh yeah, 21 million. You get it too. Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, what's that, Pac-Man? I love Pac-Man as a kid. So we'll give you one too. Come up, Pac-Man. Yeah, Alex, you want one of these? What is it? It's an open dime, yeah. It's a white shirt. Yeah. All right, so Alex had a good shirt that was also Pac-Man. I love Pac-Man. My dad of blessed memory had a vending company. But, that's a good trivia question. For those of you who watch the show and are familiar with regulators in the space. Hang on a second. You need that. Yeah. Wait a second. We got. Open this. Give one to Aleks and give one to me. All right. There's. What famous regulator got his start in Baltimore at a vending company with his dad at a vending company? And it was a competitor of my grandfather's vending company. He's name this regulator, and you'll get an open dime. Do you guys know he's from Baltimore? I'm from Baltimore originally, but he's. Come on, you didn't do the research on this big regulator. Everyone's scared of him now and everything. Yes. You said it first. You want this open dime? Gary Gensler. As a kid, he counted like dimes and nickels at the vending company in Baltimore, at Gensler's, whatever. And it was a competitor with my grandfather's. All right, now, let's, so people, and I've told this story before and are like, oh, you're part of some conspiracy because you're friends with Gensler. No, we weren't friends with the Genslers. We were competitors with them. I don't know there was some disagreement. I think it was over vending Pac-Man machines or something. I don't know. Okay, enough personal information. Glad someone got that right. We got 2 more of these little open dimes to give. Any other cool shirts? Two more cool shirts. The first person. A ring? Yeah, ring is cool. What does the ring say? This is going to be very interesting. I'm interested in rings. It's a Bitcoin ring. It's cool. Handmade Bitcoin ring. What's it called? Carved Cornelian. Do you sell those? No, I had custom made. Custom made, all right. Yeah, there. And the orange guy gets this too. All right. Hang on, sorry. You got that one. These are storage devices. Well, that's just a Mighty Ducks. Painted orange, yeah. That's a cool combo. That's cool. And I like orange also because the Orioles. All right, let's. Who wants? Okay, let's do another wine here. So someone's got to. God, wow, what kind of wine? What kind of? Oh, I think I'm. Is everybody pumped? I mean, let's get who could be the most excited? Could be the most like me, crazy. Come on, someone do an Adam Meister imitation, like jumping up and down, and I'll give you some wine. Yeah, but I don't curse, but that's good. Remember, don't curse. So you'll be on my show now. You'll come on the show. You can't curse. Oh, there, Giacomo's in the house. Speaking of people, best guest in the frickin' space. I bring you every Friday or whatever day I do this week in Bitcoin. Let's. All right. Now we're running low on time, so we're just gonna have like it's not even gonna get creative. Who wants these cards? These cards you can like teach kids about Bitcoin by playing cards. Who wants it? Yeah, you right there. Yeah, you come up here. Yeah, throw it. I don't know. That seems dangerous, but okay. Yeah. Oh, I was a little. It's good. They don't break. Don't worry. I won't throw the wine. Let's get some more books here. Again, people who like to read. Someone yell out. People yell out their favorite Bitcoin books. Who said Bitcoin Clarity? Oh yeah, that's this. Who? You want Bitcoin? Come get it. Come get it. I'm learning about other books besides Safedines. That's good. Well, you already got one. You already got one. We can't do. Someone else scream. All right, yeah, you get this. Here, come here. All right, you get it too. Yeah, let's. All right, now we need, seriously, now this book that's going to be given away is actually Programming Bitcoin, Learn How to Program Bitcoin from Scratch. So are there any people who want to learn how to do this? All right, come here. You're going to learn from this. Okay, cool. That's very important. I just don't want someone wasting it away. Awesome, dude. And we got one more. We got one more wine, one more storage device, one more book, and then the artist here. So but let's see. Name the storage device that I always incorrectly pronounce. Yeah. Who says someone? You want to come here? Go, yeah. You deserve this, definitely. You knew that I always mispronounce. It's Trezor. I used to say Trezor. It's a Baltimore accent, man. What can I say? All right, Gensler. All right, let's one more book here. I'm glad we're educating the people. Okay, you got it. You raised your hand. You get the book. And who wants a piece of art? This is serious. The piece of art, you got to be able to take it with you, and there's the art. It's a serious thing. You just can't get it and trash it or anything like that.
That was our commemorative art piece from our last conference in 2020. It was done by Vesa. So we have. Yep.
Who wants it?
It's also signed by the artist. We have a couple of these. We also have them at the vendor. So whoever takes this actually has to, either someone that lives in Vegas or someone that's willing to ship it.
Yeah, let's.
Or
why don't we give it to a local?
Anyone with driving?
Who's a local?
You guys drove?
Who's a local?
You're a local? All right. You know what? We may have a few more later. I'm going to come and see me after.
You want this wine instead? You want to? Okay, yeah. You get the wine. Yeah, but he was a local, but he was excited to get the art, but he'll get the wine instead. So that's.
You drove? All right, we will.
All right, dude.
All right, I'm gonna give the man in the back there. He was the first one that was indicating he drove. But we're gonna have more of these tomorrow. Okay, so we'll have more of these tomorrow. There you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, triple. Okay.
Hang that baby up in LA.
Okay, this is. I like my choice. He's wearing all 3 badges. From 2019 and 2020. All 3 badges.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're going to do another one of these giveaways tomorrow, so don't take too much time when you go for lunch. Come back early, and we might be giving away more cool stuff. All right? All right, without any further ado, we are only 5 minutes behind, which is awesome. We're going to have Aleks Svetski come up to the stage. He's going to take 5 minutes, talk about Bitcoin, and then hand it off to a keynote speaker.
Thank you, Tone. Yeah, it's impossible.
He gets 25 minutes tomorrow.
I only found out that I was introducing some Italian guy this morning. And I don't know, this Italian guy, I first heard him actually on Tone's podcast, and I was like, this accent, I can't get it out of my head. And it's funny, it's so pervasive that even when I read tweets from this guy, I read them in an Italian accent. And so, from what I understand, his talk, where's the topic of the talk? It was supposed to be something, but apparently it's been changed to Bitcoin cultures. And this actually apparently stems from a podcast that he and I did. In fact, Giacomo wrote a piece. If you haven't noticed yet, his name is Giacomo, this Italian guy. Say what? The spoiler alert, yeah, apologies. He actually wrote a piece for the Bitcoin Times, which is a publication that I do once a year. And his piece was called Bitcoin and the Hop Cycle. So if you don't know the name, you probably know the sequence, which is strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong men. So he wrote an incredible little piece for that article, for that publication. And we followed that up with a podcast in which we just had this discussion, as weird people do, and we recorded ourselves and we put it live, and in there we explored the nature of the kind of person who seems to gravitate towards Bitcoin and actually understands Bitcoin. Because you've got people who are like, I'm a Bitcoiner, but buy my shitcoin. You've got these Bitcoiners from Silicon Valley who, believe that Soylent is like the path to, health, and in the process grow fucking man boobs. You've got these other ones who are like, libertarians who believe in freedom and shit, and they believe in the freedom to scam you out of your Bitcoin. So you have all like these different camps of people that come into Bitcoin, and most of them, if they're kind of too squarely in one camp, they're completely fucking retarded. And we were trying to figure out like where the Venn diagram is of people who actually become Bitcoiners. And my assumption is that a lot of you in here kind of fit in that Venn diagram. I'm sure there's a few retards here as well, but we will cleanse you of your retardedness. So anyway, without further ado, I am going to bring up this Italian guy who I'm very skeptical of, but apparently he's a good speaker. And he's going to tell you more about Bitcoin cultures.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have such a strong accent. It's okay, it's normal. Okay. So Aleks just reminded you about the origin of this talk, of this discussion that was in this podcast with him. After this discussion with him, a guy on Twitter created a Venn diagram trying to follow up our discussion about intersecting, overlapping Bitcoin cultures. And then I made a promise to Odonaut, and I told the guy, I will write an article about this topic for Citadel 21. And I will, but that was 4 years ago. So sorry. I still haven't written the article, but there is a presentation at least. So maybe Citadel 21, you could just link to the video of the presentation, and I'm done. Okay. So let's start with the idea of multidisciplinarity of Bitcoin. So in order to really understand Bitcoin, in order to really get Bitcoin, you need to understand a few different things. It's not enough to understand just one. If you don't understand at least at a very high level the others, it's likely that you will miss some of the characteristics of the features and of the value of Bitcoin. So, of course,
you need engineers to understand Bitcoin. Even if you are somebody coming from a non-technical field, over the last months of years or any amount of time after you started to fall in the rabbit hole, you started to learn good engineering, security practices, open source code, the importance of understanding. Even if you hear people talking about hardware wallets, you may not understand a thing about the electronics of a secure element, but you have to start to at least understand, to distinguish between people who are just bullshitting and people who are making sense. So you need a very high-level understanding of engineering, and if you don't have that, you will fall for any kind of pseudo-technological scam, which is, the crypto industry is full of that. Then you need revolutionaries. If you approach Bitcoin just as a technology, you will really miss its significance and you will not understand what people are doing. If the only point is just to make cool software, to make cool, there is this meme, right, which is the Indian guy with the golden chain, I'm in for the technology. And the meme is funny because the guy is obviously in for the money, but even being in for the technology itself, so there is a meta meme, even the guy making fun of the guy who is not there for the technology, he doesn't understand Bitcoin as well, because Bitcoin is not a technology. The technology is just functional to the aim of Bitcoin. And the aim is highly political in a sense. It's apolitical because it's non-partisan, but it's political in the sense that it's going to separate the politics from money from state and so money from politics. So it is highly political. And you need to understand revolutionaries in order to understand Bitcoin. Otherwise, you don't understand why most developers do what they do, why most of the activists of Bitcoin educators do what they do. They are not really just playing around with the technology. They are on a mission. They are on a crusade. It's more than that. And then you have to understand speculators. And I don't mean that just in the sense of, degenerate gamblers. Oh, I don't know if I can say that in Las Vegas. I mean, gamblers. And I also mean that in a very noble sense of Mises, of Ludwig von Mises. Everybody's a speculator. Everybody is going to actually speculate on the future, trying to give up some scarce resources in exchange for other scarce resources with opportunity cost calculation. So everybody is literally a speculator. People actually pump and dumping shitcoins is a little bit more speculative than others, but everybody is a speculator. And you don't understand Bitcoin if you completely ignore the economical incentives and the financial incentives. For example, if you are just an engineer, you may say, okay, now we have side chains, so you people can just stop printing shitcoins. I mean, it's useless at the point. From a technological point of view, your technological goal can be satisfied in Bitcoin only, so just stop printing shitcoins. And they won't stop. Why? Because there is an whole other point to understand, which is the point of speculation, the point of economic incentives. Bitcoin will not be where it is if not for the number go up meme, if not for the money. So many people are entering for the gambling and staying for the revolution or for the technological advancement. So it is a gateway for people, the speculation. It is important. You cannot really ignore the price. You can pretend the price is not important. Price is really important. Otherwise, Bitcoin will not be where it is. So this is what you need to know in order to understand. And we were discussing with Aleks that you need to be at the very center of this triangle in order to really get the totality of Bitcoin. You may not be deep into any of these fields, but you need to get a little bit of all of them. So the funny thing is that if you analyze the cultural roots of Bitcoin, so the origins of Bitcoin, the subcultures that generated Bitcoin, that actually played a role in Bitcoin development, you will understand that the culture were not really dividing themselves in this clean way, in these circles, but they were actually coming from the intersection. The very first culture which actually worked on Bitcoin we call them the cypherpunks. These people in the 90s, they were all about privacy on speech, of transaction, private communication over the internet. Julian Assange was one of them. Adam Beck was one of them. They were cool people. They were revolutionaries. Their purpose was not purely technical. They were not just playing around with cool tech. They were actually trying to organize a social revolution. The whole point was what is called crypto-anarchism, which is basically, we cannot really achieve anarchism right now because the state has guns and we have not, but when we are online, we can achieve a level of privacy that can make difficult and expensive for the state to hurt us for what we do. So we can achieve some kind of freedom inside the cyberspace, even if we don't have that kind of freedom outside the cyberspace. So cypherpunk ideology and crypto-anarchism and stuff like that. So after the, Satoshi, we don't know who they were or he was, but we know that most likely he were part of the cypherpunk cultural environment. But then you had basically a handover, then you started to have engineers. They may not really share a lot of the political motives, but maybe some engineers that were coming from Google. You remember the guy who caused the 2013 chain split, Mike Hearn. He was coming from Google. He was a Silicon Valley type. Then he went back to the fiat world, which is where he belonged. But for a moment, Bitcoin was developed by people that were coming from this other subculture that I would call it the culture of the disruptors. They are the typical Silicon Valley type. Aleks mentioned them. They are the guys that they drink Soylent, they disrupt the world, they create the new cool software, they pitch their startup to you in the elevator, even if you want to get out. They're this kind of people. I mean, it's good because we need them as well. Without the business model, you don't have incentives to play around. So having start-uppers in Bitcoin is good. But it's also cringe-worthy sometimes. As like I remember in 2013, 2014, it was full of these people coming to pitch the new blockchain startup. So it is a little bit cringe, but it's also useful for the overall result. And then after, Bitcoin started as a revolution. Then it progressed as a cool technology to disrupt the banking system. And then people started to reconsider seriously the Austrian perspective. So what is money? What is scarcity? What is time preference? And then you have Saifedian with the Bitcoin Standard Book, and everybody's discussing these topics and store of value and saving and basically storing my time and time preference and stuff like that. So this is not really something which, there is this narrative that this stuff arrived in Bitcoin later on. This is not correct. Even inside the cypherpunk movement, there was people like Nick Szabo actually thinking about this very discussion, these very topics about how is money being selected from society based on durability, on scarcity, on unforgeable costliness and stuff like that. So there was a lot of Austrian debate at the beginning of Bitcoin, but it came out mainstream later. Even here, like on this stage, Saifedian was speaking about these topics a few years ago, and that was very important for Bitcoin as well. And still, you cannot really forget the other parts in order to understand the full picture. So it's a real complex interplay of different topics. What is interesting is that this subdivision, which is the subdivision of the original ancient subcultures merging into the Bitcoin culture, is also right now somehow visible in the division of meme tribes. If you go, for example, on Twitter and you check out what we do mostly on Twitter, which is just Twitter fights among Bitcoiners. So we just fight. So this man is wrong on the internet and I have to stay awake all tonight to fight with him. That's what we do, basically. And if you actually analyze the topics of discussion, the reasons for our wars, you will find that there are some tribes in Bitcoin today, and these tribes are still basically, kind of, with some exception, at the intersection of these circles. So one tribe is the NGU tribe. So it's the number go up. So just like following the Austrian economic school consideration, they focus on price. They focus on central bank adoption, nation state adoption. They focus on halving cycles. They focus on store of value. They focus on hodl. They will use memes like hodl, and they will say to the moon, and they will put on laser eyes. And they will also, I mean, some of them are anarchists, like I am, but they will also tolerate a head of state if the head of state has laser eyes, like Nayib Bukele. So, I mean, you're not perfect, you're still a politician. I hate you, but I also love you because you have laser eyes. So there is some level of tolerance. Then you have the other guys that are like, these are hardcore street breeding Bitcoiners, and I would like to call them, just to use an acronym, the no KYC guys. This is also very important for Bitcoin. You know, KYC, know your customer, is absolute economic illiteracy. It's basically ignorance. So the point of money is that you don't have to know your customer. If you own a bookshop, the point of money is that the client, the customer, has to know that you have good books in order to come to buy books from you. So he has to know you. Even if you give them the book, they have to know that it's not actually just a brick covered as a book. They have to trust the vendor. But the vendor cannot trust any single customer. Otherwise, the business could not scale. The whole point of money is that the vendor should not know his customer. So every time you hear about KYC, you know that you're speaking with absolutely ignorant people about any kind of economic interaction. Knowing your customer is exactly the antithesis of the idea of money. So there is a lot of people that is very actively fighting against this idea of buying Bitcoin on KYC solutions and leave your private information inside the list that get transmitted across tons of chain analysis companies and government agency. So you remember when, this is just a little bit off topic, but you remember where people started to freak out because they were buying Ledger devices, and the list of Ledger customers, it leaked. And so now some people, some bad people, they had the list with your address, maybe home address, delivery address anyway, and the fact that you just had another wallet. That was enough to get people into problems with phishing attacks, some other people with blackmailing attacks, and even some few, luckily, physical attacks. So if a list just containing your address and the fact that you bought another wallet is dangerous, imagine a list which contains your name, full name, legal up-to-date document, and verified home residency, and address of withdrawal, and exact amount of withdrawal. And that gets shared not just by one company, like Ledger, but it gets shared across different state agencies, and eventually it finds its way to the dark web and to everywhere, basically. So KYC sucks. KYC is actually a huge danger for your personal security. And these people, they like to remind it to you, and they are the people that actually were very focused about on darknet market. They are all about free ROS, and they were users of the Silk Road. I was a user of the Silk Road just for research purposes, of course. And this is important. I mean, this is a whole side of internet privacy. These guys, they are different. They have different memes. They don't like laser eyes. They don't like. Well, not all of them, of course, there is an intersection, right? I may be at the center and be part of both, and I consider myself part of both. But most of these guys, if they are outside of the center, they will not like laser eyes or moons. They will dress up as samurais for some reason. They will use these katanas, and they will talk about all these samurai terms. And they will also, the typical guys that they will, the actually guy. Like, I mean, actually, you don't really own Bitcoin if you just keep them on an exchange. Okay, sure, let me keep it out to my address. Actually, if you don't run a node, you're just trusting somebody else with your privacy, so you should run a node. Okay, yeah, let's just maybe buy an embassy from Star9 Labs. Actually, if you don't really compile the code yourself, I mean, they could just give you any kind of backdoor inside that embassy, which is, I mean, it's true, it's okay. So let me compile everything from scratch. And then you get Luke Dasher, which actually the compiler of Rust is not compiling Rust itself, so it could be backdoor by the NSA. So that's true. So eventually you end up mining silicium directly from the ground to build your chips, and that's what basically where you end, which is fine. I mean, it's always a trade-off between UX and security, right? So if you want to mine from the earth your metal to build your computer, you can. And then you have the intersection of the people just discussing DeFi, you may think that all these people are just shitcoiners, but that's not the case. There are some legit Bitcoiners interested in advancing strange, crazy, complex functionalities on top of Bitcoin. We were discussing a little bit in the previous panel about, like Justin was saying, something which I agree with, kind of, that monetary functions are basically enough, and they are very important. And if you get them right, you don't need a lot of the other stuff around. But still, there is a lot of people which was fascinated by the idea of having DeFi and DLC contracts with oracles and dexes and Lightning Network Layer 3 and Sphinx chat on top of Lightning and all these other kind of things, which can be done in a scammy way or also in a serious way. So this is the thing. So I told you that it's not all about shitcoins, the DeFi, but that's true for all of these intersection. There are some part of this chart that tend to be more shitcoin friendly. Mostly, you will have basically these two intersections. The no KYC tribe. They tend to, to answer any question about privacy with just use Monero. You know them, right? You can see them in chats. There are many. Actually, they're not that many, but they use a lot of Telegram and Twitter accounts. And they come on this chat, and you say like, I don't know, this guy consolidated addresses after CoinJoin, so you could de-anonymize him. And they answer just use Monero. And I think this is becoming very noisy and very problematic for this different reason, but we will discuss that. And then on the DeFi side, of course, you have the king of shitcoins, Ethereum, where the mother of all shitcoins. And there's a lot of, there is a lot of discussion about Bitcoin cannot do this. Right now, every Ethereum guy using MetaMask was just shut down by Infura if they were from the wrong country. But still, you can do Turing complete stuff, so it's okay. Then you also have like many libertarians, like in the Pork Fest, they like Bcash for some reason, probably historical because of Roger Ver and stuff. So many people who are very libertarian, they are in the Bcash scam. And of course, then you have the pure speculators. This guy here, they don't give a fuck about anything. They just want money. And so, dogs, cats, I don't care. I just want to buy, pump, and dump, and that's all I care for. Which, it tends to drive them to shitcoinery. These guys, the Austrian guys, so these guys here, these are basically the pure engineers. They only care for tech, and they may fall for especially academic scams. For example, the Algorand scam, and usually they will talk about blockchains. This part, the Austrians, they are kind of okay, even if I would argue that a strictly KYC only Bitcoin is actually a shitcoin. This is basically a discussion about protocol. So your Bitcoin protocol, your Bitcoin node, follows certain rules. And the rule is if you receive a valid Bitcoin transaction following the protocol, the transaction is valid and you should accept it. And you should broadcast it. And that's the rule of Bitcoin. If you insert any additional rule which restricts the space of valid transaction, you are soft forking away from Bitcoin consensus. You're creating a soft fork, and if you are the only one creating the soft fork, you are basically moving to a shitcoin. So if you don't use your valid Bitcoin node to validate transaction, but if you are imposing an additional layer of rules, like you have to reject transactions which are not coming from some list approved by some government, you are actually soft forking away from Bitcoin consensus into a shitcoin. So they are shitcoiners as well. Some of these people, I block them on Twitter because they are shitcoiners, but that doesn't mean that all the people that are not shitcoiner don't get blocked by me on Twitter, because you can also get blocked if you are too statist for me. And where is this getting, basically? So people were just about, so we discussed this, people that were just about engineering and science, even good engineer, they tend to be okay with any form of tyranny if it's justified by scientific purposes. So, I want to basically enslave you. No, that's bad, that's very backwards. But I want to enslave you for science. Oh, please govern me harder, daddy. So these are this is a tendency in Bitcoin as well, and especially in the engineer camp. Also, engineers tend to be fine with lockdowns because they didn't have a social life anyway, so it's easy for them. So it's not true that any engineers is libertarian. Many of them are pretty statist with the right kind of statism. And then you have revolutionaries. I say that they are revolutionaries. I say that they are activists. They are politically involved. They want to liberate the humankind, but not always with a very consistent political theory about defense of property right and individual freedom. So some of them may tend to be a little bit, dare I say, communist in their misconception of what freedom is and individual rights are. So you can find these kind of guys in the very active political spectrum of Bitcoin or shitcoins or crypto or whatever. And then you have, of course, the compliance guys. These guys, again, they only care for money, so they don't want any kind of inconvenience. They don't want to be inconvenienced in any way. Just regulate me, KYC me, tax me, as long as you let me making money. I don't care about freedom, I don't care about free speech, I don't care about individual rights, property. As long as you allow me to get richer, you can do whatever you want to me or to others. And so these are basically the three tendencies of statism. Cypherpunks, or at least original cypherpunks, or no KYC ninjas, they tend to be better in this regard. They are often shitcoiners, but they are at least not very often statists. So that's actually good. There are three kinds of struggle between these intersections. One is the struggle between a number go up tribe and the DeFi tribe. And usually this fight is about changing Bitcoin. So the number go up tribe, they don't want to add complexity. They don't want to add cool features. They just want to preserve what is working. So just keep Bitcoin working. I don't care for, so I have a good friend who is present in this room, and I will not name names, but this guy is a major respected Bitcoin entrepreneur, and he told me yesterday night that Lightning Network is a shitcoin for him. So this guy is a typical example of somebody who doesn't want crazy stuff on Bitcoin for the sake of it. While there are, so the struggle is let's add cool features and let's keep Bitcoin just money and doing what it does in a perfect way. You may think that in the DeFi camp there may be just evil people, but that's not the case. Like if you talk with super respected cypherpunks like Adam Beck, Adam will actually push for simplicity language in order to do any kind of smart contracts on Bitcoin. So there are good Bitcoin engineers and cypherpunks that actually want to change Bitcoin in very complex ways because they are just more interested in evolution than they are in stability or other kind of things. The second struggle is DeFi versus non-KYC. This is usually a struggle between convenience and UX and security and hardcore security. So just give me my easy. So the DeFi guy will just want adoption. So how can this scale to billions of people? We have to make it simpler. We have to make it easier. We have to make it nicer. And the other guy will say, no, fuck this. You actually have to compile the code from source. And that's the struggle. But then I would like to spend a few minutes on this, which is probably the most important struggle, the struggle where even my friends right now are sometimes fighting on things that I think should not be controversial. And I think both reasons are very important, and we should actually consider them as a whole. And this is basically the no KYC tribe against the number go up tribe. So you will have typically the no KYC guy reminding you the importance of privacy and censorship resistance, and the NGO will just remind you the importance of basically sound economics and institutional adoption and hardest money eating up the softer monies and stuff like that. And this is very important to me because I think they are the two faces of the same coin. If you don't have privacy, eventually you cannot have Bitcoin. Why? Because if the system, if the governments of the world, if the regulatory framework of the world can actually force you to change your Bitcoin consensus into censoring non-KYC transactions or non-whitelisted transaction, then with the same kind of power, it can also force your node to adopt a hard fork changing the 21 million limits. So there is not a scenario in which you change Bitcoin to accommodate for KYC, so they win, and then they don't come after you to ask you to accommodate them for 21 million limit as well. If you introduce KYC, you will be asked to introduce inflation as well. If the State Department of the USA is going to control your UTXO set for terrorists, then the Fed is eventually going to control your UTXO set for monetary policy when you will be threatening the monetary policy. So there is no way you can have a Bitcoin which is regulated and still inflation resistant. Bitcoin is inflation resistant because it is unregulated. Otherwise, you get back to e-gold, which was inflation resistant because it was gold, but then it was just shut down by the government because it was not private and not censorship resistant. So privacy is important. But on the other way, if you don't have sound economics, your privacy coin is just useless. It's worse than useless. It's harmful for people seeking privacy. Why? Because in order to have privacy, you need liquidity. If you have the best privacy tech in the world, but you are the only one using it, you have no privacy. If you have a privacy tech which is less perfect, but it has a large anonymity set, because a lot of people are using it, you have more privacy that using a technology which has a lot of cool features, but cannot be used by more than 10 people. So there is a balance there, and liquidity follows liquidity. So if you have hardest money, Bitcoin will basically eat off the liquidity from the softer money, which is your privacy shitcoin, and your privacy shitcoin will end up to be less private than Bitcoin. Right now, so there are people that say, let's just save Bitcoin, and when I have to pay for my weed, I will use Monero. So what you're doing is, you are saving Bitcoin, then you are sending a transaction from your cold storage to an exchange using Bitcoin anonymity set, which is trackable and whatever. Then you will enter an order book of the exchange, which a very small liquidity, very few people exchanging, so that will be a huge privacy bottleneck, reducing your privacy. Then you will enter a Monero transaction, which even if it has very cool tech, like signature, like a ring signature and confidential transaction, still has usually a lower anonymity set than the typical Bitcoin conjoin. And then the other counterparty will have to do the other way around. So overall, you will reduce your anonymity than just fucking sending Bitcoin immediately without any further ado. Maybe not connecting your IP with an external node and stuff like that. So this struggle is very important. I think that both camps have very good arguments, and I think that they are both right, and they are also both wrong if they don't understand the other side. We literally need both. We need hard money, and we need dark money. Money is not really dark if it's not hard, and the other way around. So, other famous topic, and I'm about to close, just 1 second. So what about eating meat? This is mostly on the Austrian. I noticed that most Austrian people eat meat. And what about guns? It's mostly the no KYC people loving guns. I love both. And I'm not sure where to place poker, actually. So I just place it like that for symmetry, but I'm not sure about that. And the last slide is famous example. So you have, for example, Ragnar is a good guy, but now he's a shitcoiner because it's too far into the no KYC camp. So now he's a shitcoiner. While, for example, you have Matt Hodder, who is actually it's not well. Anyway, you have good people that are still Bitcoiners while caring for privacy a lot. At the same time, you have people like Saifedian emphasizing the hard money part a lot, but then you have like Michael Saylor saying that KYC is good, which is not. KYC is bad. KYC is a shitcoin. And then you have people like Eric Wool. I mean, Eric is a friend, but now he's a shitcoiner because he was too much into that field. And then you have Adam Beck promoting a lot of different evolution of Bitcoin. Of course, you can also have perfection. You can have absolute total balance. And I don't know who could be that perfect, but somewhere there is some guy like that. Thank you.
That was awesome. Oh, man. That was an awesome presentation. I'm actually thinking of leaving that there for the rest of the conference. All right. Oh, we're going to need some chairs.
All right, guys. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Lots of good restaurants around. Thank you all for coming back. We have a beautiful, packed room. And yeah, we're going to have a panel coming up about orange pilling, the USA. It'll be a slightly smaller panel. And to introduce that panel, my good friend, Bitcoin Vegan, is going to come up to the stage. He's going to say just a few words, what Bitcoin means to him. You'll see him on stage tomorrow with Natalie Brunel, who will be part of the panel here. All right, coming up.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Good. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? God damn, how you doing? All right, man. I'm Justin Redrick, Bitcoin Vegan. It's very ironic I'm at this damn conference, but we'll get to that later. But what Bitcoin means to me, so real quick, I found out about Bitcoin, and we'll go deeper into this tomorrow, but I found out about Bitcoin coming home from prison from 2011 and 2014. I found out about Bitcoin from my friend Bitcoin Zay, and I studied it every day in my mom's damn basement because what Bitcoin meant to me, what I realized was it was complete freedom. The very first thing that stood out to me when I was explained Bitcoin was decentralization. And I was like, so what the hell does that mean? It was like, well, it's outside of government control. So I said, okay, so in prison you have like prison stamps that you use for currency. So if you don't have money and your family, or you can't work and you can't swipe your card, you can't buy canteen. But if you have stamps on the yard, you can do business. So I was like, all right, well, shit. So Bitcoin reminded me of stamps. So it was already a way for me to see how it could work within the world. But what was the icing on the cake was the fact that it could not be confiscated in any regard, and that it gave you 100% freedom. So we'll get into more of that tomorrow. However, there's going to be a bit of a change of plans. I'm going to invite the legend of Bit Block Boom, Gary Leland, to come up here and introduce his panel.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh, I can still walk up steps and I'm a boomer. That's kind of amazing in itself. Hey, before I get into introducing my guests, how many people here, by raising hands, have heard of paid placement? You see that in TV shows sometimes? Does anyone know what that is? Okay. Just wanted to make sure y'all knew what was going on because I don't want to give y'all any surprises here. Okay, let me get my notes out here and let's get going on this real quick. We got a great talk today. As he said, I'm Gary Leland, the Bitcoin Boomer, founder of BitBlock Boom. Today we're going to discuss the efforts to drive the USA towards Bitcoin adoption and the assault on Bitcoin through media, policy, activism, and political action. Hold on one second. I like to take advantage of this stuff, okay? Now, I want to let everybody know the last 10 minutes I'm going to be asking questions out of the audience, so you might want to be thinking up your questions here now. And hold on a second. This is the last one, guys. I just got to get this done. I got to make this money, guys. Okay. How many people here need some help when orange pilling people? I mean, I know personally I have a really hard time, and I do it all the time, so I should be really good at it. But I don't think you can ever have enough ammunition, so that's what we got here today. So, find my notes here. I'm going to introduce my guest now. I have Natalie Brunel, a podcast host, an educator, media communicator in the Bitcoin space. Previously, she was a TV journalist, and I'm kind of envious on this. She has an Emmy for breaking news coverage. That's pretty cool. Let's give her a round of applause. That's pretty cool. That really is. Our second guest is Dennis Porter, a political strategist and Bitcoin advocate focused on protecting and defending Bitcoin users and Bitcoin mining through public policy. Come on up, my man. And I think I'm through with my paid placement, so I can get down into enjoying stuff. Oh my gosh, have a seat there. Okay, I got some questions here for y'all. I had y'all help me with these questions, actually, just to let everybody know. And they've seen these questions, so it's no surprise to anybody here. But Natalie, let's start with you. How do you think media
covers Bitcoin? I think everybody knows, but let's start there first.
Yeah, so hi everybody. I don't think the media covers Bitcoin enough, which is pretty much why I've taken on the role that I have. I was a broadcast journalist for more than 10 years, and during one of my gigs as a reporter in a town in Northern California, I heard about Bitcoin, and I remember pitching my first story about it, and it was just a struggle from the start because my bosses saw it as me shilling some sort of financial product that was gonna lose our older viewers a ton of money. And so it was difficult to try to get the kind of coverage I wanted. And as I went down the rabbit hole, and in my last network that I worked for, I had this amazing boss who gave me a lot of leeway in terms of what I covered and what I investigated. And so I really wanted to cover the space, and I was able to do a couple of stories on Bitcoin mining and sort of what is Bitcoin. But I always was kind of forced to try to put in the other side. So I had to show the skeptics and basically put people on that were saying, well, this is gonna destroy the planet because of energy, just to show that there's another side to it, right? And I almost feel like sometimes journalists, they want to appear, I don't know, like they have this edge and they're getting both sides by attacking something when really they don't even fundamentally understand basic economics or the history of our monetary system, and so they're attacking it just to look like that, the cool reporter that's like, I'm gonna get him, I'm gonna get you on this. And so I think there needs to be more education. The media need to be more educated so that they do stories, so that they get the right sources, so that they have the right narrative and angle on it. And I think that, we need to educate the public in general. So I don't think that the media covers it enough, and I get very excited when I get called to do, news hits. But if you guys have noticed, I pretty much only get called by more conservative platforms. So I've never had the opportunity to speak on CNBC or CNN and some of the more left-leaning programs because for whatever reason, they haven't wanted to cover Bitcoin enough, so.
Well, I just have a question. What's Stuart Barney like? I'm joking. Dennis, what's your call on that?
I couldn't agree more with Natalie. The media in general has been very skeptical and a lot of negative coverage, and typically has been very focused on price. Like they're just constantly talking about the market going up and the market going down. One of the great things though that has been happening very recently is we've been seeing coverage of the uses of Bitcoin outside of its ability to store value or, by their perspective, be a speculative asset. Now we're seeing what's going on in Canada. They're covering the story up there. Where they're showing what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. Geopolitics is being discussed for the first time ever. I think the last phase where they started to print a shit ton of money all across the world really woke people up to this idea of like why the hard supply cap is important. But now we're starting to see them focus on the other aspects of why Bitcoin is so critical. Might be still getting negative coverage. I'm sure we'll cover that a little bit when it comes to evading sanctions. But they're starting to talk about this asset outside of just is it going up or is it going down? And I think that's I think it's a really positive thing.
So you say there's a lot of negative media coverage on that. So you think there's a lot more negative than positive, and I'm sure everybody else hears. Could you give us an example of some FUD that we might be, what's the FUD of the day? I mean, we got a new one every 6 months. Dennis, could you start that off?
Yeah, I mean, it's very clearly that Bitcoin could be used to evade sanctions. And just going into that really quickly, Bitcoin is not very good for evading sanctions for a few reasons. And I think that it's important to constantly push back on these narratives so that we can educate the public. And one of the biggest things that they're talking about right now is, Russia's going to evade Western sanctions with Bitcoin, with cryptocurrency. We need to keep a skeptical eye of Bitcoin now because of this. Ultimately, we're just too early. Bitcoin's too small of an asset for the 11th largest economy on the planet to use as a medium of exchange. I think that narrative is just fundamentally broken. And so I think it just continues to be important that we push back on these negative narratives, but it's great to see organizations like the Bitcoin Policy Institute, Bitcoin Advocacy Project, be in a position where they can now get to regulators, get to legislators, and push back on these bad and dangerous approaches to what Bitcoin is used for.
Natalie, what is your Bitcoin FUD of the week? And if you have something we can use to overcome it that you think is the best thing.
Yeah, well, definitely I think of the week is the headline that potentially Russia will subvert the sanctions using cryptocurrency, therefore we shouldn't
before Bitcoin. But you know, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret about news. We have a saying, if it bleeds, it leads. So all the headlines that I've ever covered are pretty much death and disaster and destruction, and that's what I spent more than 10 years reporting on. And so it seems like if there was a positive headline, it wouldn't lead the news, because there has to be controversy, because news likes to, kind of tap into that voyeur side of us. And that's how they make their money. And what's funny is people have asked me throughout my career, like, why does the news do that? Why do they lead with like the crime and the death and all that? And to be honest with you, actually, if you look into the history of television, they've tried to create broadcasts that are more positive news leaning, and they always fail, because there's something in us that like drives us toward the destruction, I think, a little bit. So there's a lot of FUD. I think the media has invented a lot of the FUD headlines, whether it's, that this is destroying the planet, to this is used only by criminals, to now it's going to be used by countries to subvert sanctions, and like what's next. I'm sure there's going to be a new headline created, but again, I think this is why it's so important to educate the people that are not only the speakers, the anchors, the producers, the writers, but also the members of the public, so that when they're asked about it, they have educated responses.
Well, on that same subject, though, why, or I think everybody knows why, but what can we do to keep Bitcoin in the news or make it more pro-Bitcoin instead of FUD all the time? Because that's all I ever see. So is there anything people can do to actually change that aspect?
I mean, I just think it's education. So no one told me, right, to read the books, and I'm sure all of you went down this path too, where you were maybe exposed to Bitcoin, you heard about it for the first time, you didn't understand it, perhaps you were skeptical, and then you had a second exposure and you maybe got a little bit more curious, maybe you read an article or two, then you went further down, and it's a process. Like going down the rabbit hole is a journey, and so you can't just send someone, an article and have them understand it and then suddenly change their coverage. For me, it was like basically over a year-long journey, and not only did I have to read books like The Bitcoin Standard and The Bullish Case for Bitcoin and Layered Money and really dig into the problems in our system, but for me, I think one of the reasons why I have an advantage in the field in terms of I'm one of the only media voices that seems to be covering Bitcoin in a positive way, where I advocate for it and I want to educate people on it, is because I was almost predisposed to the principles and the mission of Bitcoin because of my background. Like, I'm first generation. My goal is to help provide like I want there to be a renaissance of the American dream, because I truly feel like it's dying, and I don't like the idea of living in a place where wealth inequality is ballooning. I feel like there should be more economic opportunity and more access for the average person to be able to make their lives better for their families. And so that's why I'm super passionate about Bitcoin, but it took me a while to really understand Bitcoin, because I didn't understand what caused the problems and the division and the polarization that I was reporting on. But I knew there was a problem, and I think a lot of people, especially in the US, they have this feeling of being left behind or feeling like the system's broken and unfair, but we need to help them get there. Like, that's the gap, that's the bridge of like, you recognize there's a problem, Bitcoin is the solution, but here's why the problem exists and why Bitcoin was created, and like we need to get them over that hurdle.
I want to ask you, Dennis, a minute ago, Natalie said that her news coverage where she's been on TV has always been conservative, which is maybe basically saying more Republican. What can we do to make Bitcoin bipartisan so that's not the case? Because I think that's a real issue. So it's not bipartisan.
Yeah, to me, there's a few narratives here that I think are just kind of fundamentally wrong around Bitcoin. I think that Republicans have been well positioned to adopt Bitcoin because of the fact that they're the party out of power. And, when you're the party out of power, you're looking for ways to disrupt the status quo. And also, just Bitcoin naturally aligns with both sides of the aisle. So they're looking to disrupt the status quo. They love the freedom aspect. They love the censorship-resistant aspect. But Democrats love Bitcoin as well. Those on the left like Bitcoin as well. They love it for its ability to provide equality and equal access. They love it for its ability to help the middle class. So Bitcoin fundamentally is left and right, or you could say it's neither, really, right? And so it's really going to come down to getting people in a position where they can go on to these more
left-leaning organizations and begin to build these relationships. It's more of a narrative thing right now. It's more of the politicians on the right have kind of picked this thing up and are running with it. But Democrats are very pro-Bitcoin as well. We've seen 10 Democrats get together and write a letter to Nancy Pelosi saying that they opposed the crypto tax reporting amendment that was slipped into the infrastructure bill. They opposed this bad Bitcoin legislation, and they weren't going to stand for it. Darren Soto, who helped write that letter, is ahead of the blockchain caucus in DC, right? These are Democrats. You have Ro Khanna, Darren Soto. You have guys like even Ron Wyden, who's doing help behind the scenes to make sure that the Bitcoin industry survives and thrives. He was one of the key players in making sure that the recent carve-out from the note sent to the Treasury and the IRS about excluding miners from the broker status, he was one of the key players in making sure that happened. So there are people on the left that do want to talk about Bitcoin and do want to champion Bitcoin, but I think it's going to take a little bit of a political shift in this country. I think it's going to take some people losing their office, losing their gavels, to be put in a position where they're starting to willing to fight for the disruption of the status quo. I think you're going to see a lot more of that as the next 2 to 4 years go on. Those of you that know, it's one of my major objectives to make sure Democrats and left-leaning states get on board. I'm close to a California legal tender bill. I'm close to some Democrats that are having conversations. They're very actively seeking ways that they can start to engage the community. Also, there's like a recent study that came out that like 60% of Bitcoin and digital asset holders are Democrats. So the voters are there. The desire to learn more about this asset is there. It's not a partisan thing. I just think Republicans were well positioned to pick up the mantle and run with it in the very beginning.
Okay, so Natalie, let me ask you. As Dennis said, everybody loves Bitcoin. That's good to hear, for sure. But what can we do, like as regular people here, to ensure that the U.S. keeps moving forward with this instead of staying stuck in the past? I mean, what would you say is the best thing we could do, or the best 2 things we could do?
Yeah, well, I think we all have to use our voices, and not enough people contact their local representatives. And I feel like we've kind of divided ourselves in these 2 teams. And really the thing that excites me most about Bitcoin is it's the one thing it seems like that can unify us in this crazy, crazy time that we live in. And so regardless of whether your representative happens to be on your team and you're red or blue or whatever, I think it's important to let them know that this is a topic that's important to you. I mean, certainly we're seeing that politicians are trying to better understand it because it's coming on their radar. I mean, whether their staffers hold Bitcoin or they're getting phone calls about it, or issues are coming up in the news, they are trying to get educated, and so we need to steer them in the right direction because kind of, off of what Dennis said, right now it seems like the Republicans, if you boil it down to maybe the most simple features of Bitcoin and you don't know a lot about it, you probably come away with, okay, small government, you don't want control, so small government, and freedom, which freedom, I don't know why, has become kind of a bad word lately. But so that sort of tends to veer right, and they don't realize that, hey, this is also banking the unbanked. This is offering financial inclusivity for minority groups and for people within classes that don't have access to capital and savings technologies. And so I think education is super important, and I think we all have our own small or medium or large communities that we exist in, and you're obviously passionate enough to come to a conference, so I think, whatever we can do to spread the message is just super, super helpful.
Well, Dennis, we're sitting here and following up on that. We're with a bunch of people here who love Bitcoin. This isn't some conferences where people are asking, or hopefully not going to ask stupid questions like
a wallet question.
Yeah, like Bitcoin, isn't it like dangerous or something? So I think we have a lot of people who love Bitcoin, but what I want to know is how can other people here help ensure their community is moving into Bitcoin? Because that's where I think we can make a bigger difference, is on the local level, and that in itself will help the national level move into Bitcoin. So what would you recommend people do on the local level?
I mean, this is a saying that politics is local, so when you engage with your local lawmakers, those are the ones that go to DC and they represent you. Also get engaged with the state lawmakers. Those are the ones that are going to help with the bottom-up approach to passing Bitcoin legal tender. If you want your state to be the first state to pass Bitcoin legal tender, go start talking to your local lawmakers. Go start talking to your state officials. They are very susceptible to the influence that you could provide. These guys want to learn. They want to be educated on Bitcoin. But I want to go back to something about the bipartisan issue here. it's critical that Bitcoin maintain itself as a bipartisan issue. The reason why is because if one of these parties decides to oppose Bitcoin, decides to be against this asset, 50% of the time, we'll be battling against bad policy instead of 100% of the time having both parties compete for better policy. We want them to compete. That's competition always delivers better results. And so it's a very, very important mission of mine to make sure that Bitcoin maintains itself as a bipartisan issue in this country. That is going to be able to drive adoption forward. That is going to stop us from having all of these people, whether it be the left, could be the right. When the right gets into power, you know how it is. Things shift. All of a sudden they have the power over the money printer. Now they don't like Bitcoin so much, right? It's very possible that something like that could happen. So both sides need to get a good focus and make sure that we are staying in touch with our local lawmakers, staying in touch with our federal officials, and I have built tools that make it super easy for you to do that. So if you go to singleissuevoter.com, you can use one of the tools that I've provided right now. You can go there, you can send a message to your state lawmakers and your federal officials in like 60 seconds or less. You can say, I want to vote for legal tender, or I'm a single issue voter, or I want to protect proof of work mining. There's all sorts of different campaigns that are being run right now, and I think it's very important that you make your voice known. That's how the political process works in this country.
I just want to add a little note to that because I was very concerned that Bitcoin's message could be hijacked by one party and then automatically it is just that, and the other one, just by virtue of default, has to be against it. And that's one of the things that I hate about the situation in our country right now. And for me, one of the reasons why I get passionate about bipartisan Bitcoin, and we've partnered on some Twitter spaces, is because over my 10 years as a reporter, I became very jaded about politics, and I came to distrust every politician, no matter what side of the aisle they were on, because on a daily basis, I would be reporting on the same issues, ballooning, and some guy blames another guy and pledges that he'll be different, and we elect him, and they spend a bunch more money, and the problem's even bigger. Right? And so I would get passionate about it and frustrated because clearly, again, there's something broken. And I don't care if you're red or blue. This is not a red or blue issue. It's not a purple issue. This is like the chance to create this beautiful future and access to financial inclusivity and wealth accumulation for future generations so that we can actually start thinking about the future. Because people that I met as a reporter, they've given up hope. Like, hope is, I think, at a deficit in the United States, and there have been a bunch of politicians that run on the platform of hope, but like, where do we actually see it in our communities? Poor people are basically helping each other because there's not enough to go around, and it feels like everyone feels disenfranchised from the system. And if we just had a money that actually maintained and grew in value, people wouldn't feel so frustrated. They could plan for their families, they could plan for a future, the system would feel more fair. And I think that it would level the playing field a lot. And that personally, when I was reporting, that was the biggest thing that I came away with, is people just feeling like everything's unfair and there's nothing that will fix it. And that's because most of them didn't understand Bitcoin.
Real quickly, I think that something that's really important that Natalie touched on here is this
losing control here.
Yeah, this idea of, being disenfranchised. Politics doesn't work, right? I agree to some extent that we need to make sure we're building networks and protocols and systems that are outside the government control. But it's very important that you do not lose hope in the political process here. If you think that you can just wake up, though, and just vote, that's not going to work. Like, we need to become extremely engaged. We don't need to become disengaged. We need to become more engaged in the political process. You need to be writing letters. You need to be going to meetings. You need to be contributing to candidates that are running on Bitcoin. You need to be contributing to the opponents of people like Brad Sherman, who are opposed to Bitcoin, and Elizabeth Warren, who is opposed to Bitcoin. You need to be making your voice heard. After the crypto tax reporting amendment process, one of the biggest takeaways in DC, you want to know what it was? We do not ever want to go through that process again with the Bitcoiners. They are wild. They will come, they will call, they will write letters, they'll donate. No. We don't want to do that again. So just know that you are having an impact, but there's a certain threshold you have to have. You have to become extremely loud. If just 3 to 4% of this country becomes extremely loud on Bitcoin, we can completely change everything. If 3 to 4% of this country says, we will only accept Bitcoin, we will only vote for pro-Bitcoin candidates, it'll be game over. So just realize that only a very small amount of us need to get to that point, and we can win the United States over. We can orange pill the USA.
Okay, thank you. Very good point. Okay, just want to get everybody ready. We're going to ask a question, let you ask questions after this question, but it's going to be shorter than it was going to be. So, you know, as you know, I wrote the book, helped write the book, Bitcoin and the American Dream. And there's a lot of people who have never, ever had the opportunity to see the American dream. They just haven't. How can Bitcoin help? And I'll let you start, Natalie. How can Bitcoin help people realize the American dream?
Well, I'm so excited you mentioned that book because I actually just finished it on this trip. I was gifted it at the ski summit, and I think it's a fabulous book. You guys should pick it up. It's a very fast read, and it just hits every point of how Bitcoin is, it offers economic opportunity to folks that are minorities, that are different races, different genders, LGBTQ, immigrants, boomers, young people. Like, it just covers the whole spectrum so that if a political officer were to pick it up, they would really get just like a very, very nicely written summary of why Bitcoin is great for America and why they should embrace things like Bitcoin mining and the technology behind it and the innovation and competition that's happening within the space. So for me, the American dream is really about economic opportunity. I mean, it's the reason my family wanted to come here. My parents grew up in Poland, and they saw what happens when a country falls under communism, and there was no access to essentially economic opportunity. There was no sense of like upward mobility and making your life better and having your kids, you know, achieve something. And so they came here with that specific goal in mind, that as long as you work hard and you get an education, pretty much anything is possible. Now, that's not to say that everyone's going to be equal, because one of the reasons I'm passionate about Bitcoin is I do believe it will create and incentivize a more egalitarian community and economy. But it's not going to, that doesn't mean that every single person is going to be equal and we're not going to have any wealth inequality, because I think people come to the table and have different desires, motivations, you know, levels of intelligence and time that they're willing to invest in learning a skill, for example. But I do think that the playing field should be leveled in terms of the access to the economic opportunity. So like if you really want to make it, it's not as difficult as it is right now. And what I saw is, like with my family, the goalpost would keep moving. Every year things would get more and more expensive, and it was harder and harder to achieve the quote unquote American dream. And here we are. I'm a millennial, and my friends are all memeing about how none of us can afford a house, and none of us can plan for a retirement, none of us can have kids because it's going to be too expensive and the climate's going to destroy the planet. So like, that's really sad. You know, it's really sad that in the superpower and the #1 country in the world, we're saying that we basically can't afford the basic things that our parents could. So for me, it's like economic opportunity #1, and the rest, it's like, it's, you know, self-determination, which, you know, is fundamental to capitalism. Like, you determine your future and your destiny, and I believe in that.
Okay, Dennis, before you answer, we're running out of time, and I do want to get some questions in. So if you have a question, go ahead and get to the mic. Dennis, would you answer?
Yeah, to me, it all comes down to the way we treat money in this country. The way we've treated money has led to the destruction of the socioeconomic ladder. The Fed and those in charge of the economic system have taken that ladder and they have thrown it into the fire. It is completely destroyed. Those at the bottom have next to zero opportunity and chances to climb up the ladder. And so I think Bitcoin rebuilds that ladder. It not only gives people this incredible savings technology for the first time ever, they can work hard and get ahead. It also starts to kind of take out the incentive for people to park all their money in real estate. Like, we all know this, that Bitcoin is the ultimate money. It's the best store of value on the planet. And because of that, it's going to extract value from these things that really shouldn't have monetary value in them, which are like homes. And homes will become cheaper, more affordable, while individuals are saving more money at a faster rate. Wages are underperforming the price of homes. So homes are, for the first time ever, going up faster than wages. That is a real problem for the average American, and I think that Bitcoin will be the first thing that can actually help us to flip the script on that story.
Okay, and what's your question, sir?
So I just want to know, so when it comes to the government,
what do you think the number one biggest threat is, as opposed to, like, what do you think they could do? What's the biggest thing that would be the most impactful negatively against Bitcoin?
So what's the biggest threat the
law
U.S. could do
or,
to Bitcoin?
Yeah, combined, bill, something. What?
Dennis?
Yeah, to me, I mean, when this is something that we talk about a lot with those in D.C. To me, really, the critical one is the right to self-custody. I think it's very important that we all get behind what Congressman Warren Davidson is doing. He created the KYC Keep Your Coins Act, and it protects the right to self-custody and protects the right to peer-to-peer transactions. So that, to me, is the big one, because as soon as they take away self-custody, it's all centralized again. We're just right back to the same old system we used to be in before. So if you hear about, if you get an opportunity, go donate, go contribute, support Congressman Warren Davidson and his efforts to do that. I'm also going to be working on another bill here soon, lobbying for another bill called the Bitcoin Act, which is broadly going to bring all the various types of things the Bitcoin community wants to see happen in the next 5 to 10 years, and that would be one of the things that is a part of it.
Natalie, what could the U.S. do to hurt Bitcoin? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I think that they could try to ban it, they could overregulate it, they could try to tax it too much, tax unrealized gains, but at the end of the day, I think that those will all hurt competition and hurt America's ability to be a superpower, honestly, because I think at this point we need Bitcoin. So I think that they could try these things, but in the same way that you can't kill the internet, ultimately maybe this will lead to the price maintaining volatility, or we slow down adoption a little bit, because for sure policy affects adoption. But I don't think in the long run any of this matters, because they can't stop it. So
Okay.
Real quick, let's be clear. Bitcoin always wins. Bitcoin will not lose. But the United States can lose, just like China lost. And we want to do everything in our power to make sure that we are headed in the same direction as El Salvador and the opposite direction of where the CCP has gone.
Question, sir?
Yes. Thanks for this section. It was very inspiring. My question is, if you can sit with Eric Adams, the mayor of New York that wants to apply with Bitcoin and plug in Bitcoin, what suggestion will you give to the mayor for the next 4 years?
Thanks.
yeah, well, I would love to sit down with him and help him understand Bitcoin a little bit better, because, you know, he said he was for Bitcoin, but not for Bitcoin mining. So clearly, you know, that's a big concern, because he doesn't understand the network. He doesn't understand how the whole system functions. So I think that's really concerning. I think he needs, look, we all have to be, I think, a little bit nicer about the whole thing, because people just need to learn. They don't understand what they don't know. They need someone helping them, sometimes holding their hand. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to do that, so that we can spread the word of Bitcoin, because I'm sure that he has the best of intentions, like many of the people who seek elected office. He wants to help, and sometimes it just turns into muddy waters, especially with a brand new technology that most people don't understand.
Yeah, following up there, I couldn't agree more with Natalie. When we approach elected officials, you know, they say, oh, they work for us. How many people in here, have you ever been an employer? You ever had employees? Raise your hand if you've had employees, right? How many times have you gone to your employees and said, you work for me. This is what you need to do. What kind of a response do you usually get when you talk to your employees that way? Think of it the same thing with these elected officials. Talk to them like with respect. Talk to them like you want them to be on your team, because we ultimately do want them to be on our team. And if we're respectful and we're nice and they still don't do what we want them to do, we remove them from office. That's how the system works, right? So couldn't agree more. Be nice. Play nice until you have to play mean, I guess I could say there.
Yeah, that doesn't mean don't hold their feet to the fire. Like, we're not lapdogs, we're watchdogs. At least that's my mission. But yeah, no, I think, you know, you got to respectfully educate them and help them see the light. Lead them to the water and hope they drink it. And if they don't, kick them out of office.
Because let's be clear, if you are against Bitcoin mining and you say you're for Bitcoin, you do not understand Bitcoin. You're not for Bitcoin. You cannot be opposed to Bitcoin mining and be for Bitcoin.
Okay, we're out of time. Before we go, I really don't care. Is there anything you want to leave them with, like in a minute, or one last comment, Natalie?
No, I'm just super impassioned, and I am inspired to see so many people here and at all the conferences I go to. And so it's just, you know, spread the message in your communities, hold events, send someone Bitcoin, make sure if you have a business, you accept Bitcoin. I mean, just really, I think we all can make a difference in our small communities, and those have ripple effects outward. And I'm just super excited to see all of you guys here.
Dennis?
If you don't want to get involved with the political process, build a business,
It's the #1 way to incentivize elected officials. I was recently speaking to Congressman Pete Sessions, and one of the main reasons why he's talking about trying to meet with the CEOs of the publicly traded mining companies and why he's trying to become a leader on Bitcoin today is because the Whinstone facility is in his district. So build a Bitcoin business, incentivize them to start learning about Bitcoin.
I do want to let you know this is the first time I've moderated a panel, but I couldn't have had two better people on my panel. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Let me just put them on the side. You don't have to take them off. All right, guys. We got a couple of more things today. We're about to have an awesome keynote. I'm going to bring up my good friend Ben Gagnon, and I first met him when I was moderating a panel in Miami called Dear Elon, where he really wowed the crowd with his comments. That was awesome, and I'm going to hand it off to him. Also, real quick, there's some more snacks in that VIP and speaker lounge, so that you guys know.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom. Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Gagnon. I'm the Chief Mining Officer of a little company called Bitfarms. We do about 1.5% of the Bitcoin hash rate every day, based out of Canada and Washington and Paraguay, Argentina soon. How are we all doing today? Woo! Are we feeling bearish? No bears. Are we feeling bullish? Hell yeah, we got some bulls in the house. That's good. So we got a very important person coming up right now. Gregg Foss. He's doing a lot of really cool things on the Bitcoin mining space, mostly in Canada, developing out great power opportunities, great mining facilities. And his talk is called Bitcoin the Perfect Option. Now, I don't know entirely what Gregg is going to talk about, but Bitcoin really is the perfect option for just about everything on the planet when we're looking at its woes, isn't it? We're looking at the incentive structures that are causing all sorts of chaos and all sorts of disruption and all sorts of issues that people have to live out in their lives. Bitcoin does seem to be the solution to all those problems. And especially when it comes down to energy and electricity and the ability for people to work and generate good economic activity, Bitcoin is the perfect blend of all these different assets. So without further ado, I'm going to give it up for Gregg. Woo! Nice to see you. Yeah. Let's talk later. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, everyone. I want to start by thanking Tone for having me up here. I'm 58 years old. I spent 30 years in the risk management business as a high-yield bond trader and a credit risk manager. So I am not going to come up here and talk about Bitcoin mining. What I am going to come up here is trying to empower you with some of my experience. Spent 30 years trading risk through 4 successive financial crises that will change our lives. So if you'd allow me, I didn't put together any slides because the world has changed so much in the last 2 months that when I was invited to this conference, I didn't feel that I could put something on paper that would be consistent with the life I'm living right now. So I started my career as an engineer, McGill University, Montreal. I am from Canada. And then I went to do an MBA at Cornell University in upstate New York. Unbelievable experience. Got to meet some incredibly cool Americans, understand the culture difference between our two countries. And there are some substantial cultural differences, and that's important. This is such a great conference, okay? The Bitcoin community is the coolest community I have ever met in my career. The amount of talent, the amount of young people that I met last night, 16-year-old right here, come up and says, thank you so much for teaching me or enlightening me with your experience. And that means a lot to me. I have 3 kids, all right? The USA
is the greatest fucking country in the world. Okay? You are our last hope. Canada is fucked. 100% fucked. Okay? And I'm a proud Canadian. So I'm going to start with some facts. Peter Schiff's a fucking idiot. Another fact. Bitcoin is the best asymmetric trade opportunity I have ever seen in my 30 years of managing risk. So Peter also did the math, but was too conflicted to generate the proper conclusion. Don't be like Peter Schiff. Your kids deserve better. Okay? Third fact. Justin Trudeau is a child. What happened in Canada with the Canadian truckers, which was near and dear to my heart, and I actually have a $300 million lawsuit against me, is unbelievable support from the Bitcoin community. We love you. Now, I wasn't anti-vax. I was pro-freedom. And my good friend Jeff Booth and I vouched for the fundraising campaign in Bitcoin for the truckers. And we got messages of support from around the world. And all I can say is, thank you. I sincerely mean that. Listen to this presentation, please, and remember one thing. Our kids need Bitcoin because it is the hope for freedom in the world. So let's, if I may, I'll give you a little bit of my history. I was an engineer. I liked math, but I knew I didn't want to be a practicing engineer. I went down to Cornell, and I became a financial engineer. I came back to Canada, and I worked for Canada's largest financial institution, the Royal Bank of Canada. Now, there's a lot of Bitcoin maxis out there, and maybe some of you are in the audience. They have what's called a Foss bingo card. You got to love these guys, because the bingo card are squares, and every time Foss says something that he continues to say, you can cross out a square and then yell bingo. Fuck you guys, okay? Because at the end of the day, I need to repeat shit because most of the world is so stupid that they don't get it the first time, the second time, or the third time. So listen the fuck up, okay? I am going to tell you it's grade 11 math. Cross that off your bingo square, please. Grade fucking 11 math. Why? The world is in a debt spiral, D-E-B-T spiral, and it's as simple as this. Total global debt to global GDP, so this is going to be a ratio, is 4 to 1. Your global GDP is your tax base, right? Your total global debt is 4 times your tax base, GDP. Put an average coupon on the debt, I'm going to say 3%, which is low, but that includes all debt. 4 times 3 is 12%. Your numerator is growing organically at 12% relative to your denominator, global GDP. Is global GDP going to grow at 12% just to keep pace with the organic growth of the coupon? Not even fucking close, okay? And I swear a lot because I'm a trader. But at the end of the day, that's as simple as it is. So what is the error term? How do you solve the debt spiral? And you know the answer. You gotta print money. So there's very few things that are 100% certain in life. But I am 100% certain that fiat money will continue to debase and it will continue to debase on an accelerated basis as the irresponsible governments continue to add to the deficit, which is your numerator. Anyone have any questions on grade 11 math? I'm serious. Because math is the base layer of language. And if you don't understand the base layer of language, you're in big trouble. But most of the world does not understand the base layer of language. It's really quite pathetic. However, 30 years of financial risk management started at the Royal Bank of Canada in 1988, Canada's largest financial institution, and the Royal Bank of Canada was insolvent. Holy shit. Latin American debt was trading at a level that if they had marked to market their book, the book value of equity of Royal Bank of Canada was vaporized. Wow. I didn't spend 6 years of university to realize the fiat Ponzi was alive and well. But Royal Bank of Canada wasn't alone. Chase Manhattan, Bankers Trust, Manufacturers Hanover, notice these are all US banks that combined, were all in the same boat, and US Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady had to come up with what's called the Brady Plan. That was my first financial crisis. I went to the CFO of the Royal Bank of Canada, and I said, Emil, that's who I was working for, the CFO, we have a problem. You know what his answer was? I know. Don't tell anyone. Now, I'm not kidding. In 1988, I was exposed to the fiat Ponzi. Now, what's a kid who's 25 years old going to do? Run out to the Wall Street Journal and expose the financial system? I wouldn't get far, would I? Mainstream media would shut me down. I'd never work in finance again. And I had some student loans I had to pay off. So I have essentially been looking for the solution to the fiat Ponzi for over 30 years, and I finally found it in Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is the perfect financial option. Bingo! Hey, I don't have an accent, you know, but I love you, man. I've been a huge fan of all these guys here. I'll just say this. I don't even know what to say, but bingo, I love you. Okay, so look, financial risk. I have 13 minutes to try and teach you the most important thing that I'll leave this stage with. Bitcoin is insurance. Therefore, Bitcoin is a risk-off asset. When the world is unraveling, you buy Bitcoin. You do not sell Bitcoin, despite what the big hedge funds in the world will have you believe on a correlation basis. Now, Bitcoin actually had a good week this week, even though today was a bit of a down day. The machines are trading Bitcoin due to their correlations with other assets. Machines are programmed by humans, and humans have many weaknesses. But I need you to understand this. Bitcoin is long volatility. I'm going to say it again. Bitcoin is a long volatility asset. What is volatility? Measured very simply by things like the VIX. The VIX takes the staircase down, a measure of risk, declining risk, and it takes the elevator up, doesn't it? You need to own protection against the unraveling of the financial system, owning long volatility assets. Equities are short volatility. Credit is short volatility. Bitcoin is long volatility. Bitcoin is the equivalent of being short sovereign credit risk. It is the most beautiful instrument I have ever seen for trading credit risk and protecting yourself against the inevitable unraveling of the global financial system. Once again, Bitcoin is long volatility. And despite what these hedge funds knuckleheads out there are going to tell you, like Gary Black, that it's a long duration technology stock, Gary Black has not done his homework. Please do your homework and understand why Bitcoin is long volatility, and then, more importantly, why it's the perfect option. So let's run through some quick financial terminology. When you price an option has value when it has time. The longer the time frame, the more value the option. The option has value when it's volatile. The higher the volatility, the more value the option. Well, Bitcoin is a contract with no theta, no time evaporation, if you will. Bitcoin is an infinite contractual obligation. Infinite theta is very, very valuable. Think of your equity options of expiring in 3 months versus 9 months. Everything else being equal, the 9-month option is way more valuable than the 3-month option. Bitcoin has infinite theta. Wow. Secondly, Bitcoin is long volatility. I've explained that to you. Bitcoin has no counterparty risk. I don't purchase my insurance from a counterparty that could fail. Having lived through the great financial crisis in 2009 at a hedge fund, if I had insurance contracts with the likes of a Lehman Brothers, how valuable was that insurance contract? Fuck, it wasn't. I had to go out and buy protection on my insurance provider. That's called contagion. And that's how financial markets unravel. Now, I'm going to get really geeky with you. Global central banks believe in something called the Fed put, right? Alan Greenspan started the unwritten rule that if equity markets fell by 20%, the Fed would come in and rescue equity markets. And there's no bones about it, global equities marched to the tune of the US equity markets. So essentially, all equity markets and all central banks are beholden to the Fed. Essentially, all global central banks believe in the Fed put. In other words, the Fed is going to rescue the global financial markets, and other central banks are going to be skated out of jail. Here's the geeky part. What happens if the Fed put doesn't work? Because there will be a time when it doesn't work. You need to own insurance. Heck, what could that insurance be? Oh yeah, Bitcoin. So it's my thesis that global central banks are going to start buying Bitcoin as insurance on the Fed put. Essentially a put on the put. It's called gamma, you engineering geeks. And gamma is the most beautiful of the option Greeks. Gamma produces face-melting rallies and makes you wish that you understood that $40,000 a Bitcoin is a fucking rounding error. And if you don't own the cheapest insurance available to you in this day and age, you failed risk management, and you probably own Peter Schiff's gold fund too, don't you? So I can take a few questions. I wanted to finally to say one thing. I'm here in Las Vegas, first time in Vegas. Lots of bond traders would come here all the time. I was like, dude, I spend my life trading risk during the week. I don't need to spend my weekend doing it as well. But what a great town. Met some great people. Dennis and Natalie, I've been on both of their podcasts. They were just up, obviously. This community is full of people that care with their heart. And one local guy that I want to point out, James Lavish, a good friend of mine, who also a hedge fund manager, lives in Vegas. Both of us have experience that doesn't get taught in school. And both of us are trying to impart our experience as best we can. And I do it like I'm I swear a lot and, I'm fat and I'm a bulldog. But at the end of the day, I do it because I care. So forgive me for swearing. I have 3 kids. They need this solution. Okay? I am so grateful to have met you people. Tone, thank you for inviting me. A couple of questions. I see I have 5 minutes. If not, happy to get off and get the conference back on track. But remember one thing. They don't teach you this in school. You have to sit in a risk chair. You have to know what it feels like in March 2009 when I was riding the train to work and I was certain the financial system was over. That is not a fun situation to be in when you have 3 kids. It happened to me in 2009. I now have an insurance product that I dutifully stack for the future of my children. Am I 100% certain it'll work out? No. But I play probabilities. That's my whole career. So, my price target on Bitcoin, it's a target, not a limit, is $2 million US per coin in today's dollars. Okay? That's only math. I could walk through that math with you, but very simply, understand that at $40,000 a Bitcoin, where it's currently trading, versus my target, the market is giving me a 2% chance that I'm right? 40,000 divided by 2 million, 1/50th, 2%. I'm a probabilities guy and I'm in Vegas. Ship it in, you fucking idiots. 2%. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm way more certain than 2%. You can play roulette, you can play cards, you can play poker, all the same thing. It's called risk management. At $40,000 a Bitcoin, this is the best asymmetric investment opportunity I have ever seen. Any questions? If not,
Coming up, guys. Got a mic right there. Got 5 minutes for questions. Great job, Gregg. Thanks for coming.
I think I know the answer, but because of the volatility, there's a lot of yield you can get selling calls on Bitcoin.
hey,
And I'm just curious if you think that's a viable solution, or is your
not with your whole book. No, but look, selling vol, when you're long volatility, makes sense because Bitcoin is a long vol. Selling vol when you're already short volatility, which is equity shorting vol, that's a recipe for disaster. I know a guy who now needs to work 7 more years because he was in a short vol strategy, basically selling volatility on equities, and volatility spiked during the pandemic from 15% to 80% annualized. Horrible strategy.
They have to be covered the way that I do it. So
it's all good. Again, okay. But you are selling vol on a long volatility asset. That's smart. Selling vol on a short volatility asset, that's doubling up. You're doubling down. That's a dumb strategy. So great question.
All right, anyone else? Last chance. Oh, we got
there's
one
over
more. We got
here.
Sasha.
Go ahead. The question is, how would I hedge being too long Bitcoin? I'm going to give you the pocket answer. What's too long? So look, the answer to me, I am not 100% invested in Bitcoin, okay? That's not the way I manage risk. The reality is, if you own 0, which I don't think anybody in this room does, you're doing well. You don't need to be 100% in. Because if Bitcoin goes to my price target, a 10, 20, 30% position in Bitcoin, you're going to be just fine. And the other 80, 70, or 60% exposure that you have, whether it's other long, hard assets, just do me a favor. Do not own any bonds. Anyone who owns bonds failed mathematics. You need to borrow money right now, not lend money.
Thanks. I just wanted to understand when you said Bitcoin's a risk on, how do you, risk off?
Yes.
I thought it was a risk. I might have misunderstood what you said then, because in 2020 in March, when
Yes.
the hedge funds all, it went down to 3,000, I was really surprised by that, and I couldn't really explain it other than these hedge funds
Yes.
have now kind of taken
Great question.
over.
So look, it's an education process. You heard Natalie say it. Right now, there was one meaningful day this week where Bitcoin showed its true value. Financial stocks were cratering. JP Morgan down 5%, Bitcoin up 5%. Part of it was a gamma squeeze. Everyone is short Bitcoin. Bitcoin, again, though, is correlated with the risk on assets because of the machines, not because of the people who have done the work. This will take a lot of time to permeate the investment community. But yes, right now, Bitcoin trades highly correlated to other risk assets. Good question. And one more, I think we're done. Everyone good?
I think we're good. Awesome. Gregg, great job.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you again, buddy.
All right, guys, we got a couple of more awesome panels for you. Once again, we're going to do a little introduction, a little 5 minutes. We're going to bring up D++ to the stage. And she will do a little intro. She will talk for a few minutes on what Bitcoin means to her. And then she'll introduce the panel, which she will be moderating.
Thanks, Tone. Hey there, I'm D++. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm going to be moderating a panel on the topic of self-sovereignty and running your own node. How many of you would consider yourselves to be self-sovereign in that you hold the own keys to your own Bitcoin? And how many of you run your own Bitcoin and or Lightning node? All right, awesome. So I'm going to be joined by not one, but 3 CEOs of not one, but 3 Bitcoin companies. These are Bitcoin-only companies, which are the best kind. And before I introduce our CEOs, just a quick blurb about me. Little personal news for you guys. I recently joined a Bitcoin company myself. The Bitcoin Company, in fact, that's our name, The Bitcoin Company. And I couldn't be more thrilled to be heading education at the Bitcoin Company. We have a product launch coming out in a couple of weeks, so please stay tuned. There's going to be some really incredible announcements. Now, before I joined the Bitcoin Company, I was working as a coding professor and a web developer with a bachelor's in computer engineering. I've since pivoted my career into Bitcoin, only Bitcoin. It's all I can think about. It's all I can do, and I'm thrilled to now have a Bitcoin job. Now thank you so much. I'd love to introduce our panelists. I'm gonna be joined by 3 CEOs. Our first CEO is going to be NVK of CoinKite. A lot of CoinKite fanboys in the audience, I see. So CoinKite is famous for their cold card hardware wallet, which I'm a little biased, but it's my favorite hardware wallet. I think it's a lot to verify, but I think you'll find it may quickly become your favorite as well. We're also going to be joined by Matt Hill of Start9. Do we have any Start9 fanboys?
Yeah.
So Start9 is paving the road for the future of sovereign computing.
They've developed their own operating system, the Embassy OS, which makes it easy to run your own Bitcoin and Lightning node. You can even choose your flavor of Lightning. You can choose your implementation, whether that's LND or C Lightning, which is pretty cool. You can also grab an additional device to host your data, your passwords, and even your own instance of Matrix, and have a truly secure messaging application that you run yourself. Last but not least, we're also going to be joined by Krizek. Now, I've been following his company, Voltage, quite closely because they're a newer Bitcoin company, and they have amassed an all-star lineup of fantastic Bitcoiners on their team. Now, Voltage offers cloud solutions for folks who need a place to park their node, and perhaps businesses that might want to have a quick and easy instance of, say, BTC Pay server spun up without having to pull out all of your hair. So we're happy to have Graham from Voltage as well. All right, I've got some questions for you all on the topic of self-sovereignty and running your own node. So what I'm thinking is, let's start with why. Why would we want to be self-sovereign, and what is the importance of self-sovereignty? And these questions, by the way, are open to everyone on the panel.
Sure. So the whole point of Bitcoin is that you can essentially run the numbers, right? You can account for the total money supply yourself without trusting anyone. You also have a copy of all the transactions to make sure that that money supply is true. And you essentially control or verify the consensus rules on the network. So the whole point of Bitcoin is for you to be fully self-sovereign with your monetary system. Without that, you essentially back into a system where people can counterfeit. That's what central banks do. They run a counterfeiting operation. They debase your monetary systems, or other shitcoins do the same thing, right? They just keep on printing. I think if you ask for Ethereum's money supply, nobody knows.
I can. So I think that another important piece of it is, it's not really possible to, take control of your funds in a real sense and in any other way outside of Bitcoin. You can hold all of your net worth in cash under your mattress, but we all know fiat has problems too. And so there's really not any other technology that exists that allows you to have complete control over your assets, in its entirety. And given that you have that option in Bitcoin, why would you not exercise that option?
Yeah, so the three tiers of sovereignty are trust, which is kind of what most people in the world do today. And then you have trust but verify, which was a very common, saying over the more recent years. And now most recently you have don't trust, verify, meaning the number of third parties that are involved in your digital life directly correlates to the amount of risk you are introducing to your data, your privacy, and your finances. So the elimination of trusted third parties is a worthwhile endeavor, one that I think everyone here pursues. But when you extend that concept beyond just Bitcoin, it gets increasingly difficult, but it is no less important. So don't trust, verify is something that we kind of hold as an axiom at Start9 and try to help people accomplish in a very practical way.
Bitcoin is the only asset you can really own, right? There's nothing else you can actually own. Everything else requires violence, right? So that's how real estate is enforced. That's how contracts are enforced. With Bitcoin, the enforcement comes from math. So unless people can break the cryptography of it, which we would have way bigger problems than just Bitcoin, nobody can take that Bitcoin from you.
Yeah, so long as you have the keys and the gates.
That's right.
So you're saying that Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer electronic cash system with no trusted third party?
I'm saying it can be. It doesn't have to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, not to be too dark, but speaking of violence, unfortunately, we've seen a lot of current events that I think have brought to the forefront the importance of self-sovereignty, given the trucker protest in Canada and the mandates, as well as the emerging war in Eastern Europe. So do you think that the importance of self-sovereignty is timely in an era of political unrest?
I mean, I'm based out of Canada, and it was very, very fascinating. It was a gift to see a G7 country show their cards. This is absolutely unheard of, right? You have a prime minister because there's some guys honking in front of Parliament, and roasting a pig and having a nice bath. He pulls out martial law and starts freezing bank accounts. I mean, just imagine that, right? People having their bank accounts frozen without due process in Canada. Canada is supposed to be boring, right? And this happens, and the rest of the world is sort of like, I don't know how to react to this, right? Because we're gonna probably do that too once the financial collapse happens, right? And my theory is that he got a call from the bankers because the money was starting to go, right? Anybody in their right mind would never bank in Canada again. But remember that this is going to probably happen in other countries too. Now, fortunately for Bitcoiners, it's like, okay, great. I don't have a problem with you like debanking people. You can't cancel me, right? It's a fascinating dynamic to see this play out. We're like memeing things into reality.
Yeah, and I think it's all of it was really horrible, but I think the positive thing that kind of came out of it was the Bitcoin community and how everyone kind of really rallied around them and helped, donate to the cause, which again kind of proved out Bitcoin's value in that kind of unconfiscatable type of money, where the funds that were being donated to the protesters were in a multi-sig address that if you break into one person's house, it can it takes multiple people to move the funds, and then what happened with Nunchucks or whatever that basically wrote a letter to the Canadian government saying, we have no ability to freeze these accounts. Like, are you stupid? And that's awesome. Like, that was really cool to see, and I think that is one of the positives that has come out of this. And we've seen a big burst in people doing crowdfunding through BTC Pay server and really trying to explore how can you get support for your cause without being subject to being canceled or having your money taken from the crowdfunding platforms that have said, oh, all of this donations that you've received you can no longer have, and we're gonna put it elsewhere. So I think that's been a really exciting thing to see come out of this, is just Bitcoin's community, and it's kind of proving itself, even we all know this, but proving itself to the world of its value.
I mean, it was the talk of CPAC. I mean, Trudeau is the Bitcoin salesman of the year. Like, I don't think you're ever gonna have anything better than that. And they literally go on TV and say it.
Well, Trudeau was born in 1971. What the fuck happened in 1971?
I didn't even know that. That's great.
Yeah. Castro wants him back.
But I think through the process of attempting to distribute funds to these Canadian truckers, I think what we saw is that the importance of UX, of user experience, really cannot be understated when it comes to Bitcoin. So CoinKite has a new product that's coming out that I really am dying to know more about. It's the SATS card, which is an NFC-enabled credit card-like device that can be used to move Bitcoin. But you're not giving us a whole lot of info about it, for one. And two, would this have been an appropriate way to have distributed funds to the truckers had it already been on the market?
Yeah, so, back in the day, if you wanted to give people Bitcoin, you'd have either them set up a wallet in front of you or you make them a paper wallet. But paper wallets are inherently problematic because you can take the money back. So we created OpenDime a few years ago, and that sort of took on, but it's expensive. So we created a card. We're calling it the SATS card, and it's essentially an OpenDime with 10x reuse. And it's hopefully going to be cheap enough, and we can address physical Bitcoin transactions, which are actually untraceable, because there is no transaction anymore. It's just a valid UTXO being transferred from person to person to person. You can even denominate them. But
Sounds like SneakerNet.
exactly, it is SneakerNet.
When Sats card?
It's well, Sats card is actually ready. The integrations are not, so no timeline. 2 weeks, yes. It's gonna ship with all the mining gear that everybody's waiting.
Before we move on, does anyone have anything else to say about just the importance of self-sovereignty given the dire political times? We haven't really covered Russia or the Ukraine yet.
Sure, without getting into the specifics of any of that, I think that the world is, as NVK mentioned, acting more and more like a marketing engine for Bitcoin and, more broadly speaking, self-sovereign technology, right? We've hopefully, many in this room can admit that maybe not us specifically, but the world at large has been a bit naive in modern decades. We've gotten a bit complacent with the idea of, entrusting finances and data and lines of communication to trusted third parties, and that those trusted third parties have become increasingly consolidated and centralized, and many of the costs associated with that have been obfuscated. They haven't really been front and center. The costs are indirect, right? So every time you open up your phone and use it to send a text message, you don't really realize in that moment that you are in fact raising your hand and asking permission to communicate with the person that you are attempting to message. And that until now, the answer has always been, sure, you can do that, and sure, we'll make it free or make it cheap. But the hidden costs have been rising, and the bill is coming due. And so these world events that are, in kind of acute instances demonstrating this cost, where all of a sudden, a government steps up and just says, you're not allowed to send messages anymore, you're not allowed to transact anymore, is raising awareness, right? And these are going to increase in frequency. And so the demand for sovereignty, technical digital sovereignty, is going to rise very naturally. We don't actually need to promote it super hard. We do need to educate in parallel with the rise of demand, but I think it's almost undeniable at this point that it's needed.
The cloud is just somebody else's computer. That's right. Right? Like somebody else has admin access to that computer. And we were very fortunate that in this last ban was just bank accounts. They didn't say turn off Twitter, right? If they had turned off Twitter at the same time, we would not be being able to meme honking memes and make everybody know what's going on, right? So expect the next sort of like boot will come with disruption of communications, right? Because you don't want people to inform the rest of the people that there's something going on. So it's very important. Like, I love the solution that you guys have. It's like a one-button self-sovereignty server, right? So
it's a dream. I mean, yeah.
But that's the idea, right? I mean, you're running your own services.
Yeah. You can get closer and closer to it, but.
Yeah, and I think I'll also echo. I think that this has been the perfect marketing for Bitcoin, which has been really great. And I think that that's where us as Bitcoiners, I agree with Matt about we really just need to have great solutions in place and a lot of education there to help these people that maybe don't know anything about Bitcoin, but they're being woken up to what is happening in the world. And so I think that that's what we're doing. But I kind of implore everyone, or encourage everyone to do is help those around you. I think that Justin in his panel earlier said that just start locally, just help onboard people locally, just explaining Bitcoin to them. And I think that giving these people that are waking up to the realities and giving them education and resources to kind of take their own steps into self-sovereignty is important for all of us. So I think that that's just, along with this perfect marketing scheme for Bitcoin, we need to really help
those that aren't into Bitcoin yet, learn and understand that this is a way out for them.
So you're saying we need Xiaomian banks for neighborhoods?
Yes.
Done.
Yeah, so speaking of turning off Twitter, this question is for Matt. How do we prevent that from happening? Do you think the future is federated applications that we host ourselves?
I think that's one possibility, federation, right? P2P is another alternative. You know, a more technically sound one, but also more difficult to implement. So for instance, a Twitter alternative that many of you might be familiar with is Mastodon, right? Mastodon is a self-hosted or self-hostable, right? NBK definitely runs one. And Mastodon, your node, people can sign up with your node, and then your node is what's called federating with other people's nodes so that you can come to a general consensus of the state of the broad system. Now, you could have pockets of inconsistency, but basically you're operating within a social network, within a larger social network, within a larger social network, and it's accurate within that state, and you hold state on your own server. So these systems exist, they are viable. One of the biggest challenges to their proliferation has been the difficulty of actually running them. Like, it's not that easy to get your computer or server, fire up a Mastodon instance.
It's a pain in the ass.
It's well, not anymore.
Exactly.
Right, so that's what that's what we're out to solve. And so we view that across the board in not just social media, but anything from Bitcoin nodes to Lightning nodes to messaging applications. Is that it's been difficult, right? Self-hosting is an extremely important aspect of digital sovereignty, arguably the kind of aspect, other than holding your keys, remembering your passwords, but self-hosting your own software is kind of the essential key to the decentralized future. And it's just been hard. It's a really difficult thing to do. The people who do it well are called sysadmins. They make about $200K a year for any given company. And it's not accessible to most people. So making that accessible is priority number one. In terms of alternative social medias, I'm not super bullish on Mastodon, to be honest.
It's terrible.
Yeah, you know, Mastodon is a proof of concept. It's been around for a long time. It's a big, bulky code base. I think it's written in Ruby on Rails. It's just not a very viable piece of software, I don't think. And it's kind of old and stale, and it's kind of, you know, anyway. I shouldn't be trashing something we actually offer on our marketplace, but we know that better, more viable, more performant, hopefully P2P alternatives will emerge in the coming years. And what's important is that we have the ability to proliferate and distribute them with ease.
I mean, the future is balkanized, right? I mean, realistically speaking, societies are only going to become more sort of like multipolar. So, you know, you're going to have places like Twitter, which is truly the public square, but there's limits to what they're going to tolerate there, especially because they're going to just get shit from everybody, right, from all the sides. So you're just going to progressively have more sort of like alternatives that are more like echo chambers of people that want. But it's not fun, right, to sort of meme about Trudeau on Getter, because everybody agrees, you know, and that's truly the challenge of all this, the communications technology that's sort of the public square type, right? It's like, how do you find overlapping networks of people that don't necessarily agree with each other, sort of on the marketplace of ideas? We still don't have a good solution for that. Mastodon is interesting, but it's still not, it's not there.
Well, you know, I think the future of Bitcoin in terms of Bitcoin's killer app is UX. It's the user experience. I think we're in the 1995 stage of the internet on Bitcoin. The internet as a protocol was rock solid, but all we needed was someone to come along and improve that user experience. I'm kind of curious for the audience, how many of you are actually working on improving that UX on Bitcoin? Just one person?
Yikes.
One person? Two people? Okay. Well, for everyone else, understand that user experience, ease of use, user interface, this is actually the killer app of Bitcoin. And, you know, we can't have everybody building every application from source, and we can't have everybody using command line tools. We really want the next billion users to adopt Bitcoin, and they're not maybe going to be familiar with a command line
So, thanks to Graham of Voltage, you're certainly improving that UX for anyone that wants to use Lightning. And that said, I'm curious, what do you think is the future of applications built on Lightning? Where do you think we are now, and where do you think we're headed?
Yeah, I think we're in an early stage where there's a lot of experimentation going on. Things like Sphinx Chat and the podcasting 2.0 and all of these things that are really kind of new ideas on Lightning, which are all cool to see. I think it's TBD on what makes sense to be on Lightning compared to other layers, outside of in a separate peer-to-peer network. So I think that to summarize, we're very early in the possibilities, and I think that it's great to see the experimentation happening, and that's what we're kind of we're focused on, is enabling those developers and businesses that want to explore Lightning and incorporate it to make that much easier. And so I think it's very TBD on what's gonna run on the Lightning Network in the future, and especially with all of the new things that are being worked on, of DLCs on Lightning and all of this stuff. I think the jury's out on exactly what can be built, but I think that there's a lot of possibilities. I know that I think there's probably a lot of people in this room that are very opinionated on what should be on Lightning, what should not be on Lightning, and where does that fit into the stack and all of these things. And so I think, to summarize, I think it's very early, and I think that there's a lot of experimentation going on, which is awesome. And I think that we're gonna see some. I think that the first step is to really bring Lightning into the Web 2 world, if you want to use those words, of just getting rid of paywalls and making those Lightning native, and stopping the normal subscription models, and being able to pay per usage with Lightning, and all these things that are maybe not super sexy DeFi stuff, which is fine. It is integrating Bitcoin into our existing internet in a much better way, basically removing all of the fiat usage that is out there, and putting Bitcoin in instead. And then I think that that's going to open up a lot of possibilities and a lot of doors immediately. And then maybe as these other things develop, there's a lot of new things that we aren't even really conceptualizing right now.
You don't need permission to build on Bitcoin, so it doesn't really matter what people think. Just build stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You said that NVK in Clubhouse about a year ago, and it stuck with me because I get questions all the time from folks saying, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I've just been relaying that incredible, I think, wisdom to everybody, is that you do not need to wait until someone hires you or gives you an opportunity. You can just go out and build it. And I'm, again, curious for the audience, how many of you are building on Bitcoin or building on Lightning? So we got some builders out there. And for everyone that didn't raise their hand, like NVK said, you don't need to wait for an opportunity. You can take it. The one thing I will say, though, is if you have founded or run a Bitcoin-only company, one thing you will find is that you cannot extract wealth from people. You have to actually add value to the world. You cannot simply take it. And I think that is a challenging yet extraordinarily beautiful, dignified thing. And I think it gives us insights into the future of a Bitcoin standard in which every company is a Bitcoin company.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. And it kind of, I guess, for a little bit of your earlier point, I always like to kind of pitch it as, we've all probably fallen down this Bitcoin rabbit hole, learning about Bitcoin, understanding all of its properties. I think that you could do the same thing with Lightning. Lightning is kind of this whole second world that is almost an equal rabbit hole that's, parallel to Bitcoin's rabbit hole. So if you haven't taken that dive yet, I implore you to do that and go really check out the Lightning Network and just learn about what is this network about, what does it enable, and all of those things. Because it's if you feel like you know enough about Bitcoin, get into the Lightning Network and you'll realize you know nothing. Which is me. I'm still learning every day of new possibilities.
It's a total different thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anyone in the audience who has never used Lightning? Okay, well, if you guys know me, you know that I love sending sats to people, so find me or message me on Twitter and I'll send you your first Lightning payment. And I can tell you there's no better feeling than receiving your first Lightning payment. You'll never forget it. So I'm just curious for the panel. Can you guys give us any cool updates on what it is you're working on? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to shill?
I'm pretty bullish on NFC.
Yes.
I think it's like it's one of those technologies that it's like near zero cost. Every phone already sort of has it. It's very low complexity, and there is a lot of products coming on the market for it. I think it's going to be a very interesting thing.
Well, the other thing is we're living in an era in which many folks don't have computers. They just have their phone. And if you're distributing Bitcoin to, say, a truck driver, chances are they might not be able to pull out a laptop and use, say, a USB device. So I'm also very bullish on NFC.
So we did a demonstration yesterday. Some of you here probably attended, where we demoed our latest software release that we have been working on for a year, which is a lot for the team that built this. It's a massive, massive piece of software. Not unnecessarily so. It's just it needed to be big because it does a lot. And this is our latest operating system. So that's our primary product. It's not hardware. It's not even the services that run on that hardware operating system. It's the middleman, and we think it's been what's missing from open source software for all these years, right? You've always had, well, I shouldn't say always, more recently you've had, reasonably affordable commodity hardware that can do quite a bit. And you've also had this whole ecosystem of open source, self-hostable software services that nobody could run because running them required being a sysadmin. And so what's been missing is the distribution platform. How do you take this rich world of open source self-hosted software and distribute it to the masses so that everyone can use it? And what was missing was an operating system that was purpose-built for enabling an average non-technical individual to self-host their own open source software. And so that's what we build. We just relaunched our V3 version of this operating system a couple of days ago. It's awesome. We're very proud of it. So check it out. Yeah.
We're working on a lot of things that are, I guess, like early, too early to talk about. But I think that what I really like to see is just more people developing on Lightning. It seems like there's been a big rise of that in the last 6 months of people like, Stacker News, and there's like a Lightning Escrow and Oshi and all these people that are really doing new things on top of Lightning, which I think are just super exciting. So I've just been really bullish on the amount of people that are starting to incorporate the technology, which I think is, great to see. And I think it's, a good stress test to figure out where are things working, where things aren't working, and what do we need to solve, to make it really usable for the entire world.
And Graham, with that said, if somebody wants to learn how to run their own node, is there a peer-to-peer community of Lightning node operators that have a wealth of knowledge and are extraordinarily lovely and friendly that can help anybody get started?
No, I don't think there is. No, I'm just kidding. I think there's this thing called Plebnet that definitely does exactly that. And I remember in Bitcoin 2021 last year in Miami, I met D++ at a bar, and she was like, "Okay, open up your phone and go to like kycjelly.com," and I'm like, what the hell is this? And it was Plebnet, and it was I think that was probably like an early stage of Plebnet, but it's this amazing community of all kinds of just people that are running nodes on the Lightning Network and are just incredibly eager to help each other learn and help everyone understand the Lightning Network and what it's like to run your own node and get up to speed with using the network. So it's I think Plebnet is an amazing resource to go and learn more about this stuff and really figure out what Lightning is all about, and also have that peer-to-peer group of people that are there to help you every step of the way. And it's been actually it's been incredibly amazing the amount of help that people just give out all kind of 24/7 in that community. So yeah, it's been great to see. So kudos D++ on that.
Yeah, they really do. And a lot of these folks, they work full-time, and then they work full-time on helping noobs with questions as if it were a full-time second job. Folks like Rajwinder and VS and Aaron are going to answer your questions for free 24/7, and they're just so generous with their time. And I'm curious for the audience, how many of you are members of Plebnet. Okay. If you haven't joined already, just go to plebnet.org and you can join our Telegram and check out our wiki on how to get started. That said, I'm curious if there are any questions from the audience. You have a rare opportunity of 3 Bitcoin CEOs of 3 Bitcoin-only companies. Does anybody have any questions for the panel? We're going to pass the mic around, so thank you for that.
Delinted will speak.
You shat on my favorite social media platform, Mastodon, earlier, and I was wondering what peer-to-peer ideology or what architecture or what app do you currently like that isn't Mastodon? I've always thought the Mastodon idea was good because you could onboard people easily, but then you could also have the optionality of running your own stuff. But it sounded like you weren't happy with like the code base, or you weren't happy with the idea, it wasn't clear. Like it might have just been a heap pile of crap, like in terms of the code, because Ruby on Rails or whatever, but are you upset with the idea of it, or just like there's maybe better ideas that are more peer-to-peer? It wasn't clear to me.
So I have an instance that has about, I don't know, like 10,000 people. I forgot. I don't actually use it often. I'm just running it for them now. Unfortunately, the people who build that software have very specific ideology, and for example, they don't like retooting, right? Because it's like violence or something to dunk on people, it's a strange piece of software. I love the idea of federated systems. That's Web 1, by the way. The good old web was, a lot of BBS servers that were connected to each other, and you would have your IRC chats and have a great time. I hope that we go back to that model of federated. It's just that, Mastodon serves a lot of people. It's just not my favorite tool, and I also don't like the stack on it. There isn't. So Matrix is also interesting. There's also, ZeroNet. There is a bunch, but the issue is this. Whenever you're building something that does not have a way to be a rent seeker in the middle, there's a lot less incentives to improve that something, right? There's only so much effort people are going to put into this stuff if they can't monetize it, right? So, for example, Sphinx is pretty cool, actually. I love that chat system, but it hasn't really taken off. And I think most of these networks are going to have a real hard time because the value of network comes from the size of the network, right? So, whenever you have a P2P system, you have friction on top of a small network. So, I think that's why we just don't see anything yet. But maybe, maybe Twitter just really go on a purge or something, and that would force us to have other tools. It's just there's just no incentives.
Okay, so I agree largely with everything you just said. Mastodon, what I said about Mastodon earlier was a personal opinion that is not actually shared by every member at Start9. And we discuss this quite often. I mean, it's on our marketplace for a reason. It's because we think it's probably the most viable present option and alternative to Twitter. And it does work. And we made it work over Tor, right? So we made it work in a way that it had never worked before by, actually getting in there and messing with things. And we've been trying to get NVK to switch the Bitcoin hackers node over to Tor support, but it's not that easy, right? Because he's not running it on an embassy, which makes it Tor support, nor could he run it on an embassy because it's got 10,000 users connecting to it, and our device is not designed to...
It's 300 gigabytes of data already.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's the gigabytes are fine. It's the bandwidth I'm worried about. It's the connections. But anyway, so it is cool and useful, and it's a good prototype, I like to think of it as. So my gripe with Mastodon, and again, it's personal, is that I just don't like it. I don't think it's a very good, useful, well-designed piece of software. So I love the idea of it. There's nothing wrong with the idea of a federated social network like Mastodon. I mean, I took a different approach a few years ago with Dr. Bones Aiden, one of my co-founders at Start9, where
for shits and giggles, we decided to build a Twitter clone on Bitcoin. And what we did was we leveraged op return and invented our own sub-protocol similar to Counterparty, such that somebody could fire off a transaction to the blockchain, it would get mined, and then a wrapper node, so you'd be running your own node that would be scanning blocks, looking for these little markers in op return, that would then parse the message, see which address it came from, consolidate it into its own feed, and this thing just looked, acted like, and basically was Twitter. Okay? The problem is that anytime you wanted to tweet something, like something, comment on a tweet, retweet, anything, it was a transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain.
Never gonna make it.
So it was like never intended to actually be a scalable thing, but if you wanted to just have a Twitter-like experience directly on the Bitcoin blockchain, which like infuriated people like Luke Dasher, right, who are just like, don't spam Bitcoin with anything except valid, purpose transactions. And so we actually launched it, again, just because this was like a project and we really wanted to like get dirty with building directly on Bitcoin. We actually launched it on Dogecoin, right? Because the transaction fees, because it's portable, they're just clones, right? So it's actually the exact same protocol. So we just unleashed it on Dogecoin, where every single transaction was a single Doge. So it was basically free, and the block times were 1 minute, so it was actually pretty real time. Like we had a full-blown social network running on Dogecoin through the op return protocol for like a year, and then it obviously just fizzled out and died because nobody gave a shit. But we didn't intend for it to be anything except a hobbyist project. So anyway, that's just another approach that would never work. Mastodon is an approach that in theory could work, but just wasn't executed properly, I don't think.
There was one project that I absolutely loved, but it got abandoned, called Twister. It was actually a very interesting P2P replacement for Twitter. I don't know what happened. Maybe like it was just too good, and then the guy got hired out by Twitter or something. A lot of times that's what happens. So if anybody is like, interested in building that out, go check out that project, Twister.
Cool. I feel like, hi, I'm over here. If I had to answer that question, hi, Michael. I think it's a good question. That's actually what I wanted to answer, but I feel like Telegram is not open source, but it's a better alternative than Twitter if you're building social networks. But my question was very similar to his, but it's in terms of phones. Do you guys have a phone that you particularly like? Start 9, do you guys have a roadmap for a phone coming out?
I mean, so the phone that we tend to recommend to people who come into our channel, and our channel is very broad about digital sovereignty. It's not just like, how do I use Embassy? Like, we have a very broad, big, knowledgeable community about how to take back control of your data and communications without third parties. People come in, they ask what phone we should use. We generally tend to recommend a Pixel, either running Graphene or Calyx. Now, do we have plans for a phone? We talk about it a lot. It's not happening anytime soon, but we do recognize that if we're going to take our vision to its logical end, that ultimately we're going to have to vertically integrate through all forms of client devices. Because just because you have a server sitting in your home that itself is secure and private and yours and running open source, software on, vetted firmware, if you're connecting to it from your iPhone and your iPhone is compromised, then it's not going to do you a whole lot of good. So, encryption, client-side encryption goes a long way. Routing over Tor v3 goes a long way. But ultimately, the future must involve the proliferation of sovereign hardware devices as well. That's just a very capital-intensive game. You can't do that as an early-stage startup that's not funded.
Yeah, so phones are fully owned. You don't own your phone. The carrier has remote access to your phone, so assume they can see everything because they can see the RAM on it, so they can see you generating private keys on it. They can do whatever. Like, it's and phones are extremely complex devices. Like, if you think your computer is complicated and modern, like phones are like a marvel of technology, right? Some of them have like 17 radios on them, and for a startup to go out there and build a phone, it's tricky. First, because you're not going to be able to find any near functionality as a main manufacturers of phones. And second, because the carriers are not going to allow you in their networks either,
right? It's fully integrated. Like your phone, the way it talks to the towers and everything, especially 5G, this stuff is like completely closed and proprietary. It's a shame, but on the other hand, though, we do have the beginning of like interesting technologies to just sort of like pipe our interesting secrets through their networks, right? So you can still connect your laptop that is not owned to your phone as a means of connecting to the internet and have like privacy and all these things, right? You do have some OSs for Android. You know, there's still, the problem is the hardware is all intermingled there, right? Because you have this baseband thing that is essentially the carrier.
Is it Graphene OS, though, is the only one? Sorry.
Yeah, no, but it still doesn't matter because
Okay.
the hardware shares memory.
So what phone do you use?
I use an iPhone.
But you just
he
don't
gave
store
up.
anything on there.
No, exactly. It's like you just assume is owned, right? You can LARP around, like try
You don't
to
screenshot your private keys?
listen.
I'm just
exactly
kidding.
right, but like if the NSA wants to take a peek, at my chin all day, so be it, right? Like I mean, have fun, right? But like assume that's happening.
I don't know if I go as far as you to assume that any keystroke on my phone is visible. And
They
tracked.
have
phones are-
remote access to the RAM.
I mean, look, I don't want to. Yeah, let's talk.
Exactly.
I think it's just safe to say phones are a security hole.
Yeah, but
It's
but
just
there is
like-
people working on having phones where there's essentially like a separation there. They're not quite there, but they will come, right? Because remember, politicians also need to send secrets to each other, right? And they're using the same hardware as us, right? So, it's the same thing with politicians owning Bitcoin, right? They are not going to put themselves in jail. So let's get politicians to do the same things as we do.
All right, are you guys good?
I don't know. Are we done?
Are you guys done?
Do you want us to be done?
Yeah, no, I want to thank our incredible panel today. It's been an honor to host 3 Bitcoin CEOs, 3 Bitcoin builders adding value to the world instead of being the monetary parasites that extracted from our own wealth. So thank you guys
You
for
know what? Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
I want to leave everyone here with just a twinge of hope here, and if it didn't come through in the rest of the panel. A lot of people question, we get this all the time, is who's going to do this shit? Who's going to run their own server? Who's going to run a Pixel phone running graphene? And like, who goes the extra mile to achieve this level of privacy and sovereignty? So let me leave you with an hypothesis that we have that I think is very, very plausible, which is that more and more people are waking up to the idea of privacy being a concern in their world, all right? So you can see this on any Apple billboard. It says privacy. The reason Apple is shilling privacy is because their marketing team has told them that that's what people want. So people want privacy more and more. And what this is causing is regulatory. Ironically, this is causing the politicians to step in and create laws that require companies to honor your privacy to some degree. Now, they want the back door, but the company still asks you, can we collect your data? So more and more now, you're noticing that if you open up an app and it says, can we monitor you? Who says yes? Do you know anyone who says yes? You do? Okay. Everyone says no, right? So what does that mean? It means that the revenue streams of the past 2 decades of SaaS software, data mining and monetizing it out the back door to advertisers is going to start shrinking, and it's ultimately going to dry up as the privacy tools increase. How are they going to backfill those revenues? Subscriptions. Everything on your phone is about to start becoming more and more expensive. Every app is going to be $5 a month, then $10 a month, until you're getting nickel and dimed out of your ability to pay rent. So what's ultimately going to happen here is the adoption of self-sovereign technology is not going to be driven by ideology of privacy and sovereignty, and it's going to be driven by cost. We're going to make it a lot cheaper.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You can leave those there, actually. It's a panel. I got it. All right. D, that was awesome. All right, guys. Oh, one quick announcement. Somebody lost their iPhone last night. So if you are here, I have that phone right in where the video camera stuff is. All right. We got our last panel of the evening, and it's a special one. And I'm going to let my old friend, Ugly Old Goat, do the intro. You guys are going to love this. Hold this mic or no? You will. Okay. Hey, Ugly.
Don't work more.
Left.
Sorry, guys.
Well, what an honor to be here. And this is, I don't know, I think I've been to every Unconfiscatable that there's been. And Ugly Old Goat has changed his image over the years. And I want to thank a Hollywood makeup artist who helped me with this latest mask. I can actually blink my eyes a little bit. All right. The mouth doesn't move, but maybe next year it will. But I'm going to keep it real simple. You know, I had the honor of hearing Gregg Foss. I've never met Gregg Foss before. You know, that's the best thing about Bitcoin. You're meeting new people all the time. And he said, you know what, we need to go down to 11th grade level. Well, I'm an ugly old goat, and I keep it real simple. So we're going down to preschool and kindergarten level. Because that's the only way, that's the best way of teaching. And you know, Bitcoiners tend to come from the top down, and we need to work from the bottom up. And to get the people that are there, you know, working every day in the fields or washing cars or whatever they're doing involved in Bitcoin. And that can happen. And they make it more and more difficult for us to work from the top. I had a big thing I wanted to be at our Bitcoin this year. Want to arbitrate between different countries? Well, you know what? They're making it so difficult with all these KYCs and AML, I decided I'm going to go the other way. What I teach is real simple. It's hodl, save, build a sound money. Hodl, save, build a sound money. There's nothing hard about it, but it's hard. Saving Bitcoin, hodling Bitcoin, is rough. By the same token, hey, can anybody have too big a hodl? Who here can have too big a hodl? Oh yeah, believe it or not, I teach you can. If you have Bitcoin and you haven't taken care of your family, your hodl's too big. Okay? And that's why we save. When you sell your hodl, you don't want to sell because you have to. It's because something else comes along that's better. Well, nothing's come along better to me than the goat lady. So anything that she wants, she kind of gets, if I can afford it. And I say, well, that's stupid. Let's do Bitcoin instead. But you know what? A lot of times in the end, it's worked out. And she's comfortable with different things than I am. We're all different people. So you want to not just hodl, but you need to save. And by saving, I mean you need to reward yourself and reward your family. And the last thing we do is we build it. You don't have to build on Bitcoin. Now, I know there's a lot of guys, so smart people. I don't understand the Bitcoin, back end of Bitcoin at all. But you know what? You don't have to have Bitcoin work for you. That's not important at all. What is important is you just, whatever you do, be the very best at it. And you know what?
true hodlers tend to do that. So my message is really simple, and that is hodl, save, builder. Bitcoin sound money. So I'm going to introduce my wife. This is the Bitcoin lady. She's having lots of fun right now, so I wanted to introduce her first before I get the rest of the panel. What are you doing to have fun in Ensenada right now?
Oh, we just opened a little car wash, but won't be just a little car wash. We have another plans too.
Okay. Well, we're going to be issuing some Bitcoin coupons. When everybody gets a car wash, they'll get some, I call them a standard, but basically a standard is a decimalized Satoshi. 100 Satoshis is a Bitcoin standard. And we're going to be issuing little coupons so they can come and redeem them again for another wash. Whatever else we happen to develop down there. I have a feeling a lot of people in Ensenada are going to want to hold those little coupons that we pass out. We'll find out, won't we? But you know what? If we're going to be if we're going to be our own banks, and we have to act like it, we have to relearn banking because we've forgotten about it. And money creation is fine as long as you're creating new wealth. That's what sound commercial banking is. Hayek taught us that we had to have not just free market money, but also free market banking. We don't know what it is, and I don't claim to know, but we can study history and see what happened in the past. And that's the challenge we have ahead. So let me end with that and introduce the panel. I think the first one we have is the Bitcoin crypto couple, right? All right. All these guys are new people that I've never met. That's what makes Bitcoin so fun. And then our second panelist is Nico. BTC Randolph. All right. And we have Nico. Oh, Coinicarus. So you can be in Bitcoin and be fun. All right. So we can be in Bitcoin and have fun. And I'm just pass it off to you guys and let you tell your stories.
Cool. All right. Who does this go to? You? Hi. Are you guys sitting? Are you coming off stage or are you staying on? Staying on? Are you coming on?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Are you staying on stage, Ugly, or are you coming off? You want to stay up here? Can we get one more chair? We should have another one of those somewhere. Okay. All right. All right. So Ugly. Let's walk you over. Oh no! You know what?
Right behind you.
You can just sit behind you.
Oh.
Oh, careful.
Oh, all right. Hollywood, chair at that.
All right. All right, how we doing on mics? Oh, there we go. You got a proper chair. Boom. All right, someone's gonna have to put a mic to Ugly when he wants to speak. So there you go. Anybody else needs a beer? Good? All right.
Thank you very much. All right, I know what a lot of you guys are thinking, right? You saw these amazing speakers throughout the day, and you have someone in a Gandalf costume, someone wearing a Greek helmet. Look, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this. We are living through narrative trench warfare every day. You have the establishment trying to set the narrative, and you have individuals, millions upon individuals all over the world, getting the truth out by communicating with each other. And there's no better way than getting the message out to the mainstream than by making them laugh. And that is what all of us on this panel dedicate our lives to. So that being said, the crypto couple, you guys had an awesome video. They got a ton of engagement, and I'm sure the audience would find this valuable. How much more engagement did entertainment get versus just a regular informational video?
Well, when it comes to entertainment, we're talking about 500,000 views versus about 15,000. So you're always going to reach a bigger audience. And I know we're the crypto couple, and we're here at the Bitcoin, not blockchain conference. So crypto is the dirtiest word ever.
Blasphemy!
And it is a dirty word to Bitcoiners, but it is a familiar word
to everyone else. And familiarity is important to adoption. That is something we learned very early on. I was just in an elevator where I obviously look obnoxious, this is no secret. And it's a full elevator of no one here at the conference, but a woman goes, "Oh my God, you look so cute." And I say, "Thank you, yes, I'm wearing Bitcoin orange for the Bitcoin conference." And a man in the elevator goes, "Oh, okay, you're into Bitcoin, so can you tell me why SafeMoon's doing so badly?" And I said, "Well, because it's SafeMoon. Buy Bitcoin instead." And this is what we've realized. We are the crypto couple because that is how you get people in. It's not the door in the face, it's the foot in the door. Because people are starting in SHIB, they're starting in Doge. They haven't started their rabbit hole journey yet, but you can get them there. But we're not gonna get them there if we just automatically silo ourselves off. So yes, we are the crypto couple. And yes, crypto is a dirty word. But
last thing I would add to this is that we are big fans of Trojan horses. We like to talk about the fact that Bitcoin is a Trojan horse, right? It's a Trojan horse for freedom. Comedy is a Trojan horse for education. You have the ability to reach people that would otherwise not pay attention to your message because you are saying it wearing an obnoxious costume or doing something absurd. It is also an opportunity to point out the absurdity in the current system in which we live, and to do that by poking fun at it. This is a powerful tool that we all have and that we should use. We can meme them into, well, irrelevance, and we will.
And make no mistake, before I pass it on to Gandalf, we are winning. The Financial Times released an article, and the name of the article is hilarious. It says, "Fiat money is not a meme." That's how you know they're winning. And if you go to a tweet by the European Central Bank or any of those institutions, if you go to the comments, if they haven't disabled them, what you'll see is the best Bitcoin memes by the best Bitcoin memers. And here's the thing about memes. They aren't funny if they're not true, right? So again, this is something that happens a little bit in the background, but make no mistake, in this battle for freedom, if tweets are bullets, memes are fucking artillery. Bitcoin Gandalf, you have experience with that.
Yeah, I'd love to sit here and say that the reason why I'm sitting on stage wearing a Gandalf outfit is like some grand master plan to win a meme war, or that I had this planned out and thought out. The truth is, I got orange pilled in November 2020. And I was already following some Bitcoiners, and I saw a lot of NIM accounts saying some really funny stuff, trolling the IMF and trolling the web and stuff. And I was like, I want to do this too, but if I do this under my real name, I might destroy my fiat life before I have a Bitcoin life. So I made Bitcoin Gandalf so that I could, be a bit belligerent. I kind of look at my NIM account started kind of like, it was a way to when you go out on a Friday night and you get really drunk and you lose all your inhibitions and you do some silly things that you regret the next day. That was what my NIM account was for, but then it's turned into this. So yeah, it was completely unintentional, but I joined Bitcoin Twitter is like one of the funnest places in the world. I absolutely love it, and I laugh so hard every single day. Giacomo's talk earlier was fucking hilarious, and I think you deserve to be up here on the Making Bitcoin Fun Again panel because you were so good. And yeah, I mean the memes, the trolling. I don't know how some of the institutions, the powers that be, how they still try to go on Twitter and post stuff, because I don't know if it's just because I'm on Bitcoin Twitter, so Twitter serves me what I want to see, but the replies are just like them getting destroyed by us. But yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time. I'm very, very, very honored to be with you guys on stage and to be here. It's amazing. I love Bitcoin. I love Bitcoiners.
Likewise, dude. So with Bitcoin and with NGU technology doing its thing, you also have, which is in the beginnings right now, but you have the rise or the beginning of Bitcoin culture. And this is very different than mainstream Bitcoin. Giacomo touched upon it a little bit when he did his presentation, which is much better than mine. But Phil,
I know you wanted to say a little bit about that, the rise of Bitcoin culture and where it is right now.
Yes, absolutely. But before I did that, I just wanted to point out to Matt Hill, because he asked a rhetorical question about who's gonna run all these nodes. We're gonna run these fucking nodes. We're the people that are gonna do this. Because if we don't do it, no one else is gonna do it. So, but going back to Nico's original question and point, something that's, you need humor. And something that I've always found that was missing in at least in the majority of things that we do daily, is that there is no humor. Everything's very serious. Everything is very rigid. And when I came to Bitcoin, I was really impressed with the philosophy, and I really liked the people that I was seeing, but I was also still seeing this seriousness. And who decided that none of this should be fun? Who decided that we shouldn't be laughing? Who decided that we shouldn't be making fun of these ridiculous shitcoiners and their narratives that make no sense? It's not going to be money. It's Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Literally, it's Chuck E. Cheese tokens. So why are we pretending that this is real? Let's make fun of it and let's make them laugh. So that's exactly what we're doing. You know, we're taking these things, at least in the show, we're dismantling during the fail. You know, we go through and we dismantle these ridiculous shitcoin projects, and we go through the memes, which Nico mentioned, and we have great laughs. And I think that this is something that is needed, because throughout history, money has been, not just money, but finance has been prestige. And really, what is prestige? Prestige is this, essentially, it's the power to impress or influence people with your wealth or status. So that means you're looking at an illusion. You're being fooled. That's what's happening to us. We're being fooled. And to me, I just don't think that we need this aspect. And Bitcoin offers that truth. We don't need the flair. We don't need all of the lights. We don't need to sit there and lie to people and fool them into the value of the actual asset that we're using. It's real and it's backed by proof of work. So.
And it's fun.
It's fun.
Absolutely.
Hey, guys, if you're traders out there, and I know a lot of you are, one of the things I teach, you know, if you're not having fun trading, you're over trading. You don't get it at all. So I heard some great speeches. Like I said, I haven't been able to attend most of this, and we got in really early this morning. But I did listen to Greg Foss, and what he was teaching was just great money management. The secret to success is not magic points. I don't know where Bitcoin's going. Nobody does, but if you're managing things correctly, if you're watching your equity, you're going to do great. You know, people lose their hodl because of stupidity, not because they think they know, what's going to happen tomorrow. And so, again, my advice, if you're a trader and you're having problems, and most of you trading, if you're on the exchanges now, you're playing against some professional traders, and you're probably losing. And if you are, you're not having fun. And so most people overtrade, and that's what gets you in trouble. So manage that equity, number one. Don't worry about where the market is going. You need to have that money management first, and then you can start applying the fundamentals and applying the TA. Those things are all useful, but they're not going to make you rich. Okay? And you may not get rich in Bitcoin, but you are going to preserve what you have.
Absolutely. So, look, I'm going to pass this question to Old Goat. I think that Bitcoin entertainment, Bitcoin culture has come a very long way. So, Old Goat, why don't you talk a little bit about how it was in the past and what you've noticed has changed?
Well, it was a very long. How far back do you want me to go?
The very, very beginning.
Sound money started for me way back in the late 70s, and my mother.
Not that beginning. Bitcoin beginning.
What beginning?
Bitcoin beginning, Mr. Goat.
Bitcoin beginning. Well, the Bitcoin beginning for me
was, I'd kind of heard about it, I'd paid it, but I just completely dismissed it because, I was a gold bug, and there's no way that, something was going to work that's completely non-existent or electrical. Then finally, and my son kept prodding me, and it was in August of 2013, and when I started getting into it, and it's hard to find the resources, but I was just up at least 24, 48 hours and couldn't get it, and then I saw it. I didn't get it all. I thought I could make a better Bitcoin. I thought you should have competing standards, and then, I had a lot of it wrong, but I did understand that the basic concept. And that's where we need to begin with people. And so the way you do it, you do it through being funny and being entertaining. And don't take yourself seriously. Just don't take Bitcoin too seriously. It's a very serious thing, but it's kind of like gallows humor. If we're all going off the edge of if we're all going to the end of the world anyway, we may as well have fun doing it. And, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we've been given a wonderful gift that, it's now, and it's not up to me. It's not up to an ugly old code. It's to you youngsters on the stage here, and you guys, the generation coming up. I'm one of these guys. Hey, don't hit the boomers because a lot of them don't get it because a lot of us do. And we need to not have any generational differences. Truth is truth regardless of age. And Bitcoin is true money. And I argue that gold is too. It's just it has boundaries, and so it should be kept. I hope legal tender becomes gold. I hope governments readopt the gold. I'd love to see the gold standard and Bitcoin standard compete. After all, it is, what do they call that? It's it can't be damaged, it just gets stronger. I can't remember the name that's been...
Resilient?
Not resilient.
Gold lacks true scarcity and is therefore a shitcoin? Debate me.
Well, but the strength of Bitcoin is better than gold. But
Thank you.
It's different than gold, and we shouldn't dismiss either one. Okay,
One is a rock.
That's fine, but
It's a shiny, soft rock. It's not even a hard rock. It's not even tungsten. What the fuck are we doing with this?
You know what? It's all imputed value, and my values are different from your values.
I'm just messing around.
Okay, so what it is you might be right, but you are also arguing against 7,000 years of history. So I wouldn't...
Bitcoin's kicking ass, though.
Do you want to own a piece of the future or a piece of the past? You tell me. I'll take the future, but that's just me. That's where my money's on.
I agree with you. Do I not own Bitcoin? Somehow... Why is this creating such friction? Why shouldn't we have competing standards? Why should we want to bring the legacy system into Bitcoin? Why do you want Bitcoin to be legal tender? Let gold be legal tender. Keep the damn governments out of Bitcoin. Everybody's, we have, and I'm not pointing any fingers, but you need to realize there is something going on now it's Bitcoin crony capitalism. We're all fighting, well, we need to get Bitcoin. Well, if you have my rules, it's going to make things better. Guys, we have a swindle that's been going on for 4 generations. Number 1 is the inflation swindle. Okay? Number 2 is the entitlement swindle. And the third one is the regulation swindle. And if you're out there lobbying for Bitcoin, you better be real careful, because you're probably falling into the trap of the regulation swindle. I'll leave it at that, because everybody does their own thing. But we need to understand what is a free market. And if you believe in a free market, then you're not trying to declare anything legal tender. If the governments want to do it, fine. But I'm not going to lobby for it.
I think Old Goat brought up a really good point, and that, look, fiat needs salesmen. So if you look at the fiat financial industry, people are wearing suits. They take themselves very seriously. They wear ties. Bitcoin does the work. Bitcoin takes the element of trust out of the equation. So
you could wear a hoodie, you could wear a goat head, and it doesn't matter. The foundational layer, you know you could trust it, right? So anyways, I want to pass this next question back to the crypto couple. Shitcoiners, unfortunately, they have very good marketing. And a lot of their shitcoin projects, the reason that they pump, even though fundamentally they're dog shit, people really buy the pizzazz. And I think that as Bitcoiners, or as Bitcoin has been lacking in this place, and I think that not only us on stage, right? The more people are getting out the message, the better. So anyways, guys, why don't you add to that?
You're definitely right about having, I mean, they literally have marketing teams, hired marketing teams, projects, roadmaps. I mean, it's exhausting. But Bitcoin doesn't need that. That's the beauty of it. That is the beauty of it inherently. But also when it comes to adoption, something that is a little bit of a difficulty, because that means we have to take it upon ourselves to get that message out to everyone else that is not already in this industry in a way that'll actually convince them. And why we started doing this through comedy is because we really did want to educate. And we found that it doesn't work at all. We were on TikTok. It would be like 10 views to try to do anything educational, and that's sad. But when we started to make things funny, to put things in context, to make things relatable, and ultimately end with a message about Bitcoin, that is when people actually started responding from demographics we never expected to have people responding from.
I think there's also a great lesson between both shitcoinery and, let's just say, the traditional fiat system. If we think about the absurdity of international banking cartels or cabals, I'm not sure which term is PC, so I apologize if I said the wrong one. And the comparison between that and this shitcoinery, there is absurdity in both systems. Like, you cannot be a rational person and look at what the Federal Reserve or the European Central Bank or the Bank of International Settlements or any of these organizations do and think, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. It doesn't. You cannot look at what shitcoiners do and what they promote and think, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. To a rational human, that is absurd. So what is our greatest tool? We can tell them, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, what, you don't get this? Like, you're obviously peddling a scam. That doesn't work though, because then they just dig their heels in even fucking harder, and it makes those, you know, shitcoin maxis even stronger in their own minds. So what can we do? We can rip them the fuck apart with comedy, because they are so absurd and so easy to make fun of, whether they are at the Federal Reserve or they're pumping sheep. It doesn't matter. They are all fucking charlatans. It is absurd what they are doing, and the best tool that we have against that is by fucking making fun of them. Like, this is a superpower, guys.
And comedy is also one of the best ways to, like, not get banned, for the most part.
Satire is a tool to tell the truth, guys. And the best satire is indistinguishable from truth.
And it wouldn't be funny if it wasn't true, right? So, and look, let me kind of give a couple examples before I pass it back to Bitcoin Gandalf. Think about how absurd the presentations from the central banks are, right? We know they're just going to print more money, but they go up in a suit, taking themselves super seriously, and they want you to believe that they're going to do something else. But all they know how to do is print more money. But how do you get that message to the mainstream? Because let's say, okay, you put on a suit, you go on, you know, video, you take yourselves very seriously. You're going to get a fraction of what you can get if you make a funny-ass video, dressing like Christine Lagarde, going on TikTok, faking her rich. Hello, I'm Christine Lagarde, and I would like to manipulate the monetary policy. It's so much more effective. I got that from Max Kaiser, by the way. Shout out, Max. So think about how funny that is, right? It gets the message across. It wakes up the NPCs that are asleep, the NPCs that believe that the illusion that the legacy financial system gives this illusion of stability, especially if you live in a country with a strong fiat currency. But that stability is based on sand. The foundation of that stability is on sand. So, of course, old goat.
Yeah, if you kind of hear what everyone is saying here, Bitcoin can't be attacked. That's why it's so funny.
That's what the humor is, and that's what we're looking for. Now, I'm going to get real serious here, guys. Personally, we can be attacked. That's not funny. And that's what we have to be doing here in the future, too, is literally watching each other's backs. Because if you're sticking your neck out for Bitcoin, they are coming after you. And we need to understand that.
I mean, they'll try, for sure. But look.
Well, you know what? I would be a little bit humble because.
No, I mean, it's not. Look, I definitely agree. The state has.
Your person, you are not, your Bitcoin is secure,
The state.
your person is not.
The state has a monopoly on violence, no doubt. I'm not doubting that. But what I'm trying to say is that because Bitcoin is a grassroots movement, they might take out a couple people, which they have, right? But there's always someone else that's going to take its place. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. On Twitter, especially if you're on Bitcoin Twitter, which I'm assuming a lot of you guys are, a lot of the plebs and a lot of the meme lords, they're getting banned left and right. And, you know, again, they just get banned and they come back and they add a 1 to their screen name and then they get banned again and they add a 2. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the power of this movement. They might try to censor speech, which they're doing, right? But unless they completely censor the internet, the truth is always going to find its way to the surface. And at that point, I'm going to pass it off to Gandalf.
This panel's getting really fucking serious, I think. It's getting a bit serious here.
Take us home, man.
Well, look, what I was going to say is, I don't think, yeah, we can do some shots. You know, we don't, Bitcoin, it's true. Like, there you go. There you go. Yeah, like, one of the things I would say I'm particularly passionate about is, like, you know that meme that's like, hold on, Mom, somebody's wrong on the internet, and you have to go and argue against them? Like, I'm like that with crypto and Bitcoin and making sure that, like, trying to make people understand the difference between the two, because I think, you going to say something? Oh, I thought you were leaning over like, oh, yeah. I was just looking at you. Oh, right. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm very passionate about, making sure that the information as I see it is out there. I wouldn't say correct information, because then I'm like policing what's right and what's correct and what isn't, and I'm not the judge of that. But I would say, what I see from Bitcoin is, yeah, we don't have a marketing team, and we don't have salespeople, and we don't have a budget, but I would say that we have the best marketing team in a decentralized fashion. Like, I'm very, very impressed when I see Bitcoiners. Like, I see people like, you know, Gregg comes up here, or Mark comes up here, or, you know, these guys, like, I'm blown away. And then I watch Vitalik speak or some other shitcoiner, and I'm like, there's no chance that I would trust these people with my life's wealth, or really pretty much anything. So yeah, they might have the fancy jargon, and they might be, you know, selling something that's faster than Bitcoin or whatever it is, but they have no substance, right? And a lot of the time, they have highly perverse incentives. Like, most of us who are up here, sure, we might get a little bit richer. We might have, our purchasing power of our Bitcoin might go up a bit if we do this right or that right or whatever. But for everyone else, they're trying to get rich by selling you vapor. And I think we're not even selling, but what we're talking about has substance, and there's reasoning behind it. And what they're talking about is just hopium and air. So we're going to win in the end, but we need to give it time for this to seep through to everyone, for the actual, like, facts to play out, rather than, you know, somebody just holding XRP because, it's going to go up tomorrow or whatever. And it's always tomorrow, it never happens.
You mentioned incentives, and we're here, this is about making Bitcoin fun again. And the reason all of us do it here is because it's fun for us. Like, we genuinely enjoy doing this. And I think that is so unique, and especially unique to Bitcoin. And I think that's the most honest part about it, is that you don't need to be paid. You don't need to have anything flashy. We are here being absurdists, spending all of our time not making money because we genuinely believe in what we're talking about, and we want to help other people understand it.
If I may, we mentioned earlier that Bitcoin has no marketing department.
But in reality, everybody in this room is part of Bitcoin's marketing department. Everybody who custodies their own Bitcoin, everybody who interacts with the Bitcoin network in any way, anybody who accepts payments in Bitcoin or gives them in Bitcoin, they are the marketing team for Bitcoin. We are all the marketing team for Bitcoin. Again, it doesn't need it because Bitcoin's math, right? Bitcoin makes sense once you do the work and understand it. But for some people, they don't understand it yet. They're not there yet. Let's get our foot in the door and let's address those people. Because we can try to orange pill everybody in this room, but like spoiler alert, we're all already orange pilled. That doesn't get us anywhere. Our goal should be to drive adoption, to see how we can get Bitcoin into more people's wallets, literally and metaphorically. That should be our goal. How can we reach those people who aren't already bought into this, but who still need a little bit of a push? And let's do it by making fucking fun of all the absurdity and how absolutely ridiculous everything else is when you hold Bitcoin up as a mirror. Bitcoin is a litmus test. It is a mirror. It shows you the absurdity in everything else that you look at. Use that.
Yeah, Walker, you just made me think of this, and I think Bitcoin doesn't need marketing. Marketing needs Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Right, I like that one. That's a good one.
I'm going to take a line from Guy Swann, and he tweeted this out. Shitcoiners would not care stabbing Bitcoin in the back if it means getting their Lambos. I think it's very important to at least provide a counter narrative to that bullshit, and I'm going to pass it on to Phil because that's his specialty.
So two points. Something that I noticed in Bitcoin, and something that we noticed throughout history and revolutions, right? When does a revolution become successful? When it has the hearts and minds of people. And that's something that Bitcoin has that fiat money has never had. Because fiat money robs even the people at the top. It may rob them a little less, but it's still robbing them. The second point I wanted to make, to go back to the comedy aspect, had to do with Eskimos. I know it kind of sounds irrelevant, but Eskimos, there was a story that I heard that essentially if in an Eskimo village, if somebody stole something, everybody in the village would get around the person that did the crime or whatever, and they'd all start pointing and laughing at them and ridiculing them. And that alone would stop them from doing this type of behavior. So I think that this goes back to our point of making Bitcoin fun and making this entertaining, because if we're not going to call out the stupidity and we're not going to call out the absurdity, they're going to take themselves serious. And they may end up selling some dog shit to somebody that you love and care about, and these people are going to end up wrecked bag holders, okay? That's really not fair to anyone. So to me, I think that we really have no other choice than to essentially fight fire with fire. You know, if they're going to sit there and bring out all of these ridiculous shenanigans to try to coerce people into buying their garbage, well, then we're going to call them out on it, we're going to make fun of it, and we're not going to stop. And if they block us, we're just going to, like Nico said, we're going to make another account, and it's going to be Coinicarus 2 and Nico 2. And we'll just keep going.
That's a wonderful ideal, but it's always gone on, guys. There's a chance of always, and we're not, I think it's impractical to think we're going to wake up some people, but not most people. That's what's going to happen. And so I think it's a wonderful ideal to do that, but the practical thing is people have always got scammed. They're going to continue to, because that's just the way it is. And so it is, Bitcoin is not for everyone. I've seen it time and again, how many people I try and teach them and they throw it away. I can't waste my time on that. I'm sorry. I can't. I've done it too many times. So, yes, I know what you're saying, and your heart goes out to it, but you know what? As free people, we are also responsible for what we do. It's not my job to take care of you. Sorry. My job is to teach you, and so you can make the decision yourself. And you do that by having fun, because nobody wants to listen to a professor that's dragging his ass and boring. So you make it exciting, make it fun. But don't, you don't need to take it to the point. Look, I love ad hominem attacks because they're legitimate. A lot of people, it's ad hominem, it's not fair. No, ad hominem attacks are logically valid so long as they're, number one, true,
Number two, if they're relevant. Okay? What happens on Twitter and a lot of things, we're not making true and relevant statements. And that's what I think we have to focus on. Yes, have the humor, but make sure it's true and make sure it's relevant.
I completely agree, and this is a great opportunity. If you want to know how to make the best possible content that picks at the absurdity of our current system, just read the fucking Federal Reserve meeting minutes or read what the Bank of International Settlements says in their speeches. Read it word for word, and you will find so many absurd things. There was a Bank of International Settlements speech, I think it was late January, and they were talking about how central banks of the world are so uniquely positioned to deliver trusted services in this world, and that the core tenet of money is trust. Now, we in this room, we look at that and we say, you're literally describing the entire problem. Like you just described our problem with you. But they don't see that. They can't see that because what are they? They are fish. And money is water that they swim in. You ask them what the water is, they say, I don't know, we're just swimming around in it. Like, they don't fucking understand what water is. They don't understand what money is because they are fish swimming in it. They think that they are the salvation, that they are the cure. They are the problem. And we can use their own words against them because it is, like, you can't make it up. We couldn't write better scripts if we tried than what the Bank of International Settlements says in full good faith and seriousness. They are absurd. Let us treat them as such.
Yeah, I do think we're making a mistake if we're working. Having Bitcoin on a legacy system is almost impossible. But I think one of our ideals is to try and not make it impossible. We don't want Bitcoin where it can be seized. Not your keys, not your Bitcoin. And every time that we go into a jurisdiction and we want a special program, we want to legislate that. So these are the rules we want. We're violating that, guys. We got to be real careful. I think if I can just advise one thing, study sound money in the past. The only reason we have Bitcoin is because we don't have sound money. If we had sound money, we wouldn't need Bitcoin. Nobody would have invented it. We have it because we don't, and that's the generation you live in. We did have sound money at one time for a very short period of time.
Look, guys, this is an information war. Make no mistake, and all of you guys could contribute. Every tweet you like, every video you like, every video that you view contributes to victory, right? And at the end of the day, Bitcoin will free mankind. So it rests on all shoulders, and focus on what you're good at, right? I can't write to save my life, so I make YouTube videos, right? They're freaking hilarious. Bitcoin, Gandalf is an expert at social media. Phil dismantles shitcoins. It's fucking awesome. By the way, when we talk about shitcoins, that includes fiat currencies, because they're the fucking ultimate shitcoin. They're a shitcoin that essentially gets support from the state to make the NPCs believe that somehow that shitcoin is better, but we all know that it's not. Inflation is theft from the lower and middle classes, and it's a redistribution of wealth to the wealthy, the very wealthy, and back to the state. And what do they do with that wealth redistribution? Fucking wars. Social programs that none of us agree with. All these crazy concoctions that comes up in politicians' heads. That's what they do with it. So if you want a better future for your ancestors, for your kids, you must win this war. And every single thing that you think is irrelevant, whether it's watching a video, coming to a conference, liking a tweet, no. It's contributing to the war effort. Every time you take Bitcoin into self-custody, you are part of this revolution, whether you realize it or not. We must defund the fucking beast. Thank you. Guys, that was our time. Thank you so much. I hope you had fun.
If you guys have questions or want to take...
Yeah, hit it. This is the last panel. Questions. That was expected. Anyways, thanks, guys.
You guys had fun?
I had a terrible time.
All right, guys. We're wrapping up day one. Thank you so much. Those of you that were able to get a very in-demand carnivory dinner ticket, that's going to start at 7. So we have, wait, it's almost 6, right? Wait, yeah. I think it's going to start around 7. So drinks at 7, dinner's at 8. That's at the Mob Museum. And I'm sure other people have like awesome dinner plans as well. I'm sure there'll be drinks afterwards, so just keep an eye on a Telegram group chat. If you're not sure what a Telegram group chat is, please check your confirmation email, and you can jump into that group chat. And thank you so much. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to start a little bit later. So everyone got a jade, right? In your gift bag, there was a jade wallet. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, Kiara Bickers, who wrote the book Bitcoin Clarity, she works at Blockstream. That's who made the jade. She's going to do a little tutorial on how to use the jade and how to set up the jade. Okay? So that hardware wallet that you got, you can open it, play around with it tonight. If you have time, come here tomorrow and check out a presentation on that hardware wallet. All right, under that, I hope everyone had a great time. Tomorrow we're going to give away lots of other stuff, so make sure you're here. Come here in the morning for our giveaways and as well. All right, thank you guys. Hope everyone had an amazing time.
It's not an honest discussion. It's just being evil. He was just being a dick, and